work session to order and ask Nicole to roll call, please.
Bodie,
Here.
Cacciatore,
Here.
Carberry Montgomery,
Here.
Kroll. Here. Rosendahl.
Here.
Thank you.
And we are broadcasting, so remember to use your mic. Maybe not quite that loud as Pat, but.
If you push on the left side of that, you can get the volume down, I think.
All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Roll.
Second.
Second by Rosendahl, discussion, roll call.
Kroll,
Yes.
Rosendahl,
Yes.
Carberry Montgomery,
Yes.
Cacciatore,
Yes.
Bodie.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready to start the discussion of the agenda. This is my 25th budget year, I think, with council.
Are you even alive, Blake?
Yes. But not by much.
So, welcome everybody. We are gonna get through this as quickly as we can, but as thoroughly as we can as well, so, let's keep moving and, ask the good questions, and we will get through this as quickly as we can. So with that, David, I'll turn it over to you to start.
Well, thank you and good morning. I appreciate the opportunity for staff to present the fiscal year 2026 budget. Undoubtedly, this will be the briefest kickoff that I've ever given in my career, and maybe the briefest you've had for a while, probably too. But before we jump into the individual department budgets, I wanted to go over a few high-level issues. Obviously, a couple of weeks on the job, I was able to get in and have some influence over this recommended budget, but, very detailed things. We may have to have a pause or have other people answer, which would be a little out of the ordinary for me. But we'll get all of your questions answered, whether that's today or Tuesday in the follow-up session or in writing. We want to make sure that the council fully understands what's probably, one of the, if not the biggest policy decision that you make as an elected body. First, I just want to kick off with the budget really provides the resources that are to continue to provide a high level of service for the community. And it is very responsive, both in staff and in other financial resources, to the council's strategic goals. And so I want to get that set up front, but also while being fiscally responsible. And so it's a delicate balance. I think this budget does that. We're recommending creating up to 4 new full-time positions, plus there's a position in the manager's office that, once I get my arms around exactly how we're going to move forward and who's doing what, we'll get that filled as well. But back to the strategic plan, I think we do have a little more work to do in terms of really fine-tuning exactly what the policymakers want to see happen faster and quicker and more robustly, and we're going to do that. But we're going to integrate the plan into all of our decision-making. We're going to integrate the plans. I mean, I've got a copy laminated, carry with me all the time. I look at it every day. What are we doing? We're going to be looking at what are we doing to advance the plan? What are we doing to advance the goals the council has set forward? If for some reason we fall short in an area, we will have conversations, we'll recalibrate, and we'll make sure that the resources are in place to move forward at the pace that the council wants. I just want to mention that. Talk just briefly about rate recommendations. I always like to outline those up front. That's in the preliminary transmittal letter, but the recommended total property tax rate for FY26 is $10.03. That is a 5-cent reduction from the current rate of $10.08. That's possible due to the impressive progress with debt service that the city has made. The city has been incredibly well managed financially, in my estimation, and so the progress that's being made there is affording the opportunity to reduce the property tax rate on the debt side. I wanted to talk also about House File 718 and its impact on the budget. It's important. I think all of the mentions that are in the transmittal letter about all of the different legislative impacts are important to remember and to go over. Our growth in the taxable valuation was 3.66%. That's blended across both counties. Of course, that will be reduced by approximately 1 percentage point, a little more than 1 point is the way the math works out, because of House File 718. So the combined general fund levy will be reduced from its current 7.86 and some change down to 7.78 and some change, or a reduction of 7.786 cents. And that'll be the max levy under the law that they'll be allowed for the general fund. While this requires additional planning, and we should be, and we are, advocating for legislative changes as opportunities arise, that could be in the area of allowing growth, it could be in the area of revenue diversification opportunities for cities. All those things are important. Also, this is not a doomsday discussion on the legislation that's occurred. This is a robust budget. The good news is that because Urbandale has been such a good financial steward of all the resources that it has, we have tools to backfill this reduction, and that's exactly what we're doing. So it's important to note that the general fund levy is impacted by the legislation. The legislation does limit the amount of the general fund levy, but we are essentially collecting the revenues that would have been collected had that rate stayed the same. And so all of but 1 cent of that is being moved to the employee benefits levy, and then the other 1 cent is being moved to the police and fire pension levy. The debt service levy is recommended at $1.44, which, as I mentioned, is 5 cent reduction per $1,000 of evaluation. On stormwater, there is a $2 per month per ERU for the first 100 ERUs being recommended. I don't think that would be a surprise to the council. That funds the projects that are in the capital improvement program and allows those projects to be cash funded. Again, these are really impressive financial steps that we're taking in terms of really shoring up the financial operations of the city. So great work that was already in place when I got here, by the way. So, and then last, I just want to talk about the franchise fee. I don't want to really discuss this in a lot of detail, but I do think after looking at this more closely over the last couple of weeks, council knows a more detailed recommendation with comparisons is coming. There's a lot of work that staff have done, and it's ready, it's queued up and ready to communicate to the council. But I am comfortable now saying I'm going to recommend substituting the 1% local option sales tax for the 1% franchise tax. Because essentially the way that will work is the impact on the constituents, the impact on the ratepayers, both commercial and residential, is they'll pay the same, it'll be the same 1%, but Urbandale will get back about $450,000 in annualized revenue above and beyond what it's getting back today. So that, I think, fits into the category of no-brainer in terms of making sure that, that revenue comes back. We've got some work to do to lay out some of the details about the requirements that the council will have in terms of policymaking, a revenue purpose statement. Spoiler alert, my recommendation for that first percent will actually be in the general fund for public safety expenses, for public safety operating expenses. But we'll get into all those details later, and then also talk about what the other cities are doing and what might a phase up potentially of that revenue source look like, and under what circumstances, what might trigger increases to that rate moving forward in out years, and then how that ties back to our renegotiated franchise agreements that we're all working on. So with that, I can either answer any high-level questions you have now, or it looks like James is standing patiently and ready to jump in to the information technology budget. So whatever's the pleasure of the council, that's what we'll do.
I did have one question about, and this is not a page, but it's the page with city fund revenue percentage. I didn't know if that was a page that we were going to discuss at a later point, or that was just more informational.
The one in your handouts from this one,
Yeah, yep, that was the one that came,
the loose one, that,
yes, yep, that one. Yeah, the one titled Nikki/FY26 budget files.
the quick and dirty version of here's all the fund balance changes, what we're planning to use for every budgeted month. It's included in the document. So yeah, we usually talk about that kind of at the end based on everything that's happened. And just administratively, the green packets, those are the replacement pages, things that were finished, the capital and debt and local option. and then the transmittal letter. So those just completely replace this two sections that Vivian put tags on them of which tab, and it just replaces the whole section. Not all the pages changed, but we changed the numbering so they're easier to find.
Sounds good.
So I can take the whole budget summary section out
Yep,
and put it, the green pages in?
yep. And the same for the special revenue tab.
So if we're gonna talk about that page later, then I'll hold my questions for that section, but just wanted to
Yep.
point out. I'm good then.
All right, James? Kick us out, James.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good morning. As David said, I'm James Breyer, the Technology Director. Going to get right into my budget. Per usual, most of my budgetary activity is in line 27 on page GG 17. That's where the bulk of my activity is. Compared to previous years, the last 2 years, I had quite a few substantial projects that we went through. So this budget is more indicative of what I normally have, like as far as just city maintenance, our contractual obligations, maintenance on the equipment, software agreements and whatnot. I will gladly field any questions you have about any one of these items. I know that, most of this is opaque, so, but I'll field any questions you have. I did have one of the items that I know piqued the council's interest, because Curtis had forwarded me a question that you had on it, was the Microsoft Copilot item that's, on line 27, if you go down about 3/4 of the way, Microsoft Copilot, 50 users yearly. So this is Microsoft's version of like a large language model, ChatGPT, sort of like worker productivity tool. And the question that was fielded, it was a two-part question. The first one was, basically what was going to be the use case for this. And then the second was, would city data be used to train the large language model? So I'm going to go ahead and answer that. I'm going to read the actual official statement they have on that, which is, no, Microsoft Copilot does not use customer data to train its AI features unless the customer provides consent. Copilot's responses are based on data that the user can access. So what that means is we have some different rules with our Microsoft deployment because we're part of the government cloud, has a completely different set of security features and whatnot. So what they're talking about here is pretty agnostic to both. It would be like the enterprise side and the government side. How do I put this? If the items that you have, basically your space in the cloud would be called your tenant. That's kind of your Microsoft tenant. So how this actually works over other, something like ChatGPT or whatnot, Microsoft's created a product where essentially it'll look at data inside that tenant and not much else. That's the difference. It's like ChatGPT is very much everything on the web. Microsoft's created a product where it can do that, but literally it's more of a productivity tool for the stuff that your organization owns. And it also abides by the user access that you give in there. So for example, if Nikki had a document in her space that was provisioned to her that I did not have access to, and I was asking ChatGPT to write a formula or pull information, like give me a conglomeration of information and output, it would look at the stuff that I have access to and not stuff that I should not have access to. So that way you don't run into sticky situations like, like pulling emails you shouldn't see, things like that, okay? So that's their official statement, that the large language model is not trained off of that. However, digging into it a little bit, actually had to find a government document from Queensland in Australia to figure this out. But essentially there is a web grounding setting. And so what web grounding is, imagine you were asking it to generate a document. And in that document you said, give me a summary of all these billing invoices by the top 5 things that I've got. If web grounding is on, imagine it gives you all of the billing invoices that you asked for. But then it also goes out on the web and looks for additional context to enrich the document. So it might throw up something, here's what I asked for, And then below that, it'll be like, hey, this item is, and it'll give you an explanation of the item that was purchased, even if you didn't prompt it. That's the web grounding. And that's where some security analysts have some concerns that some training is occurring through that pinhole for the most part. The good news is for the government cloud, that's off by default. We could turn it on, no interest in doing that. So the official statement is no. Some security analysts were like, yeah, but. And then for government cloud, I think they realized they didn't want to lose out on government contracts, because you're talking CGIS, you're talking federal, you're talking DOD. If you had that pinhole, those agencies probably wouldn't adopt this. So the official answer is no, it doesn't, kinda, but for government cloud, it's more of a no. So, and then the first part of the question was what would city staff be using it for? So the Microsoft Copilot elements that you guys are probably familiar with, because they're cramming it into everything, is it would be essentially the free version, and that's driving Bing search. So if you use IE, it's built into that. So what this is this is the actual enterprise licensed version, and what that does is it has hooks and APIs that interact directly with Microsoft Office products. So you can use ChatGPT inside of Excel. You can have it write formulas for you. It can have, make charts, all that stuff, even into PowerPoint to create PowerPoint presentations. So this is going to be very much like a productivity tool and a time saver. Mm-hmm. And also, our full disclosure, the rollout will be super as needed, as wanted. So I budgeted for 50 in case it was super popular, but it's one of those things that this will be sort of I'm sure there'll be a minor teething period in a pilot group and whatnot. So aside from that, I will answer any questions you have, Copilot related or not.
No, I appreciate the summary.
Yes, sir.
So with that, I'm good with Copilot.
Yeah.
And I think what with keeping our city data in kind of tenant is good.
Yeah.
I think one thing when we roll this out, it would be really good to just give people, just kind of give people a little bit of slice of training in terms of when, especially when we're sending this stuff out, if we were preparing a document to send out to a partner city or residents in the community, just making sure that we don't just generate it and then just kind of send it out, because there are some very obvious signs that it's generated sometimes.
That's a polite way of saying super awful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but there can be ways that it looks like that, and coming from a consulting space, I've seen it firsthand of people have done that and given it to clients, and the client looks at it and they're like,
This is
what am I
awful.
paying you
Yeah.
for? Because this obviously is generated, and so that's just the thing I would caution
The
about.
plan is policy first, which Ankeny had a fantastic policy. Mr. Easton had actually shared it with us in our group, and I basically condensed it, because what it does is it essentially boils down to just don't stick personal confidential information in it. So that's something very easily that you can stick into an employee handbook as a, hey, sign off on this, basically.
Yeah.
And then the next part of the user training actually sort of focuses on, it's interesting because they basically call it input engineer or something like that. It's like this new concept. So some of the documentation that I have, one-pagers, things like that, are really good at helping people craft statements that are less likely to generate garbage. But at the same time, then on the back end of it, it comes down to just user training, as far as essentially your job kind of becomes more refinement and error catching, and so it'll be a different way to work for the most part. So no, sir, fully prepared to do that.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions for James?
If you think of anything, email city manager's office, cascade it down, and I'll give you what you need.
All right, thanks, James.
All righty.
All right, next, human resources, Aaron.
It's my job to give the IT budget a hard time.
I've been using, this is a Copilot piece.
It's very interesting. But yeah,
Good morning,
I've seen
everyone.
there's people trip too many times on it.
Of course, I'm Erin Freeman. I'm the HR director. If you want to refer to page GG 19, that's where the HR budget starts. HR budget is really straightforward, and this year we don't have any new requests or deviations from the previous years. Not a lot to talk about tie-ins to the strategic plans. HR isn't a major player in any of those that have been approved for this time around, but just some other things in our department. Some of the initiatives that we're working on this year, just for your information, are that we're just going to continue to try to generate interest in the new well-being program that was approved last year. We had 27 employees qualify for that incentive, which is about 10% of our benefited eligible employees, which is pretty good for a first-year rollout of a new wellness program. So we're just going to keep trying to push that and make that more accessible to people. We're also working to revamp our new employee orientation process. Don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but working really closely with Derek and incorporating some fun marketing things. We're going to engage all the directors in that, put some videos together, do some tours. There might eventually be a financial cost to that, but too soon at this point to kind of know what that's going to look like. And then we're also partnering with some of the department directors to try to come up with creative solutions to build a pipeline of future employees for really hard to fill positions. So that's something that hopefully we'll be able to talk to you more about in the future on simply just offering more money for certain positions like police officers, firefighters, and engineers specifically. Those three just come to mind. Isn't solving the problem, is people just aren't either going into that profession or aren't leaving where they are in their career. So we're trying to find some creative solutions to that. Other than that, not a lot to talk about within this budget, but just a quick snapshot of our workforce, because I think this is really interesting, that 10 years ago, the budget had 188 positions in it, and the budget before you today has 264 full-time positions, which is over a 40% growth in our workforce in the last 10 years.
Can you say those numbers again?
Yeah, sure, 188 positions in 2015. Compared to 264 today, which is a 40% growth in our workforce, our full-time workforce, in the last 10 years. So that's pretty significant. I mean, we still run really lean, but
What was
just
today's number again? I'm sorry, Aaron.
264.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Is that in the insert on the green
Yeah,
pages?
it's in the transmittal letter on the.
Yeah. Okay. So just steady growth, you know, these 4, 7, 8 positions added each year, you know, just really that steady, moderate, humble growth as we continue to add to the workforce. But just really demonstrates that I think that we still run lean, but we're growing, there's no doubt. And in that same time frame, recruiting has become more difficult, which isn't a surprise. Last year, I stood up here and told you that our applications were down 60% over the last 10 years, which was consistent with industry standards. But I'm really happy to say that now our applications really skyrocketed this last year and are only down 10% or down 40% in the last 10 years. So still a significant decrease in the last decade, but it's on the rise. We've made some significant improvements to the pay and the benefit plan with support of mayor and council, and I attribute it solely to that. So, because the market trend is still down about 56%. So we're faring better than most. So there's a positive takeaway from that. Last year, we onboarded 73 new employees, 21 of which were full-time, 12 were part-time, and 40 were seasonal. And the city's overall turnover rate is only about 4.6%. So for the most part, we're doing really well. I don't have anything exciting specifically to talk about in the budget in front of you, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the budget or anything that I just mentioned.
Can you talk a little bit about the promotion of the senior HR analyst to assistant director and what that'll look like in terms of responsibilities, or is it just a promotion?
Yeah, it's really in responsibility has already been occurring, so it's really just bringing up the title for parity to what she's been doing. I had a couple of leave of absences last year that were planned. We spent the year training and putting her in a position to be the backup during that time. She really excelled and nailed that, and now is leading some of those things on her own, just with my oversight, some of our investigations and grievances with labor relations. So it's been invaluable to have that help, as unfortunately labor relations seems to be taking up a little bit more time lately for whatever reason. And all cities that I survey say that too, so I like to think it's not just something that we're doing in Urbandale. There just seems to be an uptick on collective bargaining activity and grievances, things like that.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
With The city offers, as part of its benefits package, access to the gym
Yes,
house
yes.
over there.
That is correct, the gym house, for lack of better.
Because I think, if I remember correctly on the CIP, that is gonna, the gym house is going down and it's gonna get folded into the rec hub building? Okay,
Yep.
sounds good. Just wanted to make sure that was still an option for our team.
It is for the time being, yes.
Okay.
Right. Anything further? All right, thank you, Aaron.
Okay, great, thanks.
Next is police, chief. We'll see.
Good morning, everybody. I'll start things off here, just going over the scripted things that had been put out to us as far as coverage. As far as budget this current year, we're on pace. Everything looks really good. We may go over a bit on the overtime, our overtime line, but there's some salary money there that should cover that very easily. So everything else is right on pace for, and that includes animal control. Looks good as well. New positions. So this budget contains a new position of a SRO for the middle school, the Urbandale Middle School. It also contains a mental health professional for our CAT program. We had a retirement of an administrative technician about November-ish, and we were not replacing that position. We reallocated some work over there, and so we're gonna absorb that position and not replace.
Is that Nancy? Or
That was Nancy, yep. Nancy Peters, when she retired, we reallocated what we were doing up front and changed some duties and brought one of our administrative now specialists up to help with some of those duties up front. So it all worked out. We got it figured out, and I think it's going well so far. So I think we're good there. Open positions. We have 6 officers currently in field training. So through the academy and in field training out with our seasoned officers learning what to do out on the street, and that's going well. They should have all 6 of them out on their own by mid-April, which will be a huge boost from where we've been the last several years. We currently have 3 open positions. We have conditional offers out on all 3. 2 of the conditional offers, we've got all the background work done, and we're just waiting to get them on in the academy here in May. So we're trying to time that for right around that time when we bring them on. The third one, we started that process just a little bit behind those other 2, so we're still working through polygraph and MPI background stuff. So that one still has some work to do, but we're hopeful to get all 3 of them into the May Academy. And then we'll be fully staffed, unless, if you approve the SRO, then we will need to add 1 more position in July. Eligible for retirement at the police department, we currently have 5 eligible for retirement. 4 of them are supervisors and 1 officer. The only confirmed I know is gonna retire is Detective Vestal is going to be retiring at the end of the year. He entered the drop program, and so his drop contract will end at the end of the year, and he'll be retiring. The other 4, nothing set in stone yet for any of the other 4, including myself. I will tell you that I've got about 3 years left, so my plan is in May to drop, and then 3 more years, the 3 years in the drop program for municipal fire, and then I'll be retired.
Can you remind us what the drop program is? I know
Deferred
you've talked about it
Yeah,
before, but.
so municipal fire and police retirement system that we're a part of offers deferred retirement option. So basically what you do is you go in and put in you're saying, this is the date I'm gonna retire, and you can do it for 3, 4, or 5 years. And basically they set aside they set your retirement at that, what your level of retirement will be, and they put that retirement check into an account for those 3, 4, or 5 years that you work, and then when you retire, that money's there for you. The city just continues to pay their normal salary that they pay. It's complicated.
Yeah. I mean, I'm old, but not old enough to understand retirement stuff, so.
Right.
I mean, it must be a good deal.
It's a good option to extend your career. Otherwise, I think you would see a mass exodus of people at 55. There's really no reason to stay beyond that. I have some friends that work for the state, and the state does not offer a drop program. And so when they hit 55, they'd leave. They go find other employment and do something else. So this allows officers to stay a little bit longer. It doesn't cost the city any additional money at all. And just sets that retirement check aside, and then there's, I don't know what you would call it, a
So you're
bonus.
drawing, or I don't know if you want to jump in, Aaron, but you draw the retirement, but it
You don't
gets
get it until
put into
you,
an account.
A separate account that you, it's like a bonus that you get paid out that's not a part of your pension.
Okay, sounds like a sweet deal.
yeah, it works well. I think the biggest thing, the reason it works is they set your pension when you drop. So in May, if I drop in May, which I'm planning on doing, that's my high 3 from right there. It's not my high 3 from 3 years later. It's my high 3 from that point.
So we can reduce your salary then?
Yeah. You can do that anyway, so.
Another question, so we have one confirmed retirement, you said the end of the year. So when will you start trying to manage that with, I mean, I'm assuming a promotion, if it was someone in leadership, and so you'd hire a police,
Right, so
When would
that detective position will be filled with someone, obviously with some tenure and some experience, and then we'll start working probably early fall to replace that position, try to get them into the academy probably around January. The January academy is what we'll probably shoot for to fill that position.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You mentioned an SRO for the middle school. Can you just tell us a little bit about why?
We got a request from the school. We are seeing a few more issues at the middle school. I think it's a safety concern for them as well up there with just what they're seeing. So in the discussions with the superintendent of schools up there, we thought it was a good idea. You see it in a lot of other communities, that age group is kind of where you see a few more problems starting to develop. So we're in the middle school a little bit right now with our Culture of Integrity program, so I think it's a good fit for us. The agreement will be very similar to what it is, will be exactly similar as it is to the high school. It'll be a 75-25 split. So the school district will pick up 75% of the salary and cost, and then the city will pick up 25% because they're required to be there during the school year, and then the rest of the, obviously the 25% is when they're, for us. So I will tell you that from experience with an SRO, it's that 25% is, it's not like they come back and work for the summer most of the time, because the school wants them there every single day.
Yeah.
Right? So they time their time off, at least at the high school, what we've done, they time their time off when the school's out. So they take their vacation time and stuff in the summer. So when our SRO at the high school is off for the summer, he has vacation stuff and comp time stuff that he needs to burn down. If he's missing, if he takes that during the school year, then we have to go up there and fill in with somebody else, which makes it a little difficult for us. So we encourage them to kind of run that school calendar and take their time off when the school is off. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. Do we have a ton of problems at the middle school? No. But I think just with this day and age, I think that's what you see in a lot of communities. Some people have different feelings about having police officers up there. I think we do a really good job of not being like your traditional police officer when we're at the school. We obviously dress down sometimes. Sometimes they're in uniform, but a lot of times they're dressing down. They're teaching the culture of integrity classes. They basically integrate themselves into the school, and I see some benefits from that.
When will that start, Chief?
It will start this fall.
This fall?
So, yep.
Have you identified somebody already within the department?
No, I wanted to get through the budget process first, so then it will be just like a detective position. It'll be a tenured person for us, and then we'll backfill that with a new officer. So there's several I know that are interested in doing it. I don't think that'll be a problem with having willing and able bodies over there to jump in.
So will we need to reopen the police officer list? Have we exhausted that hiring list?
I still have a couple of names on that list, so we'll have to play. The problem is when you wait 3 or 4 months and then you go back and call and say, hey, are you still interested? Most of them have a job somewhere else. So we may have to retest here this summer or early fall,
Maybe we'll go viral on social media again.
maybe.
That was so well done. That was cool.
Chief, one quick question. I know in other positions, those officers rotate. For the middle school SRO position, will that one be specifically assigned to the middle school, or is there an opportunity, or will that be rotating?
The way I run my high school SRO is we have rotating and non-rotating specialized assignments in detectives, in community relations. The SRO at the high school is a non-rotating. And what that means is it's not permanent, but I don't want them rotating every 3 years either. I want to get a little more tenure out of them. So I just think to build the relationships up there and stuff, it's hard when you just keep switching every 3 years. So we let that position run a little bit longer than that. There's no set time frame on it. Really becomes, are you doing a good job there still? Is everybody still doing what they're supposed to? Is the relationship good? If it's not, if we think there's room for improvement, then maybe we would rotate.
Great. Makes a ton of sense. Thank you.
I've got a question about the crisis response team.
Yeah,
Oh, you're gonna
I'm gonna,
get to
yeah,
that?
that's
Okay.
on my list here.
Okay, well, I'll
Yeah.
let you get to
Okay,
it and then.
I'll go through it, and then
Yeah.
if you have any additional questions, I'd be sure, happy to answer them. So the CIT, as you've been aware of some updates that were passed along through AJ over the last several months, is the funding for the CIT program is in, I don't know, a little bit of jeopardy, I would say. The behavioral health units in the state have all been reorganized into different counties. They're now grouped together. A new group, I believe I wrote it down here, Primary Care Association has taken over for the entire state. They're gonna run all of the mental health in the entire state. We've had some recent meetings with them, the chiefs have in Polk County. And basically what they're telling us is they're gonna take over in July 1, and they're gonna try to maintain everything for the first year as they evaluate what's working, what's not working. But they wouldn't come out and say they're going to fund CIT, but there's potential that there's still going to be money available this next year as they're transitioning and looking. We've been talking to them about CIT, and they really like the program, so I think there's some hope there. But there's no guarantees that the money's going to be there. So I think the best course of action for us is to plan as if there's not going to be any money there or any funding. And if the funding is there, then we jump on it, obviously. But as of right now, Heart of Iowa is who funded the CIT program up to now. And Heart of Iowa did not get the contract with the state. It was the primary care. So that funding model is not going to be around anymore. So we're still a little bit up in the air. So that's why we got the mental health professional in there in case that goes away. I think the direction that I'm hearing from the council is we want to maintain this program. It works very well. I think there are some advantages if we bring the mental health professional into the city rather than having a contracted service with another provider. There's obviously cost for us to do that. So we got to weigh those options out, but then you have a little bit more, or maybe you can do a little bit more with it. And one of the things that I look at is that we don't have a huge problem with this, but we have a homeless issue in the city. We have normally this time of year it gets very sparse. There's only maybe 1 or 2 contacts, during the month. But in the summertime when it warms up and that it's not unusual for us to have anywhere from 5 to 10 homeless people that are in the city limits of Urbandale on a given day that we interact with, several times a week and get calls to and things like that. So I'd really like to see this group be able to handle those services as well. Another thing to touch on just briefly, has been talking to the other suburbs that are running CIT programs about collaboration, putting a couple teams together to cover multiple cities. Those are, everybody's trying to flesh out what they're gonna do in their budget, and with all this up in the air, no one really can commit to that, other than I can tell you that Windsor Heights is very much wanting to partner with Urbandale. And I've talked to our CIT team, and they were confident that they could handle the calls for service in Windsor Heights. Chief Roth over there, he's indicated their council is very, very much on board and wants to get the program started over there, and I want to help them do that.
So would they just give us some money?
Yes,
for
we'd
that?
work out a 28E where they would pay a portion based on population or calls for service. We have to flesh all that out, but I definitely want that going forward. I've talked to Inside Out, who provides our mental health professionals now. They're on board for that going forward pretty much right away. They're started training, all the officers in Windsor Heights have started doing the 40-hour crisis intervention training for all their officers. That was one of the first steps that you have to do to be able to offer that program over there. So they've started that process over in Windsor Heights. So good news there. I think that'll be a good partnership with us, and really makes a lot of sense for their community as well. And I think, like I said, they're fully on board and want to do something. So I'm confident that will flesh itself out, and we'll be doing something with them going forward.
Something to consider from a budget perspective. I know that there is significant concern about the CIT training being able to continue in Polk County. So as many officers as you can get through, any new officers, make that a priority to get them trained early.
Right.
And then also the ASO just released their advisory council nomination application process. And it would be wise to get a CIT member or someone from the police department to apply and ideally be on that advisory council. I can send you the application.
Okay.
What are you
Please do.
talking about, Amy? What's ASO?
Administrative Service Organization, Iowa Primary Care Association.
Okay.
So while they got the state contract, they have to set up 7 separate advisory councils, one for each of the regions, which makes sense, but it's quite the underhaul.
Right.
And I'm happy to provide you information offline.
Okay, sounds good.
That
Yeah,
I
they bit off a big chunk here, so they're working their way through that. And like I said, there's been some positive conversations with them about funding CIT in the future. So they want to continue with programs that work, is what they're telling us, and from what they're seeing from us is CIT works. So we're hopeful.
So the funding that we have in here is just in case this 1-year commitment that they've made doesn't happen.
Right.
Okay, so,
If we have to go out on our own, I want to make sure the
Okay.
money's in the budget and in here. So we're also, so what it didn't talk about is we're gonna have to absorb the cost of that officer that was being funded. We're not hiring a new officer because we already have that position. And then we're also the mental health professional.
and I don't know where I heard this, I could be making this up, but is the pay that we're giving to the mental health professional, I don't know, comparable or adequate? I mean, it's probably no one's ever gonna say they're adequately compensated, but I know social workers, mental health professionals are not
Poorly
financially
paid.
compensated
Right.
according to their value. I don't know, help me out, Amy.
In general, in a nonprofit world, they are poorly paid.
Right.
But,
So,
so if we're, I mean, if the mental health professional is not a city of Urbandale employee, there's not a whole lot we can do.
that's correct. That's why there's, when you start stacking it, when you start looking at pros and cons, right? And it's like, so is the pay level that the CIT mental health professional that's being provided to us, is that adequate? Or are we gonna have a lot of turnover? Or is there, so we are without a mental health professional right now.
Okay.
Margaret, our mental health professional that was working for Inside Out, has left and went to Polk County. She's working down at the Polk County Courthouse. She's a liaison with the courts for people that have been committed. So she's working down there. The pay was was the only reason that she left. She really loved working for Urbandale, so the position that I built into the budget is adequately paying that position, and based on what we saw in a position, similar position in Ames, what we saw from some job descriptions and pay ranges from outside of here that have CIT positions.
And they would have city benefits then
Yes.
as well, which.
I worked with HR to make sure that we were doing that, and they worked on a job description and everything, and we interviewed Margaret and what her duties are and those types of things, and got that all squared away with HR,
So are we at the mercy of Inside Out right
We
now
are.
to get a new
We are.
person? Is that gonna happen anytime soon?
So I had a conversation with Inside Out, and what they told me, and I understand this, because everything's up in the air, there was some hesitancy to hire another mental health professional right away, because if some of the other cities decide not to go forward with their CIT program, then she's gonna have a mental health professional without a job. So she's kind of waiting to see what the other cities are gonna do. So in other words, let's just use Clive as an example. If Clive decides not to do CIT anymore, they have a mental health professional over there that would be without a job. So then she would like to just move that position over to Urbandale if this continues, if the partnership continues with Urbandale, rather than hiring someone to come to Urbandale. Now, then in July, Clive quits. Now she has a mental health professional that doesn't have a position, nowhere to go.
But that
So-
means we don't have somebody for 6 months.
We don't. We've recently tried to work out where we work with them part-time, like they come over here like one day, and that conversation didn't go so well, so we are without. We have been offered by Inside Out to, if we need them, to call, but not bringing them over here for a set day.
So the police officer assigned is still
Yes.
doing that duties, though?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, Jessica's still responding to calls, still doing everything. We just don't have that mental health professional with her.
That's a big.
Well, that's frustrating, but
is.
I'm very happy that we're working this into our budget, probably where it, I mean, I love getting money from other people to pay for it,
Right.
but I think we value it enough that we're more than willing to.
Yep, and that's the
to pay
message
for it.
I've received from you guys, and I'm fully supportive of that, because I see the benefits of it as well. Like I said, we bring this on ourselves. I think we can do a little bit more with it as well. A few more areas. Homelessness is the one that pops to my mind right away, so some things like that. So, yes, we'll navigate our way through these next few months here to see where everything fleshes out, and try to do these partnerships as well with the other cities, because I think that's a huge part of it as well. So hopefully things will work out for the best, but this will give us a fallback position if we need it, and we won't lose our program.
Hopefully you and David can keep us updated as these things change
Yep,
and move forward.
absolutely. Yep, will
And
do.
let's plan on sitting down and talking about the human service strat plan in relation specifically to that. And then
Okay,
let's just chat.
okay, sounds good.
I have some ideas.
And in regard to that position, that hiring start date, basically, like we would be trying to hire for July 1, basically, or what does that look like?
Well, honestly, when I put the budget together, I thought we could even go sooner if we knew everything was gonna fall apart. But we don't know that now. So so I'm gonna delay it a little bit, the decision on whether or not we bring this position in-house, or we wait and see if we continue to get funding from outside. I thought with everything that was happening, the funding was gonna be surely gonna be gone. But now I'm not so certain about that. So I think we hold on a little bit longer and see how things turn, and then make our decision. But we could potentially go earlier than July 1, because we have a little bit of salary savings from me not replacing that administrative technician position. So there is a little bit of money there in the budget that Nikki and I have talked about if we needed to move before July 1st. But now, with everything the way it's going, I think we hold on a little bit longer and see what happens.
So with that funding then, if we were to maintain that funding through primary, is that funding tied to we need to partner with an outside agency to provide that mental health specialist? Or is that something where we just would get that money for us to hire?
Those are all the questions that have not,
Okay.
they're not,
Gotcha.
they're not committed to yet at this point. So that's why we're kind of waiting to see how this all works out.
Here's a stupid, quick sidebar question. Is Primary Care Association taking over Polk County Mental Health?
Yes.
Whoa, I did not, that went past my radar. Okay,
Yep, they got everything.
wow.
And as of now, I can tell you, Polk County has put in an RFP for the disability services side that gets, because right now they do mental health and disability services. So they will know in mid-February, soon, whether or not that was awarded. If that is awarded to them, they will be able to maintain almost all of their staff minus Rachel Adams, who is your contact for CIT coordination. If that does not go through, then it's a whole different conversation.
A lot of moving parts
Lot of
in that
moving
area.
parts.
And this is all part of the state's reorganization and stuff that they're doing. Hopefully it'll all flesh out in the end. Any more questions on that? Just to hit a couple quick items in the major items, I guess, that we're looking at in this budget. I'm looking to get cell phones in each one of our patrol cars. We don't currently do that. The officers just kind of use their own. We're moving away from that. We'd like to move away from that. There's some apps on the phone that we can use that will be really helpful for us out there. Language apps and those types of things, interpretation apps. There's some critical incident response apps that would be nice to have the officers be able to do that. And supposedly we're moving towards being able to take the report on your phone. So if the officer's in there, we're trying to interface that with Central Square. We're waiting on our provider for that to get their program up and running. But we're hopeful that within the next year or so, Central Square will have that ready to go where the officer can take that phone into the house and just take that report right there at, right in the house on the phone. We probably went too long without having cell phones in our cars. For our sergeants have them, but that's the only one. Otherwise, we've kind of relied on the officers, which isn't a good practice.
So is that reflected in the budget, the cell phones?
Yes, yep, I have that in there as a line.
So would
about-
that be like each car would
Yep,
get one?
yep, each car, not each officer, so
Okay.
each patrol unit out there would have a phone assigned
So
to
what
it.
about our like bike officers or?
Now, when they're out on the bike, they probably would not have a phone with
Okay.
them, yeah, and that's a small portion of what they're doing. If we can get them into the cars, that's where they're gonna have access to them about, 90% of the time
Okay.
that they're out there.
Would this be a replacement for like the actual computer
Nope.
system, or this
Nope,
is just
an
added?
enhancement too.
Gotcha.
Yep. Those computers they're you can undock them and move them around. IT doesn't like us to do that for a variety of reasons. We don't like they are tough books. They're made to be beat up a little bit and ride around those cars, but we looked at bringing those and having to use those, bring those into the house, take the report. It doesn't work well, so we're not moving that direction. We're one of the other bigger items on here is that we're needing to upgrade our fingerprint scanner printer. So in order for us to take fingerprints for not only for the people that we take into custody, but also for the public when we do public fingerprinting, the state has changed their requirements. They now require palm prints from everybody that's arrested instead of just fingerprints. And our current scanner does not do that. A few years ago, when we transitioned to a cheaper service to do this in about right around COVID time, when we were having issues and we needed to change out our system, we went to a cheaper scanner system, and it is not adequate to continue on with what we need to upgrade. So it's a little pricey, but it will last a long time. So this is a piece of equipment that'll last over 10 years for sure. And will get us up to code with the state, and then also enhance our ability to do public fingerprinting as well. We requested a new fuming chamber. What that is when our crime scene people or CSI people go out, and if they lift a fingerprint, or if something has a finger, let's just say this cup had a fingerprint on it, you can put it inside of this fuming chamber, and it's, they use that super glue, they heat super glue, and then it attaches to the fingerprint, and then they can lift that over and over again and get a good fingerprint lift. Our current fuming chamber is over 20 years old, and it's needing replaced, so. And it's not a huge dollar item, so it's something that we'd like to upgrade. And then the last item is, when you see officers go out and they try to flatten the tires of a car that's, that we're in a chase with, or someone's chasing, we use a product called Stop Stick, and we throw those out and they run over them, and basically what it does, it puts little straws into your tire, pokes them in there, and then the tire slowly deflates, so it's a controlled deflation of the tire. It doesn't blow the tire out where the person would wreck. When the current system that we use is cumbersome and hard to deploy, and then when it's run over, there's no repairing it. You have to replace it, and they're about $500 a piece. This new system we want to go to is easier to deploy for the officers, and if they run over it, we can replace the little spikes on it ourselves and save us some cost down the road. We don't use it a ton, but it's safer for the officers, what I want to get to something that's a little easier to deploy. So that was the other thing, that we were moving away from those stop sticks. So those are the kind of the big ticket items, if you will, that we had out there, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
I'd noticed that you have, under the crossing guard contract, money for an additional guard location. Is that just in case, or is that something that has been identified?
You caught me on that one. I can't remember, to be honest
Okay.
with you. I can't remember. I want to say it's the new school that we built out there at Waterford.
Yeah,
But
makes sense.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm just anticipating a guard out there. But I can't, I'll check back on that,
Okay.
and back to you, Bridget.
So in general, though, how is our contract? How are we working with our partners? Are we having to, our contractor, and are we having to provide much backup? Are they staffed up?
They're pretty good. We've had a couple incidents where, we had one where we got a email from a citizen and said, hey, why is there only, it was at Webster. It's like, why is there only one guard here? Because we have 2 guards there, one on Aurora and one on 128th. And she notified us there was only one guard there, and that's too much for one guard. And I'm like, why is there only one guard there? Well, then we got a hold of the company, and they're like, well, this person, it was right at the beginning of the year. And it's like, I think, if I remember right. So anyway, long story short, we got on the company. It's like, no, you have to let us know, because we can backfill if someone's going to be gone for a week or something.
Right.
It does not happen very often.
But, so generally, that contract is
They do a really good job.
going well, and
It is.
I know staffing is an issue for everyone.
I think they do a good job of getting some
I mean, their
retired.
pay is really good if you want to work, an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon.
Right, it's a commitment of your time, but it's a good kind of a retirement
Yeah.
gig or a side job for
Yeah.
somebody. And they do a good job of staffing it, and we don't get any complaints. We just don't.
Okay.
So they've done a really good job.
Glad to hear that. One other question, under significant budget impacts, you have an increase of 45,000 in special revenue funds, to increase the use of police donations. So that means we're bringing donations in.
National
for-
Night Out is
Yeah.
the biggest piece of that.
Okay.
We set that aside in their special revenue fund, so, because it's restricted for use by the police department.
Okay.
So depends on the year, but National Night Out, the K-9, all of those things that we've had, we're now spending some of those dollars.
Okay.
National Night Out is in and out, but the K-9, for example, that large donation came in, but now we're paying some of those out. So that's just a safety net of, we can spend it if we need to,
Okay.
but we don't have to.
Well, as always, National Night Out, Trunk or Treat, you guys do really amazing community events.
Yeah, they're awesome, yeah. The community really loves them, and the officers love to work them too. It's a good time.
And the weather people
We've been
Keep-
really good.
keep
for the
working
last-
well with us.
Yes. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad, was it?
No.
Rob, are you gonna do
Animal control, chief, are you gonna do that too?
Oh,
There's not really nothing there, it's a change, right?
doesn't mean I don't have questions.
Right. Our animal control is right on pace. We're still partnering with Polk County to provide field services, so they go and pick up the animals.
21?
And we're still partnering with Furry Friends for our kenneling services, and everything's been going well. We got off a little bit last year because Furry Friends was forgetting to bill us, so we got through, and so now Shanda, my administrative specialist, makes sure that she contacts them every quarter to make sure that we're getting those billings in a timely manner. And it's been great since then, since we started doing that, everything's good. But Furry Friends have been awesome, we haven't had any problems at all. And the field services from Polk County's been good, so if you see a little bit of increase there, that was built into the 2080 agreements. It just goes up a little bit every year, but way better system and savings than what we were doing when we were doing West Pet. We've saved a lot of money there. Our officers do have to go out on a few more calls, but it hasn't been overwhelming or a huge burden. We're still working on pet licensing, trying to get the pet licensing up.
We may not be able to charge for that
Yeah, we may
anymore.
not be able to do it anyway.
There's a bill in the legislature to prohibit pet licensing fees, so.
I would tell you not to be concerned because we don't bring in that much money. Unfortunately, it's a struggle to get people to license their pets. We partner with the vets. We have that ordinance that requires the vets to report. They do. So we get those, but obviously people don't necessarily have their vet in Urbandale. If you live in Urbandale, you
Right.
could have your vet somewhere else. So that makes it a little more difficult to get those licenses captured. So we keep working with that, and then we're trying to come up with mailers and things like that we can do to kind of increase that. But yeah, it's been a struggle to get the licensing up.
So no concerns about Furry Friends?
Nope.
Okay.
We have not had any issues. The community cat program's been working well, haven't had any complaints or any issues with that as well.
I saw on Facebook, I think A. Hines is ceasing their relationship with West Des Moines, so
Yeah, that threw a couple,
that'll be interesting to see how that,
Waukee was using them as well, and I don't know if Dallas County was or not, but I
I
know a
don't
couple
think
other-
Dallas County pays for anything related to pets. You know how we are in Dallas County.
Yeah,
So-
they've really scaled back and are not providing those services anymore, so yeah, I'm not sure what's gonna happen there.
So as long as we're set, I guess that's all that we can worry.
So far, so good with
About-
us.
Does the dog park generate any additional checks and balances related to licensing?
I couldn't put my finger on, we're getting a bunch more because of the dog park. I, to be honest with you, Amy, I haven't looked at that to see if they're coming in because of that.
Maybe
And it
Jan
would be
knows
hard for
later.
us to tell probably a little bit, because people know they're gotta go in there and then they know to get their license. We wouldn't be able to capture that any different than just a regular license.
And it might be more responsible pet owners who are already licensing
They're already
anyway.
licensing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't as easy as the first two, chief, but you did fine, so. Thanks, chief. All right, fire and EMS, Chief Cardwell.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about the budget. I did want to make an introduction. I believe you've already met him, but our Assistant Chief Derek Bingham is here today, going through his first budget process and learning the ropes for how to do this fun process. So it is, for the most part, actually a fairly flat budget year for a lot of the operational things in the fire department. We went back through pretty significantly this fall and looked at all of our operational costs and make sure that we trued up a lot of the numbers in the budget so that they were pretty accurate. The biggest addition that we have for the budget, the operating cost this year, is probably going to be our prevention specialist position, which is in the budget. I actually identified a budget study or a staffing study from 2015, which is where the position was actually first recommended. So we've been 10 years behind. Why we haven't filled it, honestly, is because we put more emphasis on adding staff that are on the trucks. So as we've completed all of that and then the restructure that you all approved last year, we're now in a position to bring this back. And this is an area that's been clearly identified as a need, obviously, for 10 years, but it's also been called out in our strategic plan and our accreditation recommendations that this is clearly a position that we need to add. So That's the one position, probably the biggest addition that we're looking at in the
Can
budget.
you give a little bit of a, like, job description and what their day's gonna look like?
Sure. Right now, we have one fire marshal who does all of the does all the plans approval, does all the pre-construction inspections, does all the the big projects, all of that stuff. And then our crews fill in the gaps to try to catch us up on the actual occupied structures. We have 1,900 occupancies in the city of Urbandale that we inspect. Throw in the 100 or so that we do for Clive, so we're doing about 2,000. We have to do 2,000 occupancies. The national best practice is do it every year, and that's just not possible. Right now, we're averaging almost 6 years to collect all of them. That's just too far out. So what this person is going to do is they are going to help take some of the load off of the fire marshal so that he can concentrate on the pre-construction and plans approval to make sure that all that is being done in new construction. Some of our bigger warehouses, we're getting into lithium battery storage, so that's where he's going to be able to focus. This person is going to take on managing the occupied structure inspection program. He'll be doing a lot of those inspections. The more high-risk buildings, he'll be coordinating with our fire crews to increase our productivity in the crew inspection program. The other part of what's really important of what he's going to do is really supplement the fire marshal. Fire marshal position is very difficult to fill. It's just not a lot of people want to get into it. And our fire marshal has been here for 22 years. So we need to start having some succession planning for him, and that's what another key role that he's going to fill. In addition, he'll supplement the command staff as necessary on larger incidents, filling some of those incident management safety roles. Will also serve as a fire investigator, backfilling in that position as well. So pretty much filling a lot of the gaps that we have in our program. We have a lot of Plan A's, but sometimes, especially in prevention, we struggle with the Plan B, and he's going to be able to plug all of that, but his focus is going to be primarily prevention.
You think that'll be a internal promotion or?
It's the position was written to be an internal promotion, to be a sworn position because of the crossover, but that final determination hasn't been made yet.
Okay, and you think you'll be able to fill that July 1, or
Yes.
we plan to do that?
Yep.
Okay, great. Sounds like it's very much needed.
It is very much, it's been the one gap that we've really had in the organization that we need to address. So that's why we're bringing it to you, and appreciate the support from city staff in helping us get us to this point, so.
That's a high-risk building.
So we have a formula where we go through and we measure what is the risk to the community, what is the risk to the occupants based on a number of factors. For example, how big is the building? What do they use it for? Is there a fire protection system built into it or not? So a restaurant, for example, would be a medium risk because a lot of fires happen in restaurants. A lithium storage warehouse where they're storing batteries like Interstate Battery, that's a high risk because there's really no way to put out lithium batteries. Believe it or not, some of the warehouses that we have that we're building are actually medium risk, even though they're really big, because of the fire codes that we enforce on the front end, making them put sprinklers in between the racks and protect it, then that reduces the risk. But we also weigh, if you have any kind of fire, you're gonna put that building out of commission. There's a fact that 50% of commercial buildings that suffer a fire either never reopen or reopen with a smaller staff and a smaller footprint to the city. So that's why our goal on the prevention side is really we look at risk not only for them having a fire, but what is the impact going to be to the community. That's another piece of our risk formula that we use. So looking briefly over the rest of it, couple of adjustments in the fleet maintenance, although we are happy to say that we are replacing some of our older, more expensive vehicles. It's really been hammering us on the fleet maintenance side of things. Our new ladder truck is here, hopefully in service next week. That will move that second 20-year-old ladder back into reserve, and then hopefully we'll be replacing it as part of the CIP program here in the next few months. 2 new ambulances will remove our 2 oldest, almost 10-year-old ambulances. So our higher cost apparatus are leaving, so we're hopefully going to be on the front end of that curve. It's kind of a bell curve a little bit as it goes in terms of maintenance costs, but we're going to be on the front end of it for a while here, so that should help us keep the line on maintenance costs. The only new position that beyond that, there's a slight increase in professional services. Again, part of the accreditation process requires a significant commitment to data and data analysis. We have 61 sworn people and 57 of them work shift. So with pretty much everybody working 24/48s, we don't have the internal capability, and it makes more sense for us to add an outside contractor to help us with the data analysis. So we've started that in this budget. It's not a large amount of money, but we think it is enough money to help us start getting and collecting that data, and most importantly, analyzing that data. And it's way more efficient to do it this way than it would be to actually try to hire somebody inside the department. So that's an addition that we've got going on there. And the only other thing that we have, and it's not really a budget impact, but it is something worth mentioning, is that we're evaluating our part-time program. For those of you that are new, there was a long time that Urbandale staffed its stations as we transitioned from volunteer. We used a large part-time group, firefighters that worked other jobs during the day and then worked at night, or young people coming up would work the jobs. That pool is completely dried up. So that's why we have, over the years, committed to a full-time staff, much more efficient in terms of their service delivery and capabilities. But as we look towards the future, we've identified that we need to start recruiting people earlier and earlier. I mean, literally at the high school level. So we are proposing and putting together a program that we can start capturing these students before they're even certified, while they're interns, if you will, where we could connect them to our department, again, with a limited amount of hours, but get them in the door, get them starting to work for us as they're going through their education. Then we can look at bringing them in when it becomes time for full-time hires. The best job, no matter how well you structure your interview questions, the best interview is past experience. And we will have had them, hopefully at that point, for a year to a year and a half in the intern program, and identified, obviously, if they're still here, we've identified them as being successful candidates. And that helps helps improve our retention, because those employees end up being good employees and they stay with us. It also helps us make sure that we've got a regular pool of people that are connecting themselves. There's a part of our study has been that keeping people connect with the organizations that first brought them in. At least in the fire service, that's been true. So if we can capture them early, then that's a more significant way to do it.
Are you working with DMAC on that? Or I think the city of Waukee has partnered with the Waukee Schools Apex program for their EMT training.
We've reached out to DMAC with regard to the possibility of establishing that with Urbandale, but there hasn't been a lot of interest, either from DMAC or Urbandale schools, in terms of pursuing that.
Well, I'd suggest, with the number of students that we send to Waukee schools, that you could definitely make some calls out there, because they're very open to expand, in my estimation, to expanding their technical offerings for skilled
we can follow up on
situations.
that.
So
We do partner definitely with DMAC. I'm actually on the Fire Advisory Board. Chief Bingham was just asked to be a member of the EMS Advisory Board. And this is actually part of a program where we're going to be going in and interviewing their students at the very beginning, before they're even getting started in their training. So yeah, we partner very heavily with DMAC and the fire science and the EMS programs to recruit their students, and they're going to be the main source for these interns. Other than that, in terms of new equipment, there really isn't a whole lot. A lot of what you see in the 71 budget line is just, you'll notice, replace, end-of-life type of things. We do have in just a couple of new things, one small piece of fire equipment to add, and a couple of small EMS pieces to add. Dopplers, which just allows us to do a better job of identifying inside Doppler ultrasound, small handheld units. But other than that, as I said, it's pretty much a very status quo budget on the fire side. On the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The personnel cost bullet here, it says it increased by about 450,000, which is normal increases, but that seems high compared to like the police department. And I was just wondering if that was a typo, or that's just increases in salary. Because the police department's, it's only 200 and some.
If you look at PS 12, that's where the line item, so that 449 is the net increase. So you've got 412 in salaries, but 150,000 in overtime.
Oh, okay.
So we're adjusting overtime to reflect what Trent is
Yeah.
getting closer. That's just what it is.
So overtime is probably why that seems higher.
Yeah, theirs is up 150,000 versus police is only up 32.
Okay. Thank you.
We've been hit pretty hard with that in the last couple of years. And we're working with HR to hopefully come up with a better program to start reducing the overtime costs.
But we've had how many deployed?
So we had 2 deployed all of last year. We have another firefighter that is currently deployed. We've also been hit with some maternity leaves and a couple of medical off-the-job injuries, nothing on the job, but off the job. All of these things impact our staffing levels. So one of the things that happens when we do it this way, rather than keep extra people around to fill those holes, we pay overtime, and as long as we've got firefighters, as long as we can do it safely, that are willing to pick up the overtime is significantly cheaper than adding a person. So while the number does seem high, it actually is probably, as we've looked at it more than once over the last few years, it's the most efficient way to do it, although that means a higher overtime number.
Does the overtime, I mean, do most people pick up overtime, or does it fall on a lot of the same people? I'm just
We have 3
curious.
groups. We have one group that really likes the overtime, because it's a way for them to fund the other part of their lives, whatever it is. We have one group that wants no overtime, because they would rather do their personal lives, family, whatever that is, which, by the way, has also been impacted. It used to be most firefighters wanted overtime, but now with healthcare or childcare costs and family things, that group is growing larger and larger. And then there's those that will pick up when they see a need, when they recognize that we're short, and they will pick up then, but otherwise they really don't pick up much, so.
But that spread covers what we need, though?
For the most part, yeah. When we don't have enough, then we have to mandatory or force back our firefighters. We have one of the lowest force back rates in the metro. On average, until last year, our force back rate was 1 time every 9 months, which is pretty rare because there are departments that are forcing back once a month. So we were significantly beyond that. And again, that voluntary overtime really helps keep us from doing that. So, and of course, force backs come at a different cost. So it's not just the overtime, then it's comp time gets involved and it becomes more complicated.
Is there a force back threshold that we've identified where it would make sense to shift to having like better coverage, like more full-time roles that would be able to impact that?
You mean in terms of adding people?
Yeah.
We've done that number and we're nowhere near it.
Okay.
So I don't have that number in front of me, but when you think about what you're actually paying for an overtime shift, in reality, what you're paying is the halftime of cost of their salary, and that's all you're paying. So if I have a firefighter that makes $20 an hour, just simple math, and they need to work a 24-hour shift, I'm actually only paying them $10 more an hour for that 24 hours, as opposed to having to pay somebody at $20 an hour plus all of their benefits. So when you break the math down that way, you look at the cost, oh my God, we're cost $30, but you're really not. It's $10 an hour. So when you look at the math that way, and Nikki can back me up, it's a pretty significant change. It's a pretty high number.
All right.
Any other questions in fire and EMS? If not, real briefly on emergency preparedness. Again, not a whole lot going on there. We are keeping track of our coverage in terms of adding storm sirens as we continue to push west. We may need to come back to you next year with the need to add an additional storm siren, but for now, there's no reason to do that. We do have one addition in the budget this year, and that's basically a cost to add one issue in the storm siren that needs to be done for a control board, which is $8,000.
Where's our farthest west siren?
on the, at the school, all the way out west, Radiant.
Okay.
So that's what's really giving us good coverage out there, so.
Would the point that we would need to add a new one, would that be when we look at annexing any territory out west?
It kind of would go the other way. When you make the decision, we've been asked to identify what costs would be to the department in terms of need as annexations occur based on the area that you may or may not choose to annex. And based on that, we would then be able to tell you where we need to add another siren, if we need to add any other staffing, equipment, or anything like that.
I mean, is that something we can work with other municipalities on, since we're, you know, we're getting further out west, we're kind, you know, similar to closest unit response. I mean, is that something that we could look at
So
sharing on
actually,
location and
Our biggest partner, and we've already had this conversation, as Waukee is building their second station.
Yeah.
Now, their second station is pretty far west, but it is farther north. So as we push west, that does give us that opportunity to look at doing a similar type of arrangement with them.
Yeah.
So, but we picked the fire station location to give us really good coverage for immediate future expansion.
Right.
So we're not anticipating any personnel needs. Honestly, the biggest question we would have would be water supply until we can iron out that area. There's really not a lot of partnering opportunities as you go west because you're into Dallas Center Grimes. We'll see, Grimes is relocating their fire station, so if we push north, there's the possibility, as we work through this interoperability communications piece, there is the possibility of further partnering with them that we've talked to them about, but right now, until we know exactly how far, you know, you guys choose to annex, then we've planned for it, but can't until we know what we're dealing with on it.
Do you know where Grimes is putting their fire department?
It's going, their current station is kind of in the middle of downtown Grimes. I believe it's going west and south, so.
What's the radius on a siren, or like?
I want to say it's a mile or a mile and a half. We have a siren coverage map that's available to, I can send you to you if you'd like, that shows what our coverage is. But yeah, there's a number to it, so. Storm sirens are the most inefficient way to notify the public.
They really are.
But I will tell you, try to take one down, and we monitor our sirens monthly during the tests. And if there's a problem, trust me, the public lets us know that there's a problem with the sirens. It would be everybody with your phones, with, you know, you can get weather alerts in your house. There are so many more efficient ways to do it. The storm sirens only work if you're outside and it's not a windy day. So, which kind of defeats the purpose of storm sirens.
exactly.
But, you know, they're a holdover, and people are a lot comfortable with them. They're not an extreme cost to the city, so right now, we don't have a recommendation. I'm pretty sure you don't want the public backlash that would come from that recommendation either, so.
Right.
Anything else?
It's every house.
Right, thanks,
All right,
Dave.
thank you very much.
Who's doing the police and?
I'll do that one. So that one is the last pages of the public safety section, PS 25. Kind of walks through the narrative pieces of it.
Hold on, where?
PS 25.
The public safety, just right after the emergency preparedness that you just, well, technically after animal control, but. So this is the levy that you all implemented, but, well, not all of you, but at least the mayor was around in 2011 when we started using the 411 levy. This is to cover the police and fire pension costs. There's been a lot of changes through that with the legislation. We went incrementally did 10 cents a year for several years to get it up to fully pay for the cost, and then all of the fluctuations, we shifted it all back out when we needed to jump to 810 on the general. So it has changed quite a bit. This current year is recommending a 1 cent increase to take it to 66 cents. That is back to full coverage of the cost of both police and fire pension. So it is 100% funded by this levy, which is what the intention, I believe, is to shift those to what is paying those applicable costs. So these pages just tell you what the breakdown is of between police and fire. If you flip all the way back to the front, the green sections that I just handed you, the budget summary, that's where you can see both sides of it, the revenue coming in and the expenditure going out. This is kind of the cash flow pieces of it in the budget summary section. This is for all of our budgeted funds. So budget summary 8 is the police and fire, retirement fund summary. And so this just walks through how much that levy brings in for us and the pieces of the cost that it is covering to arrive at the 66 cents. So when you look at your budget document, you know, this was a question last year, the recommended column shows the amount in there, and then it shows it as 0 for each of the departmental. That shows you their inherent cost, but I shifted all to the levy. So in total, it's still in the public safety function, so it still ties from a state reporting requirement. It still has to be in that budgetary function, but it's showing that it's 100% shifted to the levy. So that's kind of how we're showing what that cost is and what it's going for. So it takes it down to 0, so it's full relief on the general fund. It is not paying for any of those costs. Questions? Yay.
And we're, obviously, I mean, there's some proposed changes at the legislature this year on that.
There's always proposed
Yes.
changes at the legislature, so.
Yep. All right, any questions? All right, with that, do we want to take a short break before we get into John and Tim and the public?
Yes, please.
Engineering and Public Works crew? All right, so we're, at the next one is Engineering and Public Works. We got a lot of different ones. So why don't we take 10 minutes here maybe and come back, and John, you guys are up after that.
Bob, I had a meeting with
All right, we will reconvene and, John, I know you're here, but which function are we doing first?
We'll start with roadway. I guess really, I just got a couple introductions and then we'll turn things over here. So yeah, good morning, Mayor, members of council. I think this is probably the earliest our sections have started in the morning, so that's a good thing. So again, I'm John Larson. I'm the Director of Engineering and Public Works. With me today, I've got Kristen Brostrom, who is the Assistant Director on the engineering side, Tim Stovey, who's the Assistant Director on the Public Works side, and then normally we'd have Patrick Halsey, our Fleet Supervisor, here also this morning, but he volunteered for military deployment, so he will be back sometime in October. So Tim will be take care of Fleet over the next several months here. So that's kind of how we're going to run it today. Since you get to hear from me all the time throughout the year, I'll let Kristen and Tim kind of talk through the different sections. So Tim's going to start off with roadway. I will hit on a few things first that are kind of common to all of our budgets. The first one's fuel. Of course, that's not just our budget, but everybody's budget. Currently, we're under a contract, a fixed price contract for fuel. That contract runs through the end of this year. We're paying about $2.05 a gallon for unleaded. We're paying about $2.35 per gallon for diesel, which right now that's right at wholesale price. So we're not really saving any money. We're not losing any money with our contract. But come the fall, we'll look at where prices are, and we may go into another fixed price contract. At that time, we might just decide to play the market. But, September, October, we'll start looking into that a little more in depth. The fleet contribution, all of our budgets, along with many others, have a contribution to the fleet department based on the amount of work we do for them. Just like the facilities budget, I'll kind of gloss over those as I go through each individual budget. Then the last budget will hit fleet. I'll talk a little more in detail about those. And another thing is equipment replacement fund contributions. And Addison's done a lot of work with Patrick on these, but post-COVID, there was huge price increases, uncertainty about future replacement costs. There's still some uncertainty, but not nearly as much as there used to be. So you'll see in some of these budgets a pretty significant decrease in the equipment replacement fund contributions, and that's just because recently we've kind of over-contributed. So most of them, for the most part, are pretty steady, or there's actually a decrease. So now hitting on roadway maintenance, pretty self-explanatory budget. That's for our street maintenance program and snow and ice removal programs. Of course, last year we had a 2-week winter. This year we haven't had a winter, so we've been kind of fortunate there. With snow removal, it's not just a public works effort. The parks helps us out a lot. Building maintenance helps us out. Our solid waste employees chip in. Fleet guys participate quite a bit. Our public works department can handle a real small snowstorm, but I just want to bring it up. When we get a big one like last year, we had that 2-week winter. It was everybody working 15-hour days for 12 straight days. It takes everybody, so it's kind of an all hands on deck kind of thing. It wouldn't be successful without the help from those other departments. So as far as roadway, the budget goes, we talked a little bit about the vehicle maintenance stuff and the equipment replacement fund contribution. Pretty status quo budget for this year. We also have a salt storage component. I don't know if you provided that to them. Yeah. Right. Just to let you know, we jointly own a salt storage facility in Grimes with Johnston, Clive, Windsor Heights, Waukee, Grimes, and Pleasant Hill. And for us, it's just kind of a rainy day salt storage facility. Some people use it as their primary facility, but the reason why we have that budget is we manage that facility. And that facility really it didn't really cost us anything. We've got excess space in there, so we've got some people renting some space from them. So really, it's kind of a revenue source. We'll see what happens. Eventually, the need for that facility will go away.
We manage it, you said?
We do manage
Tim,
it, yes.
So the other communities coordinate with us and pay us and all that for the...
Right. The other communities pay us for potential building maintenance, we just put that in a fund, set that aside for future building maintenance, and then they contribute for the insurance portion also, so.
I knew we had that, I didn't realize we were managing it.
Yeah, well, West Des Moines managed it for a number of years. They pulled out, they built a new public works facility to get more salt storage than what they need, so. And really, we have, with our new facility out west, we've got enough salt storage facility to handle a pretty bad winter. It's just, you know, we've got it up, it's not costing us anything to have it up there. We've got about 1,000 tons up there, and if we did have a disastrous winter, we might have to dig into that, but it's rare.
So do the other cities pay us to buy the salt as well that fills it, or do they bring get their own salt delivered there?
Yeah, they get their own salt. The salt thing at West Des Moines, they do our salt purchases. I shouldn't say they do the purchase. They bid it out for basically everybody around here. So we all go together in one bidding process. So, you know, if Grimes, Grimes says we need 500 tons, and then they just direct it to be put in the salt storage facility in Grimes. So
That we manage?
all we really manage is the building maintenance.
Okay.
We're in charge of that. We pay the insurance. We keep care of the inventory. It's not really a big job.
Okay.
We're the biggest owner, so we're kind of it makes sense that we manage that, so.
Tim, for the calcium for snow and ice removal and dust control, it's listed as 30,000 gallons. Do we go through 30,000, and/or are we preparing for that maybe to increase, or where are we in like usage?
30,000 is a pretty typical number. We have not used any this year. We bought a pre-treated salt, and of course we haven't used much salt, so that's what we've been using this year. We've had really good luck with that pre-treated salt. And the nice thing about the pre-treated salt is what it's pre-treated with works better than calcium chloride, and it's got a lot less chlorides in it, so doing a lot less damage to our streets and the environment. So, but yeah, in the past, 30,000 is a pretty accurate figure. We've got 7,000 gallons of storage at Public Works. We've got 7,000 gallons of storage out west. So we probably won't even have to buy any, but we'll see.
Okay.
We'll probably stick with that pre-treated salt. And that pre-treated salt is about $15 a ton more expensive than just regular salt, but you don't have to add the calcium chloride to it, so it's kind of a wash in cost.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, and I wanted to, as far as staffing goes, is Public Works, we don't have any new requests for staffing. We feel like we're pretty adequately staffed. I'll hit on something in the fleet department when we get to that budget. Next would be street lighting. The majority of this budget is just paying Mid-American Energy for the street light maintenance and the electrical costs. The vast majority of our street lights are owned and maintained by Mid-American Energy. We've got a few on Hickman Road, west of the interstate, we own and maintain, and then we've got some uptown, up at 70th and Douglas. But for the most part, that's just a pass-through cost to Mid-American for electricity on those, little minor budget item for possible maintenance to our streetlights, just basically
Tim, what are the ones, you said there's ones on Hickman or Doug?
Hickman.
I thought ones that were more decorative is the ones that we had to
Correct,
own. So
correct.
are there more decorative ones in this Douglas or Hickman, whatever it is?
Hickman, west of the interstate to the west city limits, we own those. I don't really know the history on those.
Is this work here? Okay, I just want, yeah, so basically, is that being part of the DOT project, back when all that was done, they had Clive own the lights on the south side, we had to own the lights on the north side, is just how that was worked out back in the 90s.
I don't know, that might be something we want to talk to them about in the franchise discussions. It just seems, I don't know, I have a lot of opinions about this whole thing, but why don't, if they're regular streetlights, why don't they own them? I don't know.
I was gonna say, I don't think they're quite regular streetlights. They're a little different than Mid-Am, so likely for Mid-Am to take them over, we would have to replace them. So we'd have to hire Mid-Am to put new lights out there that are their style. and Tim, correct if I'm wrong, but the maintenance side of it is not a lot of work for us. Occasionally, one will go out and we'll replace it, but other than that, it's not a lot of work.
LEDs as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very minimal maintenance cost. Once a year, somebody runs one over, but recover the cost to repair or replace them through their other person's insurance company. So, yeah, it's probably only about 15 or 18 lights, I want to say, down there.
When we get a situation of an LED going blue, is that just like a full replacement of the bulb at that point, or is that they're kind of a period where they're like, it's kind of still lighting, it's fine?
Right. Luckily, the ones that we own, by the way, we also own the streetlights that are on top of the traffic signals for the most part, but those get paid for in the traffic safety budget. We haven't had any go blue. There've been a pretty small amount here in Urbandale. I can't recall if Mid-American Energy wants you to let them know about those. They do? You have to replace the whole, it's not a bulb like that. It's a whole fixture. They're about $500 a piece, but so that's how that goes. There's no maintaining them, it's just replacing them.
So if they go blue, they're dead.
They're not dead. They still light. They don't put out nearly as much light as they do.
I mean, that's more of a, who knew?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, good to know.
It's a very weird thing.
If you travel to the airport in the middle of the night, you'll see many, many of them
Oh,
down
yeah,
there.
absolutely.
There are a lot of those.
Okay, so that's not intentional.
No.
There's no more on street lighting. The next one is traffic safety. Really, the only couple of things I wanted to note, of course, this is just maintenance of traffic signals, signs, and pavement markings for the most part. We've had an uptick in our traffic signal repairs lately. It's as simple as components inside the cabinets failing. The systems we have now are much smarter, and they're also much higher maintenance because of that. So we did include some extra money next year for not only our contracted maintenance, but we're doing quite a bit of maintenance in-house too. So you'll see that 41 line item be a little bit higher than in previous years. Also, we requested a sign press. Right now, the Prison Industries makes the majority of our street signs. We've got hundreds and hundreds of blanks, so what we'll do to save a little bit of money is we'll ship them the blanks. They'll put the sheeting on the blanks in Anamosa, and then they'll ship them back to us. We're just trying, and of course, they obviously charge us to apply those blanks, but we just want to have a piece of equipment in-house that lets us attach that sign sheeting to the blank, the aluminum blank, and that way the prison industry can just ship us the sheeting for that. And it's just a machine that simply, it's a big roller that just exactly that, applies that sheeting to the sign. So it might save us a little bit of money. It probably have a life of 30 years, but we're hoping that it just cuts down on the amount of time it takes to get a sign. Instead of shipping the blanks there and then shipping them back, it probably adds 10 days to the amount of time to get a sign. So
In terms of like shipping costs at that, I'm assuming the sign pays, or the press pays for itself in that regard.
it should, yeah. And actually, the prison industry, they've got vans that kind of go all over the state, so they don't charge you directly for shipping, but that price of the sign you get, it's built into that, so.
Gotcha.
I guess one thing I'd like to add too, under the traffic safety, Tim hit a little bit on our traffic signals. Just kind of want to explain, our traffic signal repair budget had been going down over the years because we had a traffic signal technician. When we came this last time trying to fill that position, we couldn't. So, we went back to kind of what we did prior to having the position. One of our engineering staff actually takes care of the signals best they can, and then when there's something we can't handle, we get an outside service, Iowa Signal, that's under contract. They will help us out. So that's kind of the reason for kind of it costing more going forward, is we can't quite do as much in-house. So ultimately, we'd like to come up with a plan to maybe where we could go back to doing some more in-house, but we just got to figure out how that will work and how we can hire the right people and keep them to make that work. So just kind of a heads up. you know, we were doing more in-house, now we're just having to outsource more, but we're looking at ways to maybe go back to having a signal technician.
Is it typical for a city to have a signal tech in-house in the metro here, or is that?
Yep, it's very common. It's just, again, it's just difficult to fill. It's somewhat of a specialized thing, so, you know, I know like Clive's got a couple. I think Ankeny had maybe 4. So, you know, it's not uncommon in the metro.
Is that a situation, I mean, you know, we have a contract, if we have a contract to kind of fill those gaps, that makes sense. But is that also an opportunity where if there's another city that would be able to pick up that, like, is that a partnership that we can explore too?
I don't think that's likely, because a lot of them, I think they're busy enough within their own community, plus they help out on other things. They might plow snow at the same time, you know, so really our outside service is, we can't figure it out troubleshooting, or they also take care of our outside normal hours if something happens.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. I'm Kristen Brostrom. I'm the Assistant Director of Engineering. Engineering Services budget. Our engineering services staff includes 6 technicians and our GIS technician. They do the inspection for all of the city infrastructure, so the city projects that we do, development projects where infrastructure will be donated to the city, and then also development projects where private infrastructure for residential, like townhomes, that sort of thing. We inspect all of those to the same standards. They also assist in the winter, particularly with designing our projects, our in-house CIP projects, and they help with our asset management to make sure that we've got a good record of all the things we've got in the city and what we do. There's a lot of data maintenance with that as they install new infrastructure. So that is what this department does. Construction, we've been talking the last couple of years, has really ramped up after COVID. There was a lot of development going on, a lot of projects happening. That definitely seems to be slowing now, and maybe more just returning to the pre-COVID levels. It's not drastically low, but it's certainly low compared to the frenzy that we've had the last couple of years. So kind of balancing that out. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot in this budget. It's very similar to last year's, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
When it comes to the water testing, or the well monitoring, I guess, was that just like water testing of a well that was drilled in the Sylvan Ridge area?
Actually, so it's kind of a long story that goes back to early 90s, even before me. So I don't know full story. I only know what I've heard over the years. But basically, when they went to do the development, half of it had actually been used as a landfill in the past. So the city ended up with that ground as park. And then I think what I've always heard, the previous city engineer said, well, if we ever have to test it, I need to make sure I have some money in there. Well, it's been 30 years, and the 20 years I've been here, we've never tested anything. So in doing this budget, we were looking at things that could be dropped out, so we dropped that out.
Also landfill. Who knows? Yeah, I did, yeah. Yeah. All right. Anything else? Thanks, Kristen. Tim, back to you.
The next budget would be solid waste collection. As far as the process goes, we collect garbage, yard waste, bulk items. We do the spring cleanup. Metro Waste takes care of the recycling program. About $900,000 of this budget is for recycling, so they contract with Waste Management. They run the processing facility up in Grimes also. So the good news is with recycling is the rate is only going up 6 cents per home per month, so it's going from $4.58 a home to $4.64 a home. It's kind of leveled off after seeing a pretty significant increase in recycling costs over the previous 3-4 years. No increase in tipping fees. We currently pay $39 a ton to dispose of each ton of garbage up in Grimes, and that's staying stable. As far as the yard waste program goes, Metro Waste collects all of the revenue from bag sales, sticker sales, and then the container sticker sales, and then they reimburse us per ton for the yard waste that we collect. Right now, we're receiving $165 per ton reimbursement, and April 1st, that'll go up to $177.25 a ton, so a nice little bump for our revenue. That represents about $30,000 additional annually in revenue, and usually they adjust that every year. So one thing with the solid waste budget, this budget pretty much just represents the direct cost of the solid waste program. Things like the people answering the phones, building insurance, vehicle insurance, administrative stuff that's not included in this budget. So when we establish fees, you know, we try to have our revenue be 10 to 15% in that area above the budget, the operating cost. Next year, we're only going to be about 4.7%. So we need to look at raising rates in the future. I think the decision was made this year not to raise them because there's going to be stormwater increases. There's going to be some sanitary sewer rate increases, which I'll hit in a little bit. But down the line, next fiscal year, we'll probably request that, recommend that be up to almost $16 per home per month. And one thing I do want to point out is, and I can certainly provide this later, but we are at $14.50 per month is the lowest in the metro area. The next lowest is Windsor Heights at $15.05 a month. The average is over $16 a month. So, and that's this fiscal year. Obviously, all of these cities, with the exception of Des Moines, contract out that service, and annually there's an increase. Our rates.
We charge less and have it in-house.
Yeah, I like to think that we're a little more efficient than the contractors, plus we don't have a profit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so, and we've always been near the lowest cost, and I think we probably provide more service than anybody else, so.
Well, and you leverage our drivers too, in other ways during snow season too, especially, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, it definitely comes in handy. Those 2 yard waste employees come over to the street department during the winter, and we use them for maintenance and snow removal. Plus, I enjoy when it snows on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, because I've got 4 more employees to pick from, because we're not collecting garbage that day.
So just a clarification that it says no change to the per month garbage rate is being recommended. This will change the monthly rate to.
Yeah, that's
It's just
been fixed.
maintaining.
Yeah,
Okay.
the wording has been, the will change is maintaining.
Okay.
And just to follow up on what Tim said, one of the early discussions with David and I about how do we deal with the general fund pressures, this is one of those areas, and why we didn't choose to recommend an increase in the revenue this year is to do a true indirect cost study so we can actually move this to an enterprise fund. This is an outside service. And right now it's sitting in the general fund and is subsidized by the general fund. What Tim was just saying is those admin costs, those are still paid in the general fund, even though those revenues are coming in. So we need to just match that up. So not recommended for this budget because we need time to do the indirect cost study. That's a common thing. So we know how much of that needs to be pulled out, and then it would move in. It'll look like the stormwater utility fund. It's an independent enterprise fund because we have external customers, and the general fund is gonna need to start looking for some backstop there. So anything we can do to relieve that. So the operation won't change, it's just that it'll change in a fund type, but we need time to get the indirect cost study done and figure out what does that rate really need to be, because it might need to be more than that. But since it sits in its own department right now, you don't really see those indirect costs getting charged there. So that's the long-term goal here. So fiscal 27, you will see that will very likely move unless we find something completely interesting or we have to take longer to figure out how to structure that. But that's the intent, is to work through that process this next year.
And that's what you're noting here at the last point for future budget is like the 50 cents to $1 annual increase.
Potentially.
That's kind of the
That's-
idea.
That's the preliminary numbers that they were coming up with. Keeping it the way it is, we're gonna have to increase anyway. But because some of those are those indirect pieces on paper that flows through this department, doesn't look like we're operating at a deficit, because the rest of those costs are elsewhere. So we just need to be able to solidify what that looks like. It may be $2, it may be 25 cents. I don't know what the answer to that yet is. So that's the, call a halt on it. We're doing those other fees on it right now. I think we're okay, but we need to prove that and figure out how do we allocate that. So we'll bring that recommendation forward as soon as we have the cost study done.
And then what's the history that we have related to some of those fee increases?
Well, we really have not raised rates due to our costs increasing since about 2013. Now, they went from, over the past 5 years, it's gone from $12 a month to $14.50 per month, but that's really due to the increase in the recycling program cost. I've mentioned $4.64 per home per month. Next year, it was over $2 less than that just 5 years ago. So they renewed their contract, or they didn't really renew it, they rebid a new contract with Waste Management to collect everybody's recycling. The big thing was they built their recycling processing facility in Grimes, so that contributed to it too. So we really haven't had any increases due to our cost for 12 years, but now these coming increase in costs, these are for our increased costs. And most of it's just due to the price of the garbage trucks.
I think I said this earlier this week, I don't pay the bills at our house, so I don't see the bills. Do we break down, like, what is for solid waste, what is for recycling, what is for yard waste, like,
We do not.
on our bills?
We do not. It's just gonna say solid waste fee $14.50. The yard waste program, that's a pay-as-you-throw program.
Right,
Yep.
okay.
So,
But, so recycling is assumed under the solid waste?
right, there's nothing
And-
saying that we couldn't do that, though, I think.
But that rate is going up? No?
No.
This recycling rate?
Just 6 cents a month.
Yes. So we're absorbing it within the $14.50 is what he's saying.
But over time, it's gone up like $2.
Correct,
That
correct.
we've absorbed.
Yes. Well, we've adjusted from the $11 that it was, $12, up to $14.50 because of, so if the city has increased it, which we last did in fiscal '23. So we've increased the rate. He's saying
But it's
the
because of our
recycling
increased
piece
costs.
is what's going up. Our cost to do solid waste has not really changed, but we're finally catching up with that.
Quick question about spring cleanup. With the addition of the Saturday mornings, has that, I mean, I don't think we've seen it yet. I can't recall when we implemented the Saturdays.
A couple years now, yeah.
Oh, it has been a couple, okay. Have we seen any decrease in volume?
It's really, the first year was a little bit slow. This year has not been slow. It's a really popular program. People love it. It's good to have people come in with smiles on their faces when they're getting a service from the city. But we're hoping, that was kind of one of our goals with that program, is that spring cleanup is just it's a daunting task. If we could take, even 6-7% of the workload off that. And I think we'll find out here in a couple months. Last year it was down slightly, maybe 30, 40 tons from what it usually is. It'll be really interesting to see what it is this year. Our hope is that we can cut, we've been collecting close to 100 tons in the last year on that drop-off event, so.
It will be interesting if we could get some trend data, see.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Tim, and you want to talk, though, it's kind of had a bit of an impact on our weekly scheduled pickups, too, that we'll do.
Oh, it has, yeah. We do a special bulk item collection every other Friday of the month. That's for a fee, you pay like $35 to get a refrigerator collected or a couch or something like that. We have seen a drop off in revenue from that. For us, it's fine. It's just, really, we're not making any money off the bulk item collection program. It's just cheaper for them to bring them to us. So, yeah, it has dropped that revenue down a little bit, but we're talking, from $25,000 a year to $17,000 a year. So it's not real significant.
I love the program. It gives me a chance every month to say, hey, let's clean out the garage.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, one other question came up about kind of some special disposals. And to be honest with you, we don't do a whole lot with non-garbage and yard waste. We kind of leave that up to Metro Waste to take care of that. What they do offer is, of course, they've got the facility in Bondurant. One thing that's real handy for Urbandale is the second Saturdays of every month, they have a hazardous drop-off at the Grimes transfer station. You can also get a $25 bin from Metro Waste Authority where you can come in here, pay $25 for what looks like a little recycling bin. You fill that up with all kinds of hazardous materials, and they'll come right to your home and pick that up. They did a Holiday Light recycling program at the library this past winter. I just got an email a couple days ago that Metro Waste wants to do a battery drop-off too, which it would make sense to do that at the library also. So we'll definitely participate in that. We do have a tire drop-off annually, and John Conyer runs an electronics recycling annually. So I think we're doing what we can, but to be honest with you, the special disposals, we're leaving that up to Metro Waste Authority. So.
And they just said at the last meeting, in addition to the battery drop-off they want to do, they also want to expand the cardboard program. I think we have the one at Public Works or somewhere, and they want to put one further out west, I think, and maybe another place, I don't know. I asked Mike McCoy to send me an email about the what, where, when, how. So I'll pass that on when I get it, or he might send it to you directly, Tim, I don't know.
Well, that's good. That dumpster we have at Public Works, it gets emptied 4 times a week. I mean,
Yeah.
it's filled up almost daily, so.
That was his point. All right. I was going to mention that at the next meeting, but it seems like an opportunity.
So if there's no more questions on solid waste, we'll go to sanitary sewer and wastewater. Kind of a unique one that everybody kind of knows about, but we're basically a contractor for the 2 sewer districts. The Urbandale Sanitary Sewer District takes care of, they own most of the system in Urbandale, and then the Urbandale-Windsor Heights District takes care of everything, owns everything, basically east of 72nd Street, south of Aurora and Urbandale, and then all the city of Windsor Heights. So we also maintain the city of Windsor Heights for them. So we've been doing that now, I think, for about 3 years. But basically, this is just kind of a pass-through budget. All the costs you see in this budget, we bill to the sanitary sewer districts, and they pay us back monthly. They also pay us an administrative fee of $244,800. That's what's proposed next year. So, they're paying for things like John and Kristen to review all their plans, and the technicians out in the field doing all the inspections for the sanitary sewer system. So it's a pretty good system. In fact, it's a very good system as far as we're concerned. Pretty typical budget. We did ask them to fund a new sewer televising camera, so it's a pretty significant expense of about $160,000, but they will split that. One thing I didn't mention is like a piece of equipment like that televising equipment. The Urbandale Sanitary Sewer District pay 80% of the cost, and the other district pays 20% of the cost. That's how we kind of split joint things up, and that's based on how much maintenance we do for each district. So the biggest thing with sanitary sewer is, and John can probably expand on this more than I can, but the WRA is planning a massive facility upgrade over the next 10, 20 years. And obviously, those costs are going to be borne by the users. So not only in Urbandale, but everybody in the WRA system, I guess you could say, is going to have a pretty significant increase in sewer rates over the next couple of years. I'm not sure that our districts have set a number yet, but
no, they haven't. The sewer districts, one meets next Monday, one meets the following Monday, and that's where they're going to try to discuss what the rates should do, and they're kind of going through their analysis.
One thing I did want to point out is Urbandale and Windsor Heights, they have by far the lowest sewer rates in the metro area or the WRA area. You know, we base sewer rates on, the average home uses about 4,000 gallons per month. So if you live in Windsor Heights or Urbandale, you're gonna pay about $20 for sewer fees. I'll give you some other examples. Ankeny's at about $30, West Des Moines $30, Clive $35, Waukees at $52. So we are by far the lowest price, but those will increase significantly, so.
Is that because I mean, we're only one of the few sewer districts in the entire state, I think, right? I mean, I've always asked this question, but is that because other cities who have it in-house use it somewhat as a profit center, to be honest with you?
I'd say, I'm not sure what it is. I also know, though, the trustees of both districts have always had the philosophy of keeping them low.
Yeah.
Maybe they should have started ramping up a little bit more a few years ago, but they've been just trying to keep them low. Now, like Tim said, with the WRA, their next 10 to 20-year plan between at the plant and expansion within parallel sewers and things is close to $1 billion. So again, it's just going to cause rates to start going up as the district's share that they pay to the WRA is just going to continue to go up.
And John, I know you and I we've had this, as you well know, we've had this discussion about whether or not we should continue with the sewer districts or bring it in-house, and I think we've pretty much determined that it's still good to keep the existing format, but as things move along, especially with this expansion at WRA, do you feel we still have enough, we're getting enough input, our share of input, because we don't have a seat at the table since our trustees do, but we don't. So.
Right, correct. The trustees do, and then, of course, I'm the representative on the tech side, so I am there, here and everything. I think we do. I think we're aware of what's going on, and I think it's good. I think, you know, a lot of the communities are very similar in the metro, so we're all looking at the same things as they're coming.
Okay.
So, and really, the plant, a lot of the stuff at the plant is just the fact, you know, it's 30 years old, and it's kind of becoming time that things are starting to fail, and there's just new technologies, new efficiencies that have rearranged kind of how things are on the site. They can better perform as well.
Do you think that the city of Des Moines, is WRA keeping the city of Des Moines on task as far as what's billed by the city to WRA as well, or not? I mean, I thought there's always been an issue on that too, that Des Moines uses as a profit center what they build to the WRAs.
Yeah, and I know there've been some changes. For instance, like the WRA has their own legal system now. They're no longer using Des Moines, so there is some separation. They're also really working now on the new or updated 2080 agreement as well. So that'll kind of see how some things kind of change.
Can we get I don't know, briefed or a presentation on the plan or on their 20-year plan? I guess this is something I really don't understand. Imagine that. But so we don't have a council representative on the WRA,
No.
one of our sewer districts.
Each sewer district has one of the trustees as the representative on the.
And those memberships are based on who shows up to the meeting, right?
Correct.
Like I said, they're technically elected positions, yes.
But based on who shows up at the meeting.
Shows up and runs and votes, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have a low turnout for those positions, and not a lot of interest in running for those positions.
I think besides us, there's one in western Iowa, I think, a sewer district.
Up around the Storm Lake?
Storm Lake's got one, and I think Greenview Plaza has one as well. That's a very tiny district, so I think there's 4.
Yeah, I guess I'd like more, I mean, if we're looking at, you know, our citizens don't understand the districts, they just think it's us or Windsor Heights. And
Right.
so I guess if we're looking at significant rate increases, I'd like to know more and be able to educate our public if we're gonna see, especially if we have such low rates, if we're gonna see substantial rate increases. I'd like to have more knowledge on this situation.
As far as the education piece goes, that's been a big topic with both sewer districts, you know, not just raising rates and saying that's it, so.
But yeah, I can talk with the WRA to see about getting a presentation for them to explain what's going on, and then we'll talk with the trustees. Because again, at this point, it's a little early, because again, they haven't decided what they're doing with rates yet, so.
Totally unrelated, Des Moines Waterworks is going through a similar type thing, so.
Right, my understanding is their plant work is not also in the neighborhood of $1 billion.
For CIWW?
Yes.
Yeah, each of them are about $1 billion, so, $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Eventually, we'll start talking about real money. But, yeah, if Central Iowa Waterworks, if John or Neil haven't provided a similar update to what you're talking about, Bridget, we can certainly arrange that, to come in and explain what all has been going on since April, because it's a lot has gone on with CIWW since April. So if you haven't heard from them in a formal way, we can arrange that as well. That might actually be we do that sooner than the WRA, because the WRA, I think, is still working on some things.
I think that'd be a great idea, because I do think a lot has happened since Neil last came.
I can work on a written update for the meantime, but out of respect for the water district, I'll defer to them to make the formal presentation.
Yeah.
I know we had a conversation about the inflow elimination for sanitary to the storm sewer. Haven't heard any updates recently on that, so I was just curious. All right.
Hey, that's in the,
All
mostly
right.
in the stormwater
Yeah.
budget that we'll talk about.
Did they see you up for that, Blake?
Thank you for the lead in there. So Stormwater Utility Fund, the bulk of this budget with the day-to-day maintenance is actually Tim's department. His crews are the ones that are taking care of our storm sewer day-to-day. I'm here to really talk about that last line item, the projects and the other things that we're using the Stormwater Utility Fund for. Quick update first on the fees. So a couple of years ago, we raised the fee to $7 per ERU for the first 100 ERUs and $6 for the ERUs after that. It's a little tough to compare apples to apples with stormwater rates with other cities. ERUs is the equivalent residential unit, and it's a way of measuring commercial properties to say what's approximately equal to a house. We're just going to charge the houses 1 ERU. How do we prorate that then for commercial? Urbandale a long time ago set our ERUs at 3,200 square feet. Different cities use different rates for that, and so that's one of the reasons that makes it a little tricky to compare between sites. Some cities also put a cap on their ERUs. Some don't. Some have much, much higher rates than ours. Des Moines is very, very high. Some are a little bit lower than ours. So right now, I'd say we're a little lower than the average on the metro, as best we can determine from the averages. So we are proposing this year to go up to $9 for the first 100 ERUs, and then keep that above 100 ERUs, keep that down to $6. I think we want to have about 35 properties that are over that 100 ERUs. So their rate would simply go up basically $2 a month for that $2 increase to the first 100 ERUs. For each ERU we increase kind of across the board, we add about $17,000. Obviously, that's more if we increase the portion that's above 100 ERUs. So with the proposed rate increase of $9 for the first ERUs and $6 for each additional ERU, total, we're going up about $900,000 next year to give a little bit more money in the fund. So I guess any questions I can answer about the stormwater utility fee before I start diving into the
I have a question. So, it mentioned on the PW 27, the $2, and then in the transmittal letter, it talked a little bit more about it. And it referred to the CIP committee and our ongoing discussions about spending more money. But in the way that I read the transmittal letter, the increase in the fee would only go towards the way that where the money's coming from, we wouldn't actually be spending more money. I don't know, like it would.
I don't have a copy of the transmittal letter with me, I'm sorry.
There are additional costs in the stormwater
You
fund.
find the,
Probably the section that talks about paying cash for projects.
so I guess the paragraph in here, the way I read it, and I could be wrong, but it was, by increasing this rate, it was putting more money towards the portion of the stormwater utility paying for costs and less on the general fund, but we weren't actually increasing the amount we were spending on stormwater-related projects.
Oh, it's to avoid bond issuance.
Yeah, it's just, it would shift it, but inherently, in year one, no, we probably can't get a lot more from that, but we're able to reduce the amount we have to bond for to do those projects that are already in process. But as that fund continues to bring in money, we'll be able to increase. I agree, that last sentence just says it's offsetting the amount, the shift from what bonds are covering versus what stormwater utility revenue is shifting. But the intent would be to continue to allow for that. Remember that CIP page that I introduced at the public hearing to say, here's all of these projects that we've got. So we've already identified them, but the more I can start paying for using stormwater fees versus other sources.
I appreciate that, but I still think on behalf of the CIP committee, they want to see more money being spent, more projects being done. And we're not.
I think we added a number of projects this year to the CIP.
Yeah,
for
which
the
we
item.
did, and I think ultimately give more on the revenue number and we can do more, but with those constraints, that's what we're working within. And we still had 28 million, I'm trying to remember, I don't have that sheet in front of me that I gave out at CIP of identified projects. There's also a capacity issue of how many can you actually do. Some of those projects will start to cost more, for sure. So we're just trying to meet those needs, but we need a revenue source in between, because general fund is not a source for that, and otherwise you're increasing your bond levy to issue more if you want to do more, but it still takes money.
Well, I know
It is.
there's members of our CIP committee that want us to do a lot more, so I'm just being their voice on this question.
So beyond what was actually approved by the council in the CIP, there are projects, because the CIP is approved, and so
Right.
those are the projects that we would move forward on. Are there projects beyond that?
Well, we have one particular member of our CIP that really would like us to spend $100 million, next year to, you're gonna enjoy this. But, thinks we're not doing near enough. And I think, the consensus of the committee, and jump in here, Pat, is, that we need to do more, but not like zero out our parks budget, which was proposed one year, to spend money on
Proposed by whom?
the same person.
Oh,
Yeah.
the committee. See, I'm not,
Yeah, sorry.
I have no experience with a CIP committee. I have experience with staff, in
No, we
management
have
making
our
recommendations.
CIP committee is, and one particular member, but the entire committee is very committed to, and Pat and I are the council reps on that committee.
And if I might
Yeah,
just jump in,
please.
kind of the bottom line was just, what can we do to accelerate the number of projects that we can effectively accomplish? Based on, he's particularly looking at the, kind of the stormwater replacement pieces based on that study. And then someone like me is kind of talking about stream restoration pieces. So there's sort of two mixed messages there, but his is really about accelerating that one plan for the eastern part of Urbandale. And so the question does come into play, capacity not just of dollars for a project, but of being able to oversee that
Oversee it.
project, make it happen. And so trying to accelerate that to the extent that we can.
So
And-
the plan, the CIP that was adopted, there's not an issue with what was approved.
No, but as
It's
we look
just
forward,
signal
can we,
that-
and they had already accelerated, so can we continue that acceleration?
more.
It sounds like you're trying to prep for that with this fee.
Correct. Maybe the best way to explain it is, so we had a drainage study done for looking at pretty much everything east of 86th Street. And as you can imagine, stuff being 40, 50, 60 years old, the storm sewer pipes are smaller than we would desire them to be by today's standards, or there's no pipes at all. We have a lot of areas where, you can go for a couple blocks and there's no storm sewer. So the study at the time, and again, inflation's happened, was probably around $100 million. The comparison I use when the one committee member wants it to happen immediately, could you imagine rebuilding everything east of 86th Street in the next 10 years? That's just not possible. So we're looking at kind of balancing, improving areas as fast as we can, but at the same time realizing that you can't rebuild streets in one neighborhood for 10 years and not think we're going to kind of outwear our welcome. So we try to move it around to different parts of town, and you're also limited. You usually got to start at the creek and then work your way upstream. So we have heard, as staff, we have heard from the committee. We're looking at ways to add more projects. I feel this last year we did add several projects, tried to speed things up, move them up in the CIP, and we'll continue to look at ways to do that.
Well, I just want to make sure that, because every year there's going to be in the transmittal from the CIP committee, there will be something that says we need to do more. So I want to be able, and Pat and I do a pretty good job, I think, on the fly, like responding to those comments and criticisms during the meetings. But I want to be able to say, this is what we've done based on your recommendations from last year.
I just want to say that sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, again, the bottom line is we're doing it in reality from first of all, we're complying with the CIP plan that was recommended and approved by this council, and as John said, we can't tear up the entire east part of the city in 1 year. You can't do it fiscally, you can't do it as a practical matter, so we have to do it as expeditiously as we possibly can, but given the realities of all those constraints.
And on Tuesday, we established the public hearing for the first project, the Roseland Drive Storm Sewer going out. As you know, from Tuesday, we got some very nice bids on the first couple round of projects to go out. So I'm very interested to see how Roseland comes back. But yeah, we're planning that to be a 3-year project to try not to inconvenience residents too much. Yeah. And things just take time.
When I drive by these projects, when you have them torn up, and the one that we had a couple of years ago, people were not, they couldn't get to their houses for months, and people were very patient. They understood that it was, and there's some short-term pain to do this, but people are incredibly patient, but there's going to be a limit to the patience.
Absolutely.
John handed me that sheet, so that was decent memory for one thing. 22.6 million is what we have on identified projects in the 5-year and including the out year. And only 14 million of that is being funded for those same 10-year periods through the Stormwater Utility Fund. So the rest is being paid for somewhere else. So they make the recommendation of this is what we've got coming on, and so my job is to fill these holes. So $2 is the $890,000 that I'm short in 25. That's what $2 gets me. So over the course of that, $8.2 million over the 10 years, that's what this $2, assuming we didn't ever change it, that's at least starting the process. So closing the gap and providing the funding to do the things that they need to do as they've got capacity. That's what this $2 is, at least making headway on building that fund up, because the projects are all really expensive.
Well, thank you for this discussion. It's an annual discussion that we all, that Pat and I get to have. You'll get to have it this year too.
Look forward to this. I've never attended one.
I think we have them on tape.
All right, so I think let's go ahead and go into the footing drain disconnect program. I'll just give a quick recap. We brought this to you end of last year, and without going through the full PowerPoint again, basically every house has a foundation drain, goes around the bottom of the foundation. These older parts of town that we're talking about, the inadequate storm sewer, they don't have any place for that foundation drain to go. Typically, that does get tied into the sanitary service and gets routed to sanitary sewer. That's a problem for a number of reasons. One, we're paying to treat stormwater at the sanitary sewer plant, so there's a cost issue for the residents of Urbandale. Two, it can overwhelm the sanitary sewer. It's not designed for storm sewer inflow. A lot of the damage that happened in the 2018 event was due to sewer backups in basements because of that stormwater going into the sewer. So again, it depends on the location, how big of a risk that might be, what the slopes are, that sort of thing, but that's certainly a problem. And then, of course, environmentally, it's just not great. It's storm water that's bypassing, being returned to our creeks and being returned to groundwater, and it's getting back into the sanitary sewer system. So there's a lot of reasons why a number of municipalities have made these ordinances to make sure that those get disconnected from the sanitary sewer when the opportunity arises. And as we're looking at installing this new storm sewer in the eastern part of town, we're only really kind of doing half the job of managing the street flow if we don't also look at managing these foundation drains. So we looked at what another number of other cities did, and I'm not going to rehash it all again, but we discussed that in the fall. Most cities do have a disincentive for failing to hook up. They've got some kind of extra fee that gets tacked onto the sanitary sewer bill if you don't hook up. Some of them also offer a benefit, an incentive and assistance for hooking up. And what would be involved with that? So again, the Roseland Drive project that we're going out to bid on, we install storm sewer. We'll install the sump services for that storm sewer to the right-of-way line. That would be exactly what's done in new developments. The sump service is installed to the right-of-way line. And then the builder, when it comes in, hooks up to that sump service with, typically you get a sump pump. That service is going to be higher than the level of your basement, so you get a sump pump to kick it up and out. In these older neighborhoods, you would need to go back and install the sump pump. So this is also kind of a fun thing. Foundation drain disconnect, inflow elimination, sump pump program, like we got a lot of little names for it. But it's not, it sounds complicated. This is pretty routine for plumbers to do, to come in and install a sump pump and hook up to a service. It's not terribly complicated. I know when I was a kid, my parents did it in my teens. We didn't have storm sewer, so it just kicks out to the backyard, that sort of thing. And it's not that complicated in a process. There is, of course, a cost involved. And so when we discussed it with the council in the fall, the number that was kind of thrown out was $3,500 per property owner as assistance. We discussed whether that would be a 50-50 match, whether we just cover the first $3,500, that sort of thing. And then the council asked for kind of a budget analysis on that. So that's what's in the budget today. In the stormwater utility fee, that $327,000, that would be the city's share. What we're proposing is of that $3,500, $2,500 would be the city's share. $1,000 would be the sanitary sewer district's share. So whether that's the Urbandale Sanitary Sewer District, or we have a portion of Eastern Urbandale in the Urbandale Windsor Heights Sanitary District, they would pick up $1,000 for whichever district they're in. They have not approved their budgets yet, but we've discussed it with both districts, and they were very much on board with this, with doing this program. So we don't anticipate any hurdles there. How did we get to that $327,000? So we've got a number of projects that we've already done storm sewer, and we installed some services. Unfortunately, nobody really took us up on those offers to connect to those, and that's where we do really need to have that disincentive to encourage people, like, this is really a step you need to take. We're going to provide this sump service for you. You really got to hook up. So that number's a little bit high because we're including those past projects. We had the 73rd Place storm drainage project. We had a 72nd Street paving project. This year, 70th Street and Hopkins, I think there's only 4 lots on that one. The next big one coming up will be that Roseland Drive storm sewer project that we're out to bid on now. Again, it's a 3-year project, so this would be phased. We kind of estimated how far we thought we'd get in the first year. As part of this ordinance, we would give people a couple of years to hook up. You know, we're not expecting them to be standing there with their plumber the minute the sump service gets installed. We want to give them a little time to make that happen. But for purposes of the budget, we just sort of assumed everyone's going to do it right away. Everyone will get out there and get it done, and we'll just budget for it that way. So that's what that number is in the CIP. I think going forward, that number will probably stay about the same for the next couple of years, and then as we get more of these projects in the queue, we are looking ahead. Next year, we got the 65th Street and Meredith Storm Sewer Project. We got the Merle Hay Storm Sewer Extension. The year after that, we've got more projects in the queue, so we'll just kind of keep updating this as we move forward.
Does 3,500 per property owner reflect basically the actual cost?
That's an excellent question. We've reached out to a number of plumbers to try to get an estimate. Nobody wants to touch that because every building's a little different. Again, in this case, we're talking about lots that are fairly close to the road. They don't have a long way to run the sump service. We got the sump service there. Some houses might need, say, an electrical outlet installed in the basement. Some might not have electricity down there, so there might be a little bit of additional cost for electric. The rough number we've been getting from people is just from folks that have had experience with these programs is somewhere between $3,000 and $7,000. I know that's kind of a big range, but again, it's hard to pin people down without saying, here's the exact house I would like you to do this project on. So 3,500 is, as far as I can tell, the most generous program that we've found of all the ones we've researched. Like I said, a number of cities don't even provide any assistance. They just say, here's the sump service, hook up. So by far the most generous that I have found, like double. So I think it certainly would go a long way to helping with this.
And is this like a reimburse with paid invoice type of situation that we were thinking?
We're kind of modeling it kind of how we do our stormwater grant program. So you apply, you give us an estimate. When you're done, you give us the paid invoice and we write you a check. And really for the grant, for the stormwater grant, we turn those around pretty quick. I mean, it's not like we got a whole lot of red tape here. Like we need the proper documentation and then, we proceed. There's going to be a few more steps in this one. Will work with the Public Works Department. They can help do a dye test. We'd like to confirm that they are actually hooked up to the sanitary sewer before we pay for the sump pump to go in. Like I said, that'll be the case most places. So they can work with the Public Works to get that tested, to show that, and then they need to do a building permit. I think it's probably simpler administratively if they just go ahead and do the building permit the normal way, and then that would be an eligible expense that they could apply for to get reimbursed. And then we don't have to worry about, we can just handle it all on the back end. So those items are part of the ordinance that if we're comfortable with this number, we would plan on bringing that ordinance to you in the near future to get that approved. And then, of course, we'd be sending out a number of letters. We talked in the fall about having a web page and a web map for people to be able to see the neighborhood. We can always do an insert in like the water utility bill, mailing, stuff like that. So a number of ways to get the word out. And again, people will have a few years to get their ducks in a row to make this happen.
And so this reimbursement would be for folks that are in project areas, and the disincentives are also for those folks in project areas? Or is that something like citywide disincentive
Right,
structure?
so I think the way we've got the ordinance written now is disincentive would be for those in project areas. The incentive, we could probably offer to anybody. Again, they'd have to do the check to show that you are actually not connected, you are connected to sanitary sewer now. But I think it's in our advantage to offer that incentive and encourage people to hook up, yeah.
Right, there'd just be some conditions. For instance, some people may have to outlet to their backyard because there is not storm sewer. But I think if we have somebody connected to the sanitary sewer and there's an opportunity to get them disconnected and they want to, we should do what we can to get them disconnected at this time, knowing that it might be a while before we have a storm sewer project come through.
How would that disincentive be applied?
It's applied on the sewer fee, the monthly sewer fee. So the number I think we proposed, similar to other cities, I want to say we did $50 a month for the first year, and then it usually ups to $100 a month, like this for the second year, or for ongoing.
Okay.
And then usually there's a little bit of there's kind of a forgiveness clause, because it never fails. No matter how many letters and emails you send out, someone's going to miss the memo. And then they see that $50 charge on their sewer, and then they call and they say, what happened with this? And, if someone does that and they get it fixed right away, there's a clause in the ordinance that, we'll reimburse you last month's fee,
Something to consider. We have a ton of rentals that are east of 86. If there's a disincentive that's applied to on the water bill or whatever, if that's being paid by the renter, the owner of the home has no incentive to get that done. So we need to figure out like a tie-in to the rental certificate or something so that we're able to get that service done.
Right, we'll need to look in how other communities are handling that, but we can do that.
That's a really good point, Amy.
Yeah, super good.
I guess the other thing that I was thinking, and I don't know if I brought this up when we had the presentation in the fall, but if someone was doing this update and it fell, they decided to do a larger, update of their basement or whatever, it might align with, programs offered by the Neighborhood Finance Corporation to, really leverage resources that are available to help people improve their properties, and especially the basic systems like this. So I don't know if there's information or link, on our website that we could include link to the, rehab program through the Neighborhood Finance Corporation. I'm assuming a lot of this would be in their lending area, so that if they wanted to do a larger scale project, we could figure, they could look at combining all of this fun stuff.
Yeah, yes, we did talk about that. John Conyer reached out to them. It sounds like that, within their limits, there'd be possibly some opportunities there. So we can certainly put a link to that program on the. If we're comfortable with that $3,500, do we have any thoughts on whether we want that do we just want to cover the first $3,500? Do we want to do a 50% match? Do we want to cover the first $2,000 and then do a 50% match for the next? Do we have any thoughts on that for the ordinance?
You said the sewer districts were gonna pay,
They would-
sounded like they were willing to pay 1,000.
Yep, so our budget reflects the $2,500 from the city, yeah.
I guess, I'm okay with us just paying the first 3,500. I mean, I think for some of our homeowners, this is gonna be even to get reimbursed for 100% or most of it is gonna be a big, could be a challenge, to have that sort of money to pay out, even if they were getting most of it reimbursed. So I'd like to see us have, the ability to address that particular situation if, they don't have the money to, I don't know. It would have to be on a case-by-case basis, but I think paying the first 3,500 and then them being responsible for the rest.
I would like to see, because I'd like to see how what we've got written here goes and kind of revisit and see are people taking advantage of it? What are we hearing from people?
Oh, sure, yeah, we'll definitely give you an update.
That go through it and say, and there's their feedback, but then also people who are just like, no, you know what, I'm gonna take the hit. Like, why are they willing to take the hit and what we're hearing from them so that the program can get tuned?
Yeah, we can certainly circle back on that with you, for sure. It'll probably take about a year or so to get that, but yeah, we certainly can.
Or it might even take longer, because again, if we give people a 2-3 year window.
Right.
They're not necessarily out of their window for a few years.
For 2 years, yeah.
So when would, if people were in the Roseland Drive project area, we're gonna do this,
So.
when would these projects actually start?
Sure. So
happening?
I guess the way that we have the ordinance written, which is, again, similar to what other cities have done, is kind of provide a 2-year grace period for you to hook up. So when we implement this ordinance, the projects that have already been done, 72nd and 73rd Street, that would pretty much start, okay, here's your start. You got 2 years. Let us know what questions you have and we'll work with you. For Roseland Drive, my thought would be at the end of the construction season, we know whose sump services got in. Again, we send them another letter, say, hey, great news, your sump service is in. They'll know. The street just got reconstructed in front of their house. They'll know. But we'll say, here's your date. You've got 2 years. Come chat with us and see what you need to do to make that happen. And It would go, and again, Roseland's looking to be a 3-year project, so it would just kind of depend on how far they get each year, how many houses would come online each year for that.
So like in this next budget year, realistically, we wouldn't be dealing with very many.
Right, again, this number is kind
they
of
would be
assuming
the-
everybody gets on board, and I think it'll probably take longer. So I would expect to be lower than this number for the next few years.
Because this would be for, probably what came in this next budget year would be for projects that have already been completed, if.
Well, I suppose, I mean, this goes through next spring, so theoretically, folks that get their sump service done in the fall, they could have their sump service installed by the spring, and we could get them reimbursement, yeah.
I guess one thing I would add, during our Roseland Public Information meeting, this was a topic, and it had a lot of interest, I thought,
Yeah.
from the public. So, and I wouldn't say it was negative, just more curiosity. I think there's people that see the benefit and would like the opportunity to get it to storm sewer. Because again, when you got all this extra water coming to the sanitary, you're more likely to have a backup and problems in your basement. So, you know, just stressing the importance to them on there are benefits for them as well.
And Roseland's a pretty steep street. Roseland and Palmer are pretty steep, so I think most of those people actually hasn't had a lot of issues with sewer backup, and they still recognize the value of this. They recognize it, yeah, this doesn't make sense to be funneling that to the sanitary, so, yeah.
About how many houses are we talking about for Roseland?
So this year for Roseland, we were estimating 70. I think that's probably ambitious. I don't think we're gonna make it that far this year. And then next year, it would be 45. So I think I had 115 total on that project.
Okay, we're gonna get some good tests on this.
Yeah, yeah.
I would add that the nice thing about this, they'll structure it just like they do the stormwater grant program. So these funds actually get transferred over to a capital project fund. So it creates a balance there. So if in one year you get 70 houses, but if they only actually get 40, next year we're prepared for the others that we already funded for. It's sitting there waiting for them, so they don't have to wait for a, sorry, we're out of funding this year, you can't do anymore. They use that carryover balance. So it's part of this program now permanently.
Okay.
Do we tap those balances when they get too big to move them elsewhere?
We haven't experienced that yet.
I mean, I don't know.
That would be a great problem to have,
Okay.
but I know that they've monitored, because for a couple of years, we increased the storm drainage improvements
grant-
one, because
yeah,
they were
the grant
so
program.
popular, and we were,
Yeah.
we ran out of money. I
We
mean, we were
the
tapped
first
out.
couple of years, it was very popular, yeah, and so we raised it a little bit. Since then, a lot of the big projects have gotten done, and so it's a lot of little projects. Yeah, we've dialed that back the last few years. It's 100,000 this year, which is what we've had the last few years.
Yeah, because we upped that to
We
200,000
did. It
for
was two-
several years
yeah.
to make sure, because they were now bigger dollar. We got all the low-hanging fruit projects
Yeah.
that they were willing to do. So we've been monitoring that to make sure that it's still adequate for what we think our exposure is, I guess. So yes, but we have no overfunding
Okay.
issues right now there, sorry.
We used to be, because we'd open on February 1st, we'd have people at the front
Standing at the
door
door.
to get theirs in very first thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore.
I don't think I've actually gotten a 2025 submittal yet in February, so. Yeah. Okay, we'll plan to bring this ordinance to you in a couple of months, no later than a couple months, soon, so, thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Kristen.
And I'm back. Okay. Engineering and Public Works Admin. So this is in our engineering office. This is we've got senior engineers and a staff engineer and a stormwater, one of them is shared with stormwater, but our engineers do the construction administration for our CIP projects. They do the plan reviews for the stuff that the technicians inspect that we were talking about earlier. They handle the stormwater grant program. They handle various requests of that kind that come in from everybody. So it's a busy office. We do have one open position right now. I think we're hoping to post that maybe later the next week. And other than that, we don't have a lot of changes in this budget from last year. So I'd be happy to answer questions.
I should probably know the answer to this, but what's the difference between engineering services and the engineering public works administration?
So the Public Works Administration is mostly the licensed engineers. So they do a lot of the, the in-house designs, they'll sign for those, they'll take the lead on the designing those. The technicians, the engineering services is more the field work. So the technicians that are out doing the inspections, and of course we all work very closely together. There's a lot of overlap between those two budgets, yeah.
And maybe add to the Public Works admin, Tim and I are also in that budget.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned software additions as part of future budget considerations. Do you have a timeline as far as when you would like to see those implemented?
Yeah, so we actually, this year, for like our CAD software, we started sharing with Parks their license, and that helped. As we added engineers, we just need more licenses, so that helped. Also, the cost of those has gone up significantly the last couple of years, so that's actually one of our kind of increases this year. And what other things come online? Like, we've got a drainage software, it's working very well for us right now, but I could see in a couple of years that, we might need to upgrade that or something like that. So it's right now, I think we're comfortable with the staff we have, but it does get a little tight sometimes for licenses in the winter, so.
Thanks, Kristen. Tim, back to you.
Our last budget is the Fleet Management Fund.
Who's that, Tim?
Turn clear to the back of your budget books for that one.
It's an internal service.
IS 21 or 20? Oh, for that. IS 15.
As I mentioned earlier, this is an internal service fund, so basically every department or budget pays us, gives us a lump sum at the beginning of the fiscal year to maintain their vehicles. Part of that is parts and contracted repairs. Another part of that is the anticipated labor and overhead associated with those repairs. So this program is still kind of young. We're still gathering data. We've really only got about 3 complete years of data, so especially with that overhead contribution, that might be varying by year, because we just don't have a big sample size. Hopefully, a couple, 3 years, that'll start to level off. So year to year, each budget will have a fairly consistent contribution. For instance, fire, we only took on fire and EMS vehicles a couple years ago, and we grossly underestimated how much time we'd spend on those vehicles. So we bumped that up quite a bit next year. We hope that we're getting the fleet, the fire and EMS fleet, in much better condition, and it's much younger than it was here just a couple years ago, but hopefully in subsequent years that'll lower down and level off a little bit. So that's the big one. We asked for $36,000 additional for fire EMS. The other one was roadway maintenance, and obviously half the city's fleet is under roadway maintenance, so, or at least under public works, but so that increase is $74,000. But overall, the budget, we asked for $128,600 in increased contributions from other departments, and that's primarily to offset 2 things. The first is a vehicle lift, and the second is a shop foreman type person. As far as the position goes, we really haven't dove into the exact duties of that person and the needs for that person, but as John mentioned, our fleet manager, fleet supervisor is gone until October. When he gets back, we'll fully dive into that. Now, the lift that we have is, and I have a picture on a flash drive, but the computer's not up, but we have one large vehicle lift in the shop. It's an in-floor lift. We're finding out that we've, especially taken over fire and EMS, we have the need for 2 large vehicle lifts. So what this is basically just 4 independent jacks that you put under each tire. It lifts the whole vehicle up. There can it's much more complicated than that, because each one of these jacks is $20,000. But, you know, they work together to bring the vehicle up, and I can provide a picture later. But what we're finding is, yeah, we're commonly taking care of 2 large vehicles at a time. And in hindsight, you know, we probably should have put 2 in-floor jacks in the facility when we built it, but it's kind of too late for that now, so. And also that enables us, they're portable jacks, so when street department employees are replacing blades on their dump trucks during the middle of winter, you know, they can bring that out in the middle of the shop, lift that vehicle up instead of climbing around on the ground, so. My first question was, are they safe?
Like, does John Conyers know people are doing that?
Yeah, that was my first question. DART uses these exclusively, and they've never had any issues with them, so the answer is, from what I know, they're safe. But like I say, they all Bluetooth together, so you can't have one doing something that the other one does, so.
Does that impact our space usage, or is that a situation where others can operate within the scope of those? You know what I mean?
You mean within the shop?
Yeah, is it a space issue? I mean, I grew up in a mechanic's shop, so I just understanding space.
You know, it's funny, we just got in our facility 3 weeks ago and our shop's full. I mean, we probably should have had another bay. We have one, we do have a welding bay that doesn't get occupied most of the time, and we have just one open bay in the shop that doesn't have any sorts of lifts in it. So we do have the space for it. Like I say, a lot of times it'll probably be used in the main fleet area, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Those take space.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and they're big.
But look, when it's not in use, they don't take any space. You just wheel them off and stick them in a corner, so.
Yep.
When it comes to the, because I know we've talked to Clive about doing their fire apparatus maintenance.
Yep.
Is that are the fees that they would pay us go into this fund, or is that something that it would go separately?
Nikki can probably answer that better than I
Yes,
can.
they'll get charged the way the 2080, which should be coming forward any time now. They're paying 25% of the base overhead fees, and then we'll bill them actual. So this fund, again, like we just talked about for solid waste, will end up being an enterprise fund as well, because now we're servicing, just changes the type. It's internal service right now because they're all internal customers. So we will do the same things with the indirect cost study. It'll also help with this. So they'll pay the actual costs of that, plus the overhead. So yes, they will be in there, and that's part of the other reason for the lift too, is they're also fire vehicles, so the chances of needing those in the future. But it'll all stay within this fund, so this fund needs to be self-supporting, just like any other enterprise fund.
I'm glad you brought that up. I kind of forgot to mention that, but as I did mention earlier, we're kind of in the infant stages of our shop, our fleet maintenance program, and we've had a lot of things to clean up with fire. Our hope is our fire and EMS vehicles are going to require a lot less maintenance. We can bring on Clive. Our water utilities actually reached out for us and said, hey, can we have the same agreement? We're hoping we can do all that with the same amount of staff, but it kind of just need a little bit longer to see, you know, if our workload drops off, we'll think about bringing Water and Clive on. And, you know, if it doesn't drop off, we'd have to look at adding staff, and then you'd have to look at the pros and cons, you know.
I'd like to point out that we're an incredibly partnership-friendly community.
We are.
Should always be noted.
For those on the internet.
Talking to you.
I'm sure we'll get a text from Larry if he's still watching. Oh, we have 7.
That's all right.
I think that's it for Public Works and Engineering.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Really should do internet shout-outs every now and then.
All right. Library, Nicholas, are you ready?
You must be running ahead of schedule, 'cause they're not
is scheduled till 12:30.
Killing it. We in general government?
Libraries and Culture and Recreation,
Yeah.
CR3, please.
One thing just topically, like I had a question just for every function. I've been forgetting to ask it, but like just in like the training and development category for every area, just curious about anything, like any training opportunities that have been identified for every function that align with Strat Plan 2, just because we don't all know everything. And some of the things in Strat Plan and various other plans are just generally new ideas to the city, and so I'd be curious kind of what things are, what being looked at there.
We can follow up on that.
Sounds good.
So specific to training.
Yeah, just training and development, yeah. Because I know we have categories specific to that stuff in budget right now, but just curious what of those things are ongoing versus kind of net new that we've identified as part of Strat Plan stuff.
Great, Nicholas,
All right.
welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I am Nicholas Janning. I am the library director. I'm joined here this morning by Leslie Noble. She's our assistant director at the library. I also have Greg Ward. He is our library board president. And then we also have Diana Ripperger. She's also part of the library board. Thanks for having us here this morning to talk about the library budget for this next fiscal year. Right now, we don't have any significant deviations for our budget for this current fiscal year. Everything is on target. We're not really having any kind of abnormalities or outliers, so really great to have that. In terms of staffing has been fairly consistent. We haven't had any significant retirements or departures from the library. We have about 50 staff members over there. Probably about 40 of them or so are part-time staff, and turnover has been pretty minimal. Kind of depends on the year, but really I think we've only had about maybe 3 or so departures from part-time staff and then hiring new. So that's been fairly consistent this last year. Some of the new things that we're kind of offering at the library that I just wanted to point out, the community refrigerator, we have that over there at the library. We're fortunate enough to get that from the food grid. That is not a budget line item that is in the regular budget, so that's been a great thing that hopefully should be free. We are going to be relying heavily on volunteers to staff that, and with a little bit of guidance and oversight with the staff that we have there at the library. But highly encourage everyone to check that out. We've got the refrigerator there. Also, we have the dry goods shelf, so if people want to donate like canned food items or cereal boxes, stuff like that, very, very happy to have those items in there. Really, there's nothing that's new in the budget that we're proposing for this next year. We are very happy. This will be the second year that we're doing the Sustainable Libraries Initiative, and I just wanted to point that out. That's been a really successful program. We subscribe to that. It's kind of a nonprofit cooperative of various public libraries throughout the country, have a lot of great webinars and training resources in terms of how to make libraries more sustainable. So that's been a big help. And also as part of that, it's not included in that cost. There is no cost to this, but we are pursuing certification with that organization to be a sustainable, certified library. So there's been a lot of libraries over on the east side of the country that are doing that, and it's kind of working its way westward. And we're, I think, one of the very few in Iowa. I think there's maybe only like 2 that are choosing to do certification on that. That are working on that. So it really goes into a lot of different things. It's pretty rigorous. There's a lot of different aspects to it. Things like monitoring utility bills to see if there's anything that we can do to kind of improve the energy efficiency of the library, switching manual switches over to motion detected switches to kind of help with that. And then also there's just a huge range, making sure there's ample recycling bins out there, making sure that there's plenty of different, signage to help patrons be, aware of recycling, and then also doing programs to kind of help sustainability in the community. community. So, so that's been a really great partnership. I also like to point out, we're also doing the Christmas light recycling that we've been doing that. I think Urbandale is like the highest of all of the different communities in the metro that are doing that. If people also want to donate their smartphones that are, you know, old and they want to get rid of, they can also do that over in the lobby of the library. So a lot of great things that are included, included in as part of that Sustainable Libraries Initiative. So we're really excited about that. Also in the budget, you'll probably see a little bit later on with the special revenue, there's been some transfers for an interior space redesign project. I just wanted to talk just briefly about that. That's a pretty exciting project where we're going to be going through and kind of updating some of the areas in the library. So the last time the library did kind of a redesign, kind of an update on the inside of the building was about 2015 or so. There was a lot of different things that was before I was here, a lot of different things that we wanted to get done as part of that. But, you know, budget, you know, gets, you know, things are expensive and we're not able to, you know, accomplish all of our different items. So, so we're revisiting that. A couple years ago, we hired a space consultant to come in and kind of give some recommendations in terms of what we can do to kind of help, you know, update the library. So we have a great project, I think, you know, kind of in the works. We'll be presenting hopefully one of the upcoming city council meetings for your approval, the contract to work with OPN to kind of oversee this and kind of come up with a nice plan. The good news is all of this stuff is funded entirely by donations either to the library or donations to the foundation, or money that we get from the state library. So we're really excited about this project. We have a very beautiful library, but there's just some things that we'd like to do, especially like with the children's area, to kind of make that more colorful and appealing to kids.
25 years old this year, I think, right?
Yes, it is. Yep.
It opened in August of 2000. So.
Yeah, yep. It is kind of hard to believe that. So
Is the Enrich Iowa under the special revenue, is that the state
yes.
funds?
Yep, that's correct. Yep. So Enrich Iowa, that's money that we get from the state library, which is governed by the state government. Yep.
Are you going to plan anything for the 25th?
You know, staff have talked about that, and I think that would really be kind of nice. So it is. It's kind of an important milestone, and I think that'd be something definitely that'd be worth doing. So I think that'd be kind of a cool thing. I don't know if we'll be, you know, we might have some things done with the space redesign, but I think an event like that, we could certainly highlight some of the things that we're doing, like the community fridge, and maybe some of the other cool things that we have in the library. So, yep, absolutely.
Would you need a budget for that? Internally?
I don't know if we would necessarily need a budget. I think, you know, it would maybe, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of like a ribbon cutting or something. Maybe we might have a few refreshments. If we would need, it probably would be fairly minimal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a couple of questions. The Sustainable Libraries Initiative, I think that sounds like something that's very much in alignment with our
exciting.
goals.
Yeah.
Could you send us some information about what the certification entails? And, because I think we'd want to make a really big deal out of you receiving the certification when that happens.
Yeah.
But I'd like to just know more information about the program.
Yeah.
I know at the end of last year, the Adventure Pass program ran into some bumps with their software provider. How is that looking? I know that seems to me a very popular program.
Yes. Yep, so the Adventure Pass program, just a reminder, is something that's funded by the Library Foundation. It is a pass that allows people to, you know, visit local attractions like the zoo, botanical gardens, various places like that. So they had for a long time, all the libraries in Iowa, you know, work together in order to kind of oversee that program. Kind of an interesting thing happened very late last year. The website company that was in charge of kind of overseeing Adventure Pass program declared bankruptcy. So, so the Adventure Pass program is technically still on pause as of last year, December 31st. all the libraries in Iowa are working together to try to find a new company to host all of this. So they're interviewing companies. They're, I think, working on that. Grimes Library is the one that's kind of spearheading that. I don't know exactly when we'll have a replacement for that up and running, but I think their goal is to hopefully get that in the next couple of months, because it's a very popular.
Oh, it's a priority.
Yes.
Active.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, my other question, so reduction of purchases of $17,000. How come? And it seems to me that purchasing of materials is what, the public really wants you to do. So how come you're recommending a decrease in that?
Yes, good question. So as part of our the budget reductions for this next fiscal year, we looked at our budget and tried to find different areas where we could, reduce our budget to kind of live within the 5% reduction. One of the biggest expenditures that we have in our budget is print and digital collections. So we kind of looked through and we identified a number of different line items that we could probably reduce items from. And kind of one of our biggest line items is for the print collection. So we had to go through there, and we decided that that would probably be a good place to reduce that expenditures.
So is that particularly in the print, the physical book collection, or throughout movies, films, audio, video?
Yep. Yeah, so we did, so we try to protect the digital budget as much as possible, because that has, been, doing gangbusters. It's been growing the most of all of our different collections. So that's been really popular, and we aren't recommending any reductions to that. We're including some recommendations for the 17% for some areas of our collection that really aren't as utilized as much. Leslie can probably speak a little bit more about this, but I think a lot of that is with our AV collection with DVDs and CDs, because they're simply not getting as, they're still popular, which is always kind of amazing, but they're not quite as popular as they once were. So we think that we can reduce from those collections, and that'll be appropriate. I don't know if, Leslie, if you have anything else to say, that's about it.
Yeah, the AV budget, the DVD video games budget, we did kind of reallocate from there, because we are not buying, we're still buying kind of a copy of everything that comes out, but maybe in the past where there were 2 or 3 DVDs of one, title, maybe we're only buying one of those. So we have been able to decrease our DVD budget and do a little bit of reallocating. We're also seeing, because our digital budget is staying, or it keeps going up, and we're seeing such an increase in our e-audiobooks and our e-books, we are able to decrease the CD books, the playaways, because we're just not seeing the circulations on those, but we are seeing the circulations on those digital items.
So basically, you don't think patrons will notice this reduction?
No, I think with this, budget that we've, pulled together, I don't think they really should be able to have much of a noticeable impact. So, yep.
And one other question for now. How are we doing with the fine-free program? We're in kids, did we include teen?
Yes, yep. Yeah.
Moving beyond that, or?
Yeah, good question. So a couple years ago, just as background, we had in our budget to go fine-free for the children and teen items. So I think the first year we did just children, and I think then the next year we did teens. So again, it's just kind of a refresher. Fine-free doesn't mean that we're eliminating all fines. It's just overdue fines. So if someone damages a book, or if they choose not to return it, we're still going to send them a bill for the replacement cost for the item. So it's been great. The statistics for the children's section and the teen section has gone up quite significantly. And I think probably, that is in due because of the eliminating overdue fines on the kids items. So I think that's been a really successful thing. A number of different libraries in the metro have done that for kids, and they've also expanded out for adults. The library board has certainly talked about, eliminating overdue fines for the adult side of the collection. It's not included in this budget because we recognize, decreasing revenue, we'd probably have to offset that with some other kind of expenditure in our budget. But that is something that the library board has been actively discussing.
So I don't check out a lot of physical books, but I did check out some books, and I was told they will automatically renew, though, if no one has reserved them, which is similar, I would say, to, fine free.
Yes.
Or helps
Yep.
the cause, I guess, of people
Yep.
keeping things longer, maybe, I don't know.
It does, yeah, yeah, and that's another thing that's been popular in the metro. A lot of libraries have made it a policy that materials will automatically renew, and that's something that the library board did, I think, a couple of years ago, maybe about a year ago, and that also has been very popular as well. So I think that applies to all items. So that's children's, teens, and that's also adult items. Yep.
Are you still going to do the sustainability fair this year?
Yes, I think that was very popular. Stacy Stanton, our programming and outreach manager, was the person that coordinated that. And I think, that was our first ever sustainability fair, and I think definitely that'll be coming back again. So, yep, I heard some really good comments about that.
Yeah, it was great.
Yep.
We're not gonna open a splash pad the same day again
Yeah.
this year, right?
Yeah, let's not open a splash pad on the same day, yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Well, and the All Urbandale Reads book is also about sustainability and climate change, so I
Yeah.
think there'll be great tie-in there from a programmatic perspective.
Very exciting about the
Yes.
certification.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, happy to pass that information along to you. It is. It's been a really great initiative. We're still working on that. It'll probably still be, I don't know, maybe like another 6-8 months before we're kind of completed with that. But it's amazing. It's amazing how all-encompassing it really is with all nature of things with sustainability. So, yep.
One question I have is around the book drop at the elementary school out west. I don't remember the street, 128th or something. How is the usage, like, is that pretty heavily used, and would you see a need or a desire for one even further out west, like at the fire station on 156th or something like that?
Yeah, great question. So we do. We have our book drop that's out at Webster Elementary, and that has been a pretty popular service. So we get that emptied once a week. So that's Thursdays. We have a service that empties out that drop and that brings that over to the library. It's very heavily used. We'll have several, probably a couple at least big totes of items that are completely filled that are brought there to the book drop. So it's been very popular. I know we have kind of thought about expanding out to maybe a different location. I think there's probably a need for that because especially I think when that was first out there, Webster Elementary, is far west, but Urbandale continues to go even further west than that. But no, I think, another book drop out there probably would be very heavily utilized, maybe fire station or a park or something like that.
What about even, I'll throw something out. How about a satellite location at some point further west? What?
I think that's fantastic.
I mean, we've always talked about the lack of infrastructure out west for our residents. I mean, I think maybe we might want to look at a satellite library location out west. So.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think that'd be pretty cool. Or even if there was some other thing out there that we kind of piggyback on and, have a place maybe for returns or like a holds shelf where patrons could go over there. Or there's even like vending machines, I think, that could be something that would probably be, widely used by patrons. So, yeah.
I think it's a fantastic idea, Mayor.
Thank you. I seriously, I think we should look at it.
Yep.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it's one way we can brand Urbandale. We've talked about this. How do we get the services and to brand Urbandale in what part of the community? I think tying the library into that part of the community would be great. So.
Awesome.
Yep. I will also say just a thing, it's not really a budget impact, but we are working on a new website, so you'll probably be seeing that later this year. So we're really excited about The website changing, Leslie's been taking the lead on that. And I will say, just in general, circulation has remained very strong for all items. So, there's still a demand, I think, for print items. That's still probably like 70% of all of our checkouts. Then we also have quite a few digital checkouts as well. So that's been fairly strong. I think Greg wanted to share, our board president, just a few statistics of some of the usage of the library. So I'll kind of turn it over to Greg.
Good morning, everyone. As Nicholas mentioned, I'm Greg Ward, President of the Board of Trustees. Wanted to share a couple numbers with you this morning. So if we annualize the current fiscal year number and then look back at the 2 prior fiscal years before that, we have 200,000 visitors to the library every year, which is 17,000 visitors per month. We also answer 20,000 reference questions per year, 1,700 per month on average over that three-year period. That, along with everything that library staff does and our myriad of resources that we have available, would not be possible without the continuing support of the citizens of Urbandale, the City Council, City Administration, and the Mayor. I'd like to do a special call out to the Mayor. Bob, in my 12 years on the board, you've always been there for us. We certainly appreciate that. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Councilmember Cacciatore and City Manager Jones. Mr. Jones, welcome to the city. We'd also like to extend an invitation to everyone to attend a board meeting. We meet the 4th Monday of every month, except for December, where it tends to be the Monday mid-month, and then May and November might be affected by Memorial Day and Thanksgiving. Those meetings begin at 5:30. The foundation meets 4 times a year. Dana Ripger is the president of the foundation. Those meetings occur in March, June, September, and December. That meeting begins at 5:30, just before the other board meeting. Meanwhile, if you have any questions about the library, reach out to Nicholas or myself. But again, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we want to express our heartfelt appreciation for everything that the city does for the library. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Greg.
You bet.
Very good. And happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Is there somewhere we can find the interior space redesign plans?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to share that out. That's not something we have on our website, but we had our consultant that came through a couple years ago and had some recommendations. There's a nice summary that I'd be happy to share out with you. There's probably going to be a new sort of specific kind of concrete set of steps that OPN will work with us to do, and that's after it's been approved by council, and that's probably going to be a couple months out. But I'd be very happy to share out that summary of what the space needs consultant came up with.
That's really great. All right. Anything further?
Thanks for being such an asset.
It's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Diana. All right. Jan, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I saw you brought something in back there. What's in there?
The annual brown butter, I call them now brown butter budget cookies.
I don't know, the year that you had the frosted sugar cookies was also.
It was a very good
I
You
year.
call
got
them
a lot that
Brown
year.
butter bribe cookies, I think.
Hey, whatever it takes, just baked this morning, so yes,
They're awesome. Some of us cheated.
thank you. Number of staff are either sick with the crud, or Dick Lilly was planning this to be after lunch, so he may be coming to answer facility
We're
questions
way
as
ahead of
well.
schedule, so.
I know, I love it. Well done, council and mayor. All right. Just going to overview a few of the main changes or things to note in the budget. One, I just want to acknowledge, I've been listening this morning, but want to acknowledge of the partnership with the other departments. We couldn't do what we do without the phenomenal collaboration with the departments. They're crucial to our success. And also staff, Scott Hoke, he's the assistant director. Dick Lilly is supervisor of facilities. Chad Malang is supervisor of parks. Larissa Williams is here. She is supervisor of the senior center. Molly Wilhite is a recreation superintendent. And they're the rockstar team that make our magic happen, or where it's our tagline, the fun begins. They make it happen. So, just going through a few things with the parks budget in '01. We moved 2 of the laborers when we originally started the facilities department in 2013. The laborers from our park staff were assisting the facility supervisor. And now we have 2 specific laborers that are in facilities. So we just moved that to better reflect the actual operations that are happening. So that you will note in '01. We did decrease a number of the expenses in professional services, decrease of about 43,000. And a number of these decreases, we're just looking at trends and past history between parks as well as recreation. What is the saying? Plan for the worst and hope for the best. So like with mowing, you plan for every mowing happening. If you're going to have a wet spring and through the summer, that hasn't happened every time it's dry in the summer and you don't have as many mowings and so forth. So that's where we were comfortable of decreasing that. As well as this year, we have in the budget $20,000 for a contract management plan for the timber management, which we did, by the way, get an initial first report, so we'll be sharing that with you at another time. But also in this budget then is requesting $30,000 for implementing some of that. So for the invasive plant removal and restoration of timber areas. So moving forward with some of those recommendations. In 48 utilities, we have increased $25,000 for water and sanitary sewer. The splash pad, very popular, very well used. The guys looked at, in the first 2 months, it was used all the possible time that it could be used, 92% of the time it was used. So obviously, water, and then we haven't paid sanitary sewer before, because we haven't had this type of amenity, so needing to pay sanitary sewer as well. But
The 25,000 is an increase over what we budgeted last year.
Correct.
For the month, okay.
We budgeted for water last year, not anticipating sanitary sewer, but that is one of the expenses. And this year.
I'm sorry to ask another question, but we're talking about it. So you said 92% of the time that it could be used. So, because it's like motion activated, or
you have to push the button. Right.
Starts so
right.
If it was downpouring rain at 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
it's not
operating. Okay.
Correct. Yep. And this year, we act like when you push the button, all the features are activated. There's like 9 or 10 were going at one time. We are planning to, there's still a lot of play features, so we're planning to sequencing a little bit different. So there's still a number of features going, but they're not all at once. So that should, just little ways that we can still have the excitement for the kids and so forth, just not all that water going at once. And we anticipate, I mean, that first year usually is the big splash, no pun intended. Pun intended. But it's been popular, and we hope that it will continue. And obviously, with the improvements continuing at Lions Park, with the just finishing on phase 2, which is the pickleball, the tennis, the basketball courts, the kids' play area, and then rolling into this year with the improvements on the playground and additional parking, we're going to be bringing a lot more people to the park. So that's what we do. That's the exciting part of it. So. Maintenance supplies, again, we just were looking at how can we do that 5% increase, and this is just based on historical data of just trying to decrease some of those areas, be pond chemicals, gravel and sand, flower garden material, just incrementally reduce some of those. And Nikki gave me assurances that if all of a sudden we have the perfect storm and we have to mow every time and all of our rec programs go 100%, we can have the discussion of amending the budget, because the rec programs that we'll get to, then we'll have more revenue for those. So those are in regards to 51. 56 is vehicle maintenance. We have an increase of $29,160, and that's due to the overhead costs related to increased salary and then the future equipment replacement with the fleet maintenance that was just discussed. So those charges to each department. Equipment replacement, that's a decrease of $86,000, and that's where contributions for the result of the city reaching adequate contribution levels on equipment, and then contributions for the building maintenance vehicles were being extracted from the parks budget and is now being allocated across all departments, because again, facilities, all the operations of facilities is allocated across all departments. And in 91, I just wanted to, one of the big projects that we feel is very crucial this year is doing a master plan for Walker Johnson Park. I think I've mentioned it at previous meetings and during the CIP. We have the softball complex up there through the CIP that kind of initiated this discussion. We have a number of infrastructure, quite significant costs for infrastructure, such as lights and infield turf and fencing and so forth, and looked at with all the area communities now having new sports complexes with synthetic turf and a number of our rentals, because right now our softball complex we rent and for programming and so forth. So just getting a look at community, what do you want to see? Let's reimagine Walker Johnson Park. Now, we're certainly not talking the skateboard park or the tennis court or the creek access that's just being finished, but looking at that softball complex, and who knows, maybe it'll come back to let's have more softball. Let's have, it'll be a fun process. And the big thing of this obviously is community input, and that's usually where the cost for a consultant gets more significant the more community meetings you have. But that's, I would say, of our projects, added projects this year, this is one of the most crucial that we feel, because it has the domino effect on so many different things as we move forward. And then whatever comes to that, we'll be talking to you at the CIP of how we implement those. So just wanted to report Dog Park, super popular. We had 364 dog passes this year, 274 are residents, 94 were non-residents. And again, the cost for a dog pass is $20 for residents and $45 for non-residents, so very reasonable.
Can you
very
give those,
positive.
the breakdown of residents versus
Yeah,
non-residents?
274 residents and 90 non-residents, for a total of 364 dog park passes.
Are you tracking daily usage too?
I don't know if our code system, that's a great question. I can talk to the staff if that's a,
I'm just interested to see who, you know, on an average day, how many you get in there.
yeah, that would be interesting on the usage. So one of the questions that came up leading up to this is about like the safety technology. We're requesting for a table saw, and that one does have all the updated technology and automatic blade stop and things like that. So any of the equipment and tech that we look at having the safety is certainly a #1 priority for us. So that's a quick overview of the parks budget.
How are we doing on ash tree removal?
We're very, very well, and that's where in 81, one of our areas that we are kind of focusing now, we've done a lot of removals, intentional removals, and now we're, a lot of those funds will be working on replanting. Obviously, this past year, we planted over 1,000 trees. With planting, you have to consider the maintenance of ongoing watering with them as well, but after the tornado went through, we had a very successful fundraising effort, community very generous, so we raised funds with that, a number of different grants that we have for tree planting. So diversifying the trees, but yes, when Scott got here, we really emphasized even more of they're gonna go. Obviously, the first round was a safety issue ones, and now we're incrementally continuing to remove. Fortunately, some people, we think fortunately, we don't have right-of-way trees for ash trees, so that's helpful in regards to that process, so.
Cool, thank you.
And we certainly appreciate everybody's positive response in the community as well. The holiday lights, extremely popular. We have some funding requests in there to keep making that even better.
That was my question, is obviously very well received in Urbandale and well beyond. Where, I guess I didn't pay close enough attention, but you're adding like new things every year. What line is?
It's under 97, so at the CR 12. toward the ending, the transfers out. Holiday lights, we're asking for $35,000. It's amazing how, like, the gingerbread houses and the big features will.
So that goes towards buying new features.
Yes.
I would say that the Joy was such a great purchase.
Yeah.
Really, really
Yeah.
liked that addition this year, but,
Scott and.
always
the-
look forward to seeing, you know, what's next. And I like that we still have some of those front trees lit. I think that's, nice that we, keep that going.
The staff do an exceptional job. It takes a long time to prepare for that, and Uplift Iowa, or Uplift Urbandale was a big helper with that as well. But we keep looking for opportunities for volunteers, but staff is, obviously, when you have the big lift at the top of the big tree, that's not a volunteer that's gonna be doing that. But yes, we're thrilled with it, and we're certainly glad you are as well, and continue to support that.
At one point, we had gone and the big ornament, like walkway feature was off. Was that just like a weird wiring issue, or was there a short in that?
That's a great question.
Okay,
I'm not sure on that one.
all right.
How well used are the softball diamonds at Walker Johnson? Have you seen an increase or a decrease in use there?
Each year, it's been a little bit more of a decrease. 2 years ago, the net for rentals and so forth, after expenses for maintenance and staff and so forth, was like $50,000. This past year is about $36,000. It goes in spurts, obviously. Spring, everybody wants to use it, and a lot of the youth softball and baseball and so forth. Summer, when there's in between seasons, not as much. We do have a pretty consistent vendor that does for weekend tournaments, but again, we want to keep it a reasonable price so teams can come in and use it for practice as well.
Who's the vendor? Just curious.
USSSA with baseball. But yeah, a lot of them are going to when you have 12 fields and synthetic turf, and we have our niche, but is that meeting the biggest need of our community? I will mention that with how that land was purchased at Walker Johnson, it does need to be outdoor amenities. It can't be an indoor community center or something like that. It has to be outdoor.
Something to note, I'm gonna bring it up just because there's a captive audience. But Clinton, Iowa, today actually, has the artist Dambo coming in he's gonna do a sculpture in Clinton overlooking
Crazy things.
the trolls. Yes, so overlooking the Mississippi, it's the first time there's been an Iowa sculpture. It's something that just kind of I think about for the western part. Could be a huge game changer, and it's coming. The folks that are bringing it in is the Sawhill Mill Museum. It's a small museum, and are figuring out how to do this. Something from the arts side that I thought that could be cool. It's the first one in Iowa. Maybe we have the second, but something just to kind of think about.
Yeah, I'd love to. We've got an exceptional public art committee, and obviously with your support. So certainly, we're actually just going to be meeting next month about what are our strategic efforts in the next year or 18 months. So certainly look at that.
I think that'd be really cool.
Speaking of art, are we going to have some kind of a grand opening, if you will, when the mushrooms come?
Yes, we are planning I've talked with Cole, with Icon and so forth, and the artist, and anticipate, let's do a big ribbon cutting for both the actual Creek Access project, so you can have Bravo and Icon and you as a council and mayor and so forth, make it a big deal. But yes, we definitely plan it. The Creek Access is nearly completed.
Looks good.
Thank you for
Looks
sending
good.
those pictures.
Yeah, it's
I rode
finally.
my bike past it the other day, and it looked great. So.
Yeah. So in the mushroom, the footings are in. We're working with the artists for the electrical part, and they're being fabricated right now. So anticipate spring. So as soon as we know those are in, we will set a date, and we also want to certainly celebrate the amenities out west and the regional playground, and Barrett Bozen has a new feature, so we'll have a number of, you know me, I love to celebrate what we're doing, so.
Party,
You can have a
parties.
microphone out there, Jan.
What's that?
You can have a microphone.
Oh, a microphone and an audience. Yeah, that's what when Scott said he couldn't be here, I'm like, I don't have to give up the microphone today, cool. Anything else on parks?
For public art specifically, like, talking about different projects, like, are we continuing, is there an appetite to continue the piano in front of the library and things like that?
Yes, we actually just got the invoice, confirmed it, and Nicholas and Stacy at the library have been phenomenal. We have a performance series, so we already have, last year we had 9 different performances of all different type of music, and Pat shared
And
her.
there'll be a flute and harp on June 29th.
Yes, so.
Is it gonna be 100 degrees that day?
Oh my God, yeah, because we're playing, so of course.
Yeah. But we also, with the public piano last year, implemented where we recruit piano players from the community of any different level. And Sundays, it's the Public Piano Sundays Performance Series. So in the afternoon, every Sunday in the summer, we pay them $50 to come in, and it's fun, from Chris's daughter, very talented piano player, to very experienced piano performers. So it's kind of a fun new, so we'll be continuing that as well. All right. Grounds maintenance, nothing really big to reflect, just a decrease in professional services. We're going to decrease in utilizing contractors for like the Douglas interchange, landscaping and tree trimming of city facilities. Several of the ash trees were removed current fiscal year. So last year, we were able to add the staff person to really focus on Douglas Avenue, and I'm hoping that it's noticed of the improvements and so forth, and we'll continue to focus on those, but a little bit less of the contracting, and internally, we're focusing on those.
Does this include, I mean, I've had this conversation before with you and Scott before, Jan, but like in the trail areas where we need to get in and clean up some tree debris and things like that, is that in here? Is that in this budget?
That's essentially, 23 is
That's in
parks tree removal. So, are contracted, but for what we can do internally with staff is obviously within the budget of just staffing and equipment and so forth.
All right. We're keeping up on that as much as, I mean, like I said, I just noticed, especially after, the large storms, we see a lot of down trees in
Yep.
there.
I think 3 weeks ago, the guys sent me a video of it. They got a big brush hog or a unit in front of the skid loader, and I'm like, it's pretty cool. It's just.
It was right behind my house.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It was functioning pretty much as a forestry mower, although it
Yeah.
seems quite a bit smaller.
So yes, we certainly want to continue, and it's a balance, and greenways, like through Colby Woods, and some people want it manicured, and it's like, well, when a tree falls in the woods, does it make sense? It's natural habitat and so forth.
That's
so
where
a
you
lot
find
of time-
mushrooms then, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a balance, but yes, if it's getting close to the, any infrastructure or a safety issue, we definitely want to take care of that immediately.
Can I ask a couple quick
Yeah,
questions?
absolutely.
On that $30,000 for the implementation of the natural resources management, where's that, what kind of expenditures are those? Is that going to those 3 particular sites exclusively? And what's happening with that?
Yeah, we're
Kind
gonna
of work, or do we know yet?
We don't know specifically yet. Once we get the report back of saying these are the main area, a lot of it is invasives, where it's amazing, the initial report of how many, the big challenge that we have with that, but also reforestation and focusing on the key areas where do we need to refocus. And if you notice, like even just south of the Wellness Center, where there's trees are all gone, so looking at strategic and intentional, where are we doing plantings that make the best sense? But right now, we don't.
We don't know the answers yet.
specifically.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And then on this grounds maintenance, I don't know whether grounds would be the right word here or not, but maintenance with the Icon access point being established. What's the relationship between us and Icon? I kind of know about this from the Icon perspective, but I want to hear it from you so that I understand it fully in terms of maintaining some kind of access, that the water is going to be safe for people to get to.
And that's
Get
where
into.
our staff would be looking at that in regards to if it's something that we can't handle, we would contract. If it's a big tree that's down or so forth, but in that area, usually if it's something that we can get at, staff would do it. Consistent with all of our parks, it's just another amenity in our park, is if we can't do it safely, then we hire a contract to do it.
And ICON's not gonna have anything to do with that, huh?
That hasn't been a
Okay.
discussion. And ours is a little bit different than a creek or a river access
Right,
with
right.
boat ramps and so forth. Ours is, kids get down and
That's
get
what I was
muddy.
kind of wondering about, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mhm.
All right, I'm done.
Cemetery, just wanted, just to note, we did get the final two, or this past year, the final three Columbarium, a month ago. They installed the final two, so that will be it for Columbaria, for our discussion and your recommendation as well. We have about 100 niches now with the 8 total Columbaria. We have about 100 niches remaining. So I think that's a couple years worth, depending on, I could have some pun with that, but I won't, but depending on how many
'Cause
people
people
are
are dying to get in?
dying to get in there, exactly. So.
I had to say it.
That's right, that's right. So just wanted to mention that's in, and we are putting that out on social media and so forth of making people aware that that opportunity is there now. On to recreation. And just as a quick overview for Joe as a new council member, and David, I'm sure you're very familiar with the recreation part of things with City of Ankeny, but recreation-wise, most of our classes are fee-based, so you're gonna need a minimum number of people for the class to go. If we don't get that number, you don't hold it. You're covering your direct cost. Obviously, we're not covering for air conditioning and heating and things like that, instructors and supplies and so forth. But not, and with that, we have anticipated revenue coming in of $135,000. And that's before the grants and so forth that we bring in. But we also have, last year we did 22 special events. Obviously, those are funded through the budget. So Party in the Park, Miracle on 86th Street, the movies and so forth. We always look for sponsors, but I've learned after 27 years in working with Nikki, it doesn't matter if you bring in sponsors. If you have the expense, it needs to be reflected in the budget. So making sure with that. But we had over 560 programs just in the recreation side of things this past year and 5,400 participants. So continuing to grow. One of the challenges that we are facing, obviously, is indoor space. We have our 3 park shelters, the Chivanetti Shelter, Lion Shelter, and the community room at the senior center that we do most of our programming. We are able to work with the schools Sunday evenings to get some gym space, Waukee, some gym or some room space as well, but those are hard to come by as well. So with the Uplex not being approved, that's our biggest challenge of indoor space. So as you approved in the CIP, we're going to be moving forward with the rec hub that addresses some. It's going to be the 2 garage bays will be community space, so rental space, as well as we can do some classes. That's certainly not addressing our big issue. So that will certainly need to be an ongoing discussion. We'll touch, I guess it ties right in with the senior center as well. We are renting the Hawks Nest, which is the basketball facility on 121st Street, called the Hawks Nest because it's the court from University of Iowa. So for senior classes, the fitness classes are exploding. That is our biggest need, 38 classes a week. So that's our biggest request. So we look to that as an option as well. So, and that's reflected in this budget for the seniors as well, is not needing to rent space.
So you're holding senior rec classes or senior wellness classes at the Hawks Nest on 128th. Are those filling up? I mean, are there any concerns with, because I know that, in the significant public discourse related to the Recplex, the thought of seniors having to drive to Walnut Creek Regional Park to attend a class was shocking to some people. So I'm just wondering if this, using the space, which I think is a, great idea, is being utilized by the seniors.
And Carissa, correct me if I'm wrong, and I can let you answer as well, but we just started it in January.
Okay. Oh,
So just, we don't really have trends of it yet. It's kind of just a release valve. So are they filling up? No. And we'll have a better idea by, March, April of, is that going to meet those needs? But again, fitness classes are the biggest desire, and we're running out of space. And one of our challenges is that the senior center programs have been now using like the Chivanetti Shelter and Lion Shelter. Well, then rec classes can't be held there, and if it's on weekends, then the community can't rent them. So it's a big chasing our tail, but we're doing what we can. Rec and seniors are kind of at capacity in regards to what we can do, and getting more creative of outdoor classes and like I said, renting facilities and so forth. But also with recreation, professional services, that's for instructors and instructors and so forth. And again, that's we planned for the worst and hope for the best. That's in the last several years. If every class goes, and if we aggressively move forward, and we're just saying, okay, past trends, statistical data, we're scaling back a little bit, and if we do fill them again, that's where the discussion in the spring, and then we'll have the revenue to offset that. So, and program supplies, same thing. We're just basing that on the needs and the past trends, and if we start having a phenomenal year, then we'll be coming back to you on that. So, that's about, there wasn't much at all in recreation for changes.
I need to make a comment. This isn't specific, it exists, we all know, but, there's no programming offered in the western part of our community. And I think that's a big issue. That's how people see their community being in their community. We talked about it with the library. I know during the summer, mobile rec and story time in the park is great when we can be outside, but I don't know. We gotta keep working on this. I know Curtis is leading, internal discussion about how we can, meet the needs. But we're just not doing anything. And I'm not expecting you to offer up any solutions, but, there was another interesting discussion on the Urbandale Community Facebook page about, East versus West recently. And, despite everyone's best intentions, the divide exists. And those of us that live in Dallas County or west of the interstate, also deserve to be able to have access to City of Urbandale programming without having to drive 6 miles into Urbandale, because if not, they'll drive, 2 miles to Waukee, or, Clive will have programming closer as well. So it's something that we need to keep at the forefront. And it's I've had some people, my neighbors, express frustration very recently to me about this. So I don't know, you mentioned renting space at some of the elementary schools. I know when my 21-year-old daughter was very young, we took a class at like an intro to sports ball, basically, at Walnut Hills. But I don't think we even offer any of those type of things. I know it's the gym space, but
gym and classroom space is limited, and even in the schools where you can maybe get into the schools at 4:15 or 4:30, well, the kids get out at 3:45. So the 45 minutes interim and so forth, but it is, obviously that was one of our main speaking points for a facility out there. If you don't have a facility, it's very tough to have programs, and that's where during the summer, we really focus as much as we can out there with activities for outdoor, but without a facility, it is extremely tough.
Well, I think, you know, what Bob talked about, a satellite
Yeah.
library facility would also be a great place to have, you know, rec classes and other, you know, or we could even vote there, would be crazy.
We could have some sort of multi-purpose, I don't know.
So,
I think we should.
just want to keep that discussion
Love it.
going, and I know Jan it's something that you're always thinking about.
All of us should go buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
And
And maybe we won't use the scientific polling that we used last time. I just,
Oh, I feel so bad about that.
I just laugh
stop.
at the lawsuits being filed over the Iowa poll, because we had some equally
right.
similar
So
results from our polling.
a question related, and I apologize, I should have seen this when we were on this, but I know we do the pool passes.
yes.
With the new Waukee swimming pool, no,
Well, it's a school facility.
aware.
Yeah.
But is there any way to experience, or to explore a conversation with the school regarding that swimming pool location?
In initial discussions, that's what I've heard too, is when we were talking about that of pool, or if they do the indoor and we would do the outdoor or whatever, but I can't speak for Waukee, but I think too, kind of the message I heard, it's a school pool. And once they figure out their school needs, then a component might be available for the public, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
I haven't
That's fine.
heard
I'm
of
just
any
curious.
public availability of it yet.
Not yet, but I'm just
No.
wondering if there's.
I mean,
been
I would think
conversations.
so, at least, you know, lessons or something. I don't know, this will be the first
Season,
summer
yeah.
that it's open. And I would imagine that they would want to program it as much as possible, but I do know they're offering or they're taking, I think, all third graders in the district to the pool during the school day for 10 days of lessons or something, which I think is
Yeah,
pretty amazing.
Similar to what Urbandale had done. Yep. And the partnerships, just to touch on that, the Clive partnership has continued to grow every year. I think that was emailed out to you, but last year we had 416 passes sold that have impacted 1,324 residents. So that has grown every year, and anticipate, you know, obviously if they raise their pass fees, then that's the impact on our end, but it's been well received. And every year more people learn about it, so I think it's a great partnership. Nothing else on recreation. We'll go to the senior center. And we have, and this is like Carissa's baby, but I said I'd keep the microphone, and she said that was fine, so she can answer specific questions. But in 2024, we had 45,000 visits at the senior center. As you know, it's Urbandale is the only exclusively city-run senior center. We have over 1,000 active members. Approximately 60% are residents, 40% are non-residents. And fitness classes, again, are the biggest, most popular, 38 classes a week. And a question came up. So last year, we raised the non-resident fee, and we said 30% or a maximum of $10. That was like $5 for a class for a month for a resident. I mean, $7 non-resident. So the impact was not significant. And most people were supportive of it, not really a big issue for non-residents. They understood when I attended some of the senior advisory meetings, and a couple were non-residents, say, we're willing to pay. Again, it's $7 for a month, so $1 something a class. So so not really an issue, and the numbers did not go down for non-residents. So, and for all of this discussion that we'll have, we never deny participation because of financial situation. We provide funding assistance. I don't know if that's ever been taken advantage of. We remind people of that when they do have a question. But we are proposing, because of the ongoing increase of classes, then you have more instructors and you have more expenses and so forth. And right now, again, where classes are like $1, so $5 to $8 a month for 4 classes. So we're proposing a $2 increase per month. So essentially a 40 to 60 cent increase per class. That will, because we anticipate, if we continue to have the growth and the rent at the Hawks Nest, what 3 days a week would be $30,000. So we anticipate that extra $2 increase will offset that expense. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that in regards to the revenue and so forth. We still do subsidize. And Carissa, what percentage? It all depends. We can get up to 50 people in a class. If you have that many, even at $1.50 a class, you're going to cover your expenses more. If it's less, then there's subsidy. But as compared to our recreation classes, usually it's like $8 or $12 per class, so it might be $40, $50 for a class. For the seniors, it's, again, $7 or $9. So there is still some subsidy there. When you have the greater volume of people, then you start subsidizing. But I think overall, what percentage?
The whole fitness program is about 80% cost recovery, 20% subsidized, and that's with all the classes averaged together. Some make more money than some, we subsidize heavily.
So we're still, when seniors we value our seniors and we continue to want to provide services. And so this $2 increase, some will likely have a comment about it, but I just want to share with you, it's still significantly low. And if someone can't afford it, we will definitely work with them. So very popular. Chris and her staff hit it out of the park. We are trendsetters in the state. People come to us in regards to asking about how we do different programs and so forth. And going from when I came 27 years ago, it was bingo and meals, to now every possible program that you can have. Many are free, and the ones that are fee-based, we certainly are trying to keep as reasonable. So the professional services, again, in '23, we increased by $10,000, and that's just the instructors for adding more classes that we had talked about. And operating supplies, an increase of $43,500, and that's the rent of the facility, as well as, like, when we take trips off-site, those are cover our cost type things, so those aren't as subsidized as some of the others. So, that's kind of overall our biggest thing is a request and support of the $2 increase, and we'll keep looking at, and Carissa, more than anybody I know, is data-driven and working on what is being successful in other areas. She loves going to conferences. If she can't, she wants to do it online, always looking for what's successful in other communities and other states. So I applaud Carissa and her staff are doing phenomenal over there.
I think when we talked about raising the fees the last time, there was some discussion related to residents having priority registration, and I don't think we pursued that. Is that still something that people have some angst about, or?
We get, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carissa, we did talk about this, but there's a percentage of people that would like that. Our classes, now that we have as many, they're not at capacity, or we have added other classes. So if it might not be at the exact time you want, okay, it's on Wednesday and it's at Lion Shelter, but they're not at, so those needs are being filled. So it's not like it's at capacity, I can't get into any class. Our software system, doing the 1 week first for residents and non-residents, it would be difficult.
Okay.
So that's where we looked at other options in regards to, if the main challenge or the main concern residents had is I can't get into a class, well, that we have added a significant number of classes to, it's what is the problem we're addressing, and we feel that we're successfully addressing it.
And the cost, so registration is more than, like a class, if you're registering for Zumba, it's not, it's more than a 1 month that you're registering for at a time, but we're charging just $7 a month. But you're registering for what, 2 months of classes? I know. Quarterly.
Sign up for 1, 2, or 3 months at a time.
Okay.
Only some quarters.
So if you knew you were gonna be in Florida in February, say a senior happens to do that. So you could sign up for just the January Zumba, and that would be, what, $7 with our new cost?
Depending on,
But then that spot you would have an opening then for the second, that space could be given to somebody else then.
That's why we do it monthly, is because we have people who have commitments.
So you have registration quarterly, but you register for months, 1 to 3 months then?
Right.
Okay.
Two questions.
yes, sir.
Number one, on CR 29, there's a reference to a SHIP program. What is that program?
You're not old enough.
Yeah.
Well, but, and I ask this because I know there's a SHIP program, SHIIP, but I'm not aware of one that's SHIPP.
I can read you.
It should be 2 eyes.
Okay, all right, so that is the
that's the same
Medicare,
Yeah, Senior Health
Enrollment stuff, okay.
Insurance Information Program.
okay, sounds good.
And that's a phenomenal service we provide
Yeah.
to our seniors, and they're comfortable at our site. Yeah, I think 10 years now we've been doing it at the senior center, so one-on-one assistance counseling for our patrons. So,
Excellent.
yep.
What are the primary differences that, because we're a city-operated senior center versus one that's run by the county? And then also, could you talk about congregate meals and why we don't do those, or did we ever? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll touch on the congregate meals. I think David probably could answer more about the Polk County involvement in Carissa. But congregate meals, 20 years ago, it was popular. We had 50, 60 people wanting to do it. I think, when did we stop doing it? 8 years ago?
Not quite, I started 8 years ago, so probably 5 or 6 years ago.
So there's just less and less, I mean, I think we had 10 people that were at the end. And so it's just the demand and the interest of it. And I know at Polk County sites, that's one of their main services. But at our facility, and is that accurate? I shouldn't, you,
Yeah, that's accurate. And a lot of our members will go to other Polk County sites if they're looking for lunch. Several will visit the Northwest Franklin Center or Grimes, and then when Johnston, if they reopen, their site is in close proximity to a lot of our members.
But I guess, in general, knowing that we're the only city-operated senior center, what are the big differences between services that we provide and services at, say, the Northwest Community Center? Still trying to learn all of,
education as well.
We offer more than bingo.
So
What?
For more than bingo.
we do bingo, but only like twice a year. So the main thing about not having congregate meals is that our community room space we can then utilize for fitness classes. So obviously the demand is there for 20, 30, 40 people to do that. And so that's what our members were looking for. So that's why we made the swap on that. I would say a distinction between our sites and the sites that incorporate Polk County programming is that we are able to control I would call it more the day-to-day programming that happens. A lot of the shared sites will have use of it as like rental spaces or evening programming and things like that, but the daytime programming is primarily run by the county. We do some things the same, but I think most of the things we do a little bit differently, just in terms of the types of programming that we're offering. Some of it is the same, so it's kind of nuanced in how it operates. We both have fitness classes. They're structured a little bit differently. We both have bingo structured a little bit differently. Ours is probably more like a rec center for all ages, but that's classified for 55 and up, where theirs might be more of what bingo or the cards and those type of things, but neither of us does exclusively anything. It's hard to explain the nuance.
Well, no, I appreciate that. It's just, it's uniquely Urbandale.
And the numbers, I mean, 45,000 people coming through and 1,000 active members, it is certainly, and trend setting is, I keep thinking of our facility and what Chris and her staff are doing. It's hitting the mark.
Are those 45,000, is that duplicated numbers?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
duplicated. That's program visits,
Perfect, thank
which
you.
is a little different than how we track recreation for youth and adult in our
That's what I
department.
wondered,
But it's
yeah.
just based on the software we use for people checking.
Got it.
Yep.
That makes sense. Thanks.
One question I have about one of the future budget considerations that you have here is talking about expansion or new facility or things like that. What is the timeline that you're thinking about in that?
That is a great question. I think that site would be nearly impossible to expand on. You may or may not know that the city land only is about 1/4 of the parking lot. The rest is school. So that's what we work together in regards to the parking and so forth to the north of the school as well. So expanding on that site would, unless you go up, would be very difficult. So we certainly are open to ideas as well. Our eggs were in the basket of the Uplex, so now looking at different things and opportunities such as renting space and so forth. But, you know, we're open to ideas because bond referendums would likely be recovered, and I think there's other priorities in the city right now for bond referendums coming up. So.
We talked to the school about Rolling Green possibly at one point too. I don't know if we've looked at that anymore or talked about it anymore or not.
Yeah, that,
Or what their plans are for it either, so.
that I don't know. I've
Is it just shuttered right now? Is Rolling Green just shuttered?
I believe so, and we have a request in just to bring in our facility staff and maybe a consultant just to, I personally would like to just be able to say, yes, it might be something we want to pursue, or structurally, let's not even touch it. So we're still trying to get that opportunity to walk through that, but.
Okay. I thought we had broached that or talked about that, at least taken a look at it. so.
Yeah, we did. It's.
I know it needs some, I've heard it maybe needs some help too. I don't know. but-
Yeah, and I've heard too that structurally, is it something you even want to touch? But I would love to have a consultant tell us that.
At least kick the tires,
So
yeah.
Either take it off the
We can
consideration.
maybe
or
do
not.
something, obviously, we've got a lot of back and forth with the school district. We can get creative about doing some swaps or whatever.
Yeah.
so.
I will see, I'll work with you, David, in regards to maybe getting that connection again with the superintendent to see if we can get the keys and walk through if that's something that they're interested in.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think, yeah, just generally talking about like the collaboration with the school, like I know that, I know there was I heard a little bit of consternation about like the Lions Park plan in terms of like imagining what that northeast corner might look like. And that just kind of coming out of the blue for some folks. So just making sure that we're kind of opening, like the door is open for all the conversations that we have where we all are sharing space in other people and in each other's realms, obviously, so.
Yep.
Just kind of keeping that conversation holistic too.
Yeah. I've learned long ago, never say never and never say always, so we're.
Right, yeah.
But we are always open to looking at opportunities. And those that are within our realm of, okay, a bond referendum right now is not reality, so what are other options instead of nothing? Well, nothing doesn't move us forward, so we'll keep looking at options. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anything else for seniors? Our last one is facility maintenance. And again, Dick was planning to be here, but after lunch, so I will cover it. There's not a whole lot of significant changes this year. Just the quick historical. In 2013, we did the first preventative maintenance study of all the city buildings, and that's where we came up with our facility maintenance, preventative maintenance plan. We updated that in 2023. So now we have project information for the next 5 or 10 years of what facilities, what needs to be improvements, and the costs and so forth. So that's reflected in our building maintenance fund. Again, this is an internal revenue fund. So this is informational here. Currently, we have 18 buildings, 4 flushable restrooms, 360,000 square feet of indoor facility space. So the department started with Dick Lilly in 2014. Now we have 2 laborers, a facility specialist, and a facility technician. So those 4 staff, a lot of our services.
This is in the internal service tab?
Oh, yeah.
Way
I'm
back.
sorry.
I see a lot of
Internal
flipping.
service.
At the very back one,
IS1. My apologies. Thank you, Nikki.
That's right, I just saw a lot of flipping.
Yeah, in the back by Fleet, yeah. So contribution, as we talked about earlier, and with the Fleet as well, where different departments contribute to the fund, that's where contributions for the fund building maintenance comes from each department. And then as these projects come up, they're addressed. So, and it's based on square footage of each building as well as the complexity of the structure. So is it open air? Is it more of a staff facility? And the major projects for '26 consist of the replacement, the commercial gas stove and hood at the Station 42, preventative maintenance plan, the replacement of the library chiller, that's a big one at $200,000. The VAV controller replacement's $30,000 at the library. The replacement of the boiler at the senior center and Lions Park flooring, smaller project at $10,000. So those are projects that are coming up. And again, we have the preventative maintenance plan. So Dick is consistently and continuously looking at those projects and how we implement those. And he does it from start to finish. So looking at the projects, working with RFPs, bidding out the projects. And I would say in the last 5 years or so, a lot more of the services internally we're able to do, from the maintenance to the monthly checks. We have a certified electrician that's part of our staff, and more that are in regards to plumbing. So a lot less fees in regards to having to contract out. They're able to do internally, so saving a lot by staff's expertise of being able to do that. And Dick has indicated he is close to retirement. It could be the end of this fiscal year, the end of June 26. We're telling him, you don't have to retire yet, but.
This current fiscal year?
Like
this year, like
No,
25?
in 26.
Oh, 26, okay. all
Oh
right.
my God, this year I'd have like.
Yeah, well,
totally
you
great.
had me freaking out.
No. Of all the positions within my realm, that one I'm getting the most gray hair about, because he is very, very multi-talented. And some of you may not know, he worked for the engineering department as a senior engineer for 19 years before taking this job. So knowing the internal workings of the city and the processes, and phenomenal, does a great job. So we will be working with HR in regards to what does that look like. But just in regards to the budget, if it does happen in this fiscal year, then it has an impact on budget. So working with Nikki on that as well for any retirement for a long tenured employee. So, and just a little bit for the solar at the Parks and Public Works building. I just got some little fun facts here. There's 450 solar panels. To date, approximately 60% energy savings, so from $37,000 versus $15,000. To date, 200 tons of CO2 emission was saved, and that's equivalent to 3,100 trees planted. So it's making a good difference. What's that?
What was the amount? Sorry. What was the amount saved again?
60%, so from 37,000 to 15,000. And the solar study, we had the initial kickoff meeting with the consultant. Dick and the staff were very impressed with them. They said they are very into solar and what they do. So they were impressed with them, and we're moving forward with that. We'll keep you updated as results come.
Well, that was a question I had. Do we know about when that's gonna wrap up? I mean, wouldn't it be wrapping up in the, kind of the middle of the fiscal year, the next fiscal year, this fiscal year we're talking about? So I was wondering if there was any dollar figures anywhere in the budget related to perhaps design work or something along those lines so that implementation doesn't have to wait too long.
Yes.
There's something in there?
So effectively, the local option sales tax, which we'll talk about when I
Okay.
cover that.
Okay.
That money that's sitting there does not have a name on it yet.
Got it. All right. That would be a spot.
I was guessing you were gonna come up with something. There's- It is yet.
That's Mickey's slush fund. We had to,
Not, but it is.
we had to use that term yet too. We hadn't-
I thought it. Where's our bingo card? We need it.
And that's building maintenance.
All right, thank you, Jan. That gets us through all that. I think obviously we are way ahead of schedule. I think we can afford to take a break until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, the lunches are here, so they're down in the break room with your names on them. And the refrigerator under there has the drawer with all the pop and stuff like that, so, yeah, we planned a 30-minute lunch.
So I'm giving everybody 35. So.
Yeah.
We'll start at 1 o'clock. Curtis, you're up at 1 o'clock.
Sounds great.
Well. That's all right. We're just making sure it was back on.
On the city credit card. No. Oops, that one. It's a joke. It's a joke.
What are you doing?
May 7th to 9.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh, well. All right, we are going to continue again. We will move on to economic development. Aaron?
Hey, great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Aaron DeYoung with Economic Development Department for our budget stuff this morning or this afternoon. So we're a two-person department. Ebony Woods is our economic development specialist, so we're the 1-2 punch on the economic development side of things. You know, as I've told folks, you know, the economic development department, we try to be the concierge for the business community in City Hall. So, you know, any of the questions that people have, businesses are good at running their business, but navigating City Hall, not so much when it comes to things. We want to make sure we get them good information, address challenges, address opportunities as well through that. So that's kind of our Cliff Notes version of our mission there. Way we do that is through engagement and through some of our marketing efforts, and that's where most of our budget lives in that. So first and foremost is our annual business visits that we do with our main employers in town. So it's always important to know that our big employers, they know who to call if there is an opportunity or a challenge that is that. And so we do meetings with 40 to 50 businesses on a formal basis each and every year with those companies to do that. One of the questions that came up with council members, I don't know who it was, but incorporating flag kind of discussion in those visits, that's a great idea. Didn't know we could possibly get our flags out into more commercials things. So yeah, I will put that in my kind of list of things when we talk with folks through our spring push when we do that. It's kind of hard to get an annual business visit in the middle of the winter, so we're going to be firing that up again. So wanted to make sure we saw that, and we'll incorporate that as well. On the budget side, certainly one of our big line items is in our marketing stuff, and the biggest is our Urbandale Business Connection, which is in the middle of the business record on the third Friday of every month. And so with economic development and marketing. We put this together each and every month. We have been doing a downtown Urbandale series over the last year as they gear up through the master planning process and keeping that top of mind for folks when they're reading this publication in that. Other things is we incorporate in our budget are some advertising things, and one of the main ones that we do is we sponsor the home improvement or we sponsor the DSM magazine home improvement or home design awards. Oh my gosh, I'm messing that up. Yeah, the home design awards, and then we utilize that as a way to help publicize our home improvement corridor, because through the 100th Street, through Northwest Urbandale Drive, Justin Drive, there's just a lot of home improvement businesses that call Urbandale home, and to wrap a marketing effort around that. And we're gonna be stepping that up this next year to make that even more top of mind for the Metro when they're looking at improving their house, building a new house, and that type of thing. Also, a few new-ish efforts that we've been doing that are incorporated in our budget. Certainly, one of the largest is the Urbandale Uplift Project, which is our big fall volunteer day. So we had over 350 employees from from Urbandale businesses participate in that. So it's a really big, great, yay Urbandale, let's go do great things event. And so I know several of you have attended those. So we're going to keep continuing that because it gets bigger and bigger every year. And it's always harder to find more and more nonprofits to take on more projects and all that coordination. So
Just water the dry dirt if we're digging.
You picked the projects.
I only sent it to the two of you, but I don't know, earlier this week in Axios, Delta Dentals was sponsoring stuff in Axios, and they had their picture with their Urbandale T-shirts on, which I thought was cool placement for us.
Yeah, Anna and Casey, our main contacts over at Delta, they got an email from me like 2 minutes after that blasted. So thanks for noticing that too. Derek also noticed it too. It was like, yes, we're gaining traction, which is great to see. Also, a relatively new effort that we're doing, which is a small part of our budget, but wanted to make sure you're aware of it, is the Urbandale Career Con, which is our kind of career day for high school juniors at Urbandale High School. This is the second time we're doing this, and the first one went really well. The second one's going to go even better because we learned from the first. But it's also a part of Urbandale High School's kind of their career advancement plan that they have to submit to the state of Iowa. So the junior year experience is this program that we just dreamt up here and thought maybe it would be good. So it's really exciting to see that the school district is leaning in heavily with this. This year we have 24 Urbandale businesses, which will be presenting to the high schoolers this go around. And it's always figuring out, okay, how do we notch this into a bigger thing next year? We'll be moving it to the fall next year, and then, how do we grow this to additional high schools and potentially the whole metro? Because there's a lot of employees that come to Urbandale that live in our neighboring communities, and so how can we make sure our high schoolers know, or at least know in the back of their head, that there's a career waiting for them in their hometown?
Aaron, do we also highlight opportunities at the city and perhaps within our paramedics, EMS, fire department?
Urbandale Fire and Urbandale Police are two of the presenters.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would be remiss if I didn't suggest that you talk to folks out in Waukee. They're doing a lot of career stuff. And I know I just reached out to Aaron in the last week about, they have a student job board for like our parks jobs and stuff, but they do career fairs and all sorts of stuff that definitely a large number of Urbandale students are involved in, and definitely would get a larger reach beyond as well, but it's my job to bring that up out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we know that it's something that we need to grow, because we do have 6 school districts in Urbandale. We all know that. And being able to do it, adding to another high school, it's doubling the work as well through all of that. So we got to figure out, we got to be lean and mean on the way that we do this, and then we can grow it to be able to repeat and make it an experience for all the high schoolers that are here in Urbandale, regardless of what school district they're in. So there is that. One other addition, we included it last year, but it's a large line item, is kind of replenishing our revolving loan fund program by adding another $100,000 into this upcoming budget to do that. This is, our revolving loan fund is for when we have businesses that are seeking state assistance, and there's sometimes a local component to it, and this is a revolving loan funds to be able to satisfy that need, so our businesses can gain access to those funds from the state, as well as our site preparation assistance policy. This is a program that's a couple years old now to help out landowners which have significant land holdings in commercial, industrial, and kind of in our western part of town to see what their property could really be. With our new comprehensive plan in your understanding complete neighborhoods, how does that actually mean from a land development process is something that we're considering adding to this, as well as our most recent one was the 100th and Plum intersection, working with West Urban Development, which is on the east side of the road, actually performing this site prep or conceptual design, and then it actually came in to get rezoned from the ag zoning that it was into the commercial development that we wanted it to be. So a great few successes there. Want to make sure that was in your heads in the budget. And then we're in year 3 of the airport assistance, because that lives in my budget.
And is that year 3 or year 4? Because I think that was
4.
Oh,
okay.
4. That's why Nikki's here.
Aaron, quick clarification.
Sure.
For the RLF loan fund capital contribution, is that for businesses that have a specific economic niche or location, or is that just?
It's citywide.
It's
Yep.
citywide,
Yep,
okay.
any business could be eligible for that. So some of the projects could be, Curtis, remind me the mortgage data company that we worked with. Yeah, iEmergent. They were working on new software technology, adding a new version to their stuff that they sell to the banking community. And so that was an example of not a project not having state assistance, but needing kind of patient capital loan funds to be able to perform and upgrade their offerings. So,
If an entity was like a multifamily housing entity, could they apply for some of this?
it
for
would be, it's
matching
business
funds
focused
for-
on the RLF. So it would be a job creation component part to it.
Okay.
Yep.
What, because loan fund implying that it's paid back to the city, so
Yes.
kind of what level are we at in terms of what that loan fund is ultimately managing and responsible for? Because we're adding 100,000 now.
So the reason, this is the second year of that. So originally, everything had been paid back right before iEmergent. And so we had about $375,000 left in there. iEmergent now has repaid their entire loan, so that one was back in. But the Total Health Solutions piece was coming, our share of that, so 133,000 has been committed for 133, right? Wasn't that our share?
Yeah, that's our share.
So that piece had been committed, so in order to keep having funds available, we were just bolstering it a bit to try to get a little bit more cash out the door. So that's kind of the status of that. Right now, there are no current loans outstanding for those pieces. The portion of Total Health, what's it called? Total
Health Experience. Yep.
I blanked that, but I can remember the number out of nowhere.
Total
So
Health Experience.
we were fronting all of that. The piece that we will never receive back is our share is the 133, but we committed that up to 375.
Yeah, 400,000 is the total.
So up to
Yep.
400, so we potentially had committed the entire balance. So that's why, we have not paid that out, it's progress as we go, but once those transact, we would get paid back for their portions of it, but for a while, we would have had no cash. So it's just a timing thing to make sure that we had some balance in there to continue the program, because that one was so huge, so.
Yep.
So there was a payout then in a grant type of style, which would have exhausted the loan capital that we would have been able to loan out.
It's still a loan for their
Okay.
two, so it was split 3 ways between the two investors and the city for that specific one. Most of the time, there's not a city portion, the entire thing. Historically, up until this point, it's all been paid back. So those, but they've also been a lot smaller, so this one was slightly different.
Okay.
So then we also, not to be confused with the development, old ARPA, it's not ARPA anymore, to be clear. We still reference it as the old ARPA money that had for downtown area to have some assistance in that area. That's a different pool of money.
Got it.
So this is the true RLF, which, 20 years ago when I came, it was old CDBG money at that time. So that has all been free and clear. It's truly an RLF. We're continuing that use, but that's what it all came from. So this was one specific one.
Gotcha.
That makes sense? Did that answer all of?
And so then, like, what would we be managing in its entirety for that roll, or the RLF dollar amount? Like, both
When-
outstanding and with the city and.
Right,
like,
so
that we
it
have
would
loaned out?
settle about 600,000 is what would be sitting here. This is the second year of $100,000 plus the 400 that was originally in.
Got it.
Assuming that all depletes and someday mostly comes back, net, it should be around 5. 'cause
Yeah,
our
yeah, this
133
100 would bring around $200,000 of kind of free available loan funds for future projects,
Right.
future assistance in a low-interest loan.
So where's the monies related to this downtown urban development?
Those sit in the capital projects fund. We have, if you remember in the CIP, there's the page for downtown.
Okay, I do
And
remember.
that graph down at the bottom that showed, here's all the buckets you put that $6.6 million into. There's a separate project.
So everything we've got
identified.
for that is just capital improvements? We don't have,
It's just being maintained in that fund.
Okay.
Because then we have a way to track it by intent.
Okay.
So it's just like anything else. It's part of that giant, $30 million balance. But individually, we can track it then by a project. So we
Okay.
call that downtown assistance. It's effectively acting like an RLF type fund.
all right.
But it's identified in a project, because I don't have further, so I can't call it, it's all the accounting step up. It can't be a special revenue fund, it's a one-time, blah, blah, blah. So capital projects fund it is, but it's a special project identified with a cash balance that rolls.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So it doesn't have to be used for capital just because it's in capital.
Okay, all right, that's, I think, my confusion. Thank you.
All right.
Small department, small presentation.
But big impact.
Yeah, but mighty, yeah. Punch above our weight.
All right, anything further?
Great.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And truly about being the concierge, that's really true with Aaron and his department, because we had a ribbon cutting down on, what's the
Oh, the co-working?
co-working
Yep.
space, and I don't know if she reached out to you, but there was,
Yeah, Ann Hartz.
Ann,
Yep.
yeah, had a question about something, and I said, go talk to Aaron.
Yep.
He can lead you through the necessary steps, so.
Yep, shepherded them right over to, they were looking at some side yard setback stuff. So I know just enough to be dangerous, but Christy Bales is right here.
But truly being the concierge is a good way to say it, so
Yep, thank
thanks
you.
for everything you do for that.
Thank you.
One quick thing, CED3 on that page, it has an up arrow for a decrease of 126,000 in professionals.
We fixed that one too.
Just a catch.
I have my detail-oriented council member with his lovely list of typos. We've already fixed all those. I appreciate it. It's like the proofreading thing, so, even
You
with,
should send it to Blake a week before everybody else.
I probably should do that. Even
I mean,
with
I
3
couldn't
of us
get
looking
past
at it.
his nomer on the mayor pro tem though. I was like, I texted him, I'm like, I can't get over this budget. And he's like, what happened? I'm like, you're not the mayor pro tem. He thought I was gonna rage.
I thought you were gonna blow the budget up.
I know,
and
I know.
I was worried for a minute.
Nope. I was just making sure you were getting your due.
That too has been fixed.
Great,
All
thank you very
right.
much.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, so Steve, I know we have Roger here, but is Steve gonna be here too?
Okay.
You wanna go to,
Yeah, let's just skip
Aaron,
until
City
they're
Council?
able to get past that. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, marketing is here as well.
let's do marketing, Derek, we'll do you next.
You wanna leave?
No.
Oh, uh-huh.
Trick question.
Just testing him.
What page is,
So that one's in general government, and it would be GG 35.
Well, I may need a little help in getting this pushed over to the right screen. I think so.
Slides.
Well,
Of
we do a
course.
lot of visual things, so sometimes it's just easier to have visuals.
I have a video that I prepared for this too.
Oh.
Derek and I did a video on this, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for taking the time today. There are no known budget deviations for 2025, so that's a good thing. The most significant budget impact this year in my budget is an increase in $14,000 for videography equipment. We brought Anna on board, and she's got a lot of great skills, and the equipment we have is pushing 10 years old, so. So, I just wanted to bring this up real quick, our website statistics. The website is probably our most important communication tool. We get 750,000 people looking at our website every year, so it's pretty popular. One thing that I always joke about internally with staff is that spring cleanup is like a holiday here. It's that important.
Well, yeah, we
But
found that out.
based on the data, it looks like we've got a new holiday, and it's Miracle on 86th Street. So it's got even more hits. So that is probably a very, congrats to Jan. It's a great, and her department, it's a great program. Is there any questions about the website before I dive in a little deeper into social media?
I always struggle when I go on my phone to our website. Is there ways to make
Make
it
that better.
better?
More scalable?
Yes, costs money, certainly. But one of the things you will know, if you see here in future budget considerations, as we move forward and our residents are more interested or rely more on digital services, we're going to need to invest a little bit more money into our website to make that happen. I didn't think that this was the year to do it with everything going on at the state, but I 100% agree with you. On mobile, the website is difficult, absolutely.
I think that should definitely be a near-term priority.
Okay.
Is our, I'm sorry, but is it a template based on, I mean, I see a lot of similar ones from
So,
other cities.
yes, so there's 3 big players in municipal government. We use Civic Plus. They're probably, I'd say, between either the first best or the second best, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, most governments use this Civic Plus platform, especially for local.
Okay.
It does a lot of things, agenda management, bids and RFPs, and there's a lot of back-end things that we have to do that it supports. Certainly, it kind of hampers us from a creativity level, and I'll get into that a little bit later when I show you something that we're kind of working on that's outside of our website, that kind of brings in some of those more modern design principles, especially on the phone.
Because I think, for the stuff that, people are quickly checking to see if it's a garbage holiday, they're looking on their phone for the most part and not their laptop or desktop or whatever. So I think it should be something that we look at sooner rather than later. That's my opinion.
Certainly, absolutely.
Do we have the metrics broken down by laptop versus?
I do
or
have
desktop
those. I
versus
can
mobile?
email those to everyone afterwards, or Nikki and send them out. It's about, if I remember on the top of my head, I want to say 40% is a mobile device, 60% is on a computer. So that's about half and half.
Yep.
It continues to move more towards mobile every year. Social media statistics, across all of our channels, we get about 4.1 million impressions on the things that we post and that we share out.
our biggest time of year is, of course, in the summer, July and August. We've got events, 4th of July, Parks and Recreation, all of those things. So this kind of tracks. I just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what that looks like throughout the year.
Quick question on, I had thought, and I guess this was a long time ago in terms of like remembering, was there a conversation about X and if the city would maintain a presence on there? I thought there was something about.
So there was a conversation about it, and we maintain an account on X.
Mhm.
And X, if you, it's so hard
It's
to
very-
see. It's
yeah.
very, very, very tiny. We have a presence there basically in case if Facebook went down and stopped working, we still
Mhm.
have a social media platform that we can really lean to. We do not post as much on X as we post on Facebook.
Okay, maybe that was where I was remembering that conversation, was where do we more want to focus our efforts?
Yep.
Okay.
And each audience is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So there's that goes into it.
We use LinkedIn primarily just for job postings and/or
We use
economic
LinkedIn to
development.
target basically business professionals.
yeah.
So if you look at our LinkedIn feed, it does not match our Facebook feed because the audience is different and the content that they want is different. So it's not everything not every channel gets the same sort of treatment.
Derek, what, I think Parks has an Instagram page. I don't know if the library does.
Parks and Library have an Instagram page.
We don't have a city Instagram page,
We don't have a
though.
city Instagram page. We are exploring converting the Parks and Rec Instagram into a City of Urbandale Instagram and then using it to promote everything more holistically.
I think that would be, I mean, and I know you can do a lot of, if you post at one place, it posts another place. So I think that would be worthwhile in expanding our presence if you can do it relatively easily, because I think there's different users.
Absolutely. We want to, in this new budget cycle, we really want to ramp up our Instagram engagement efforts. We think that's a great place to be. So, but right now we are very heavily on Facebook. That's where a lot of people just are. This just gives you an idea. We get about between 400 and 600 comments or messages across our channels every month. Only about 100 to 200 of those need a response back. So most of the time it's them just saying something positive or negative that you just have to let roll off your back. So, one of the really awesome things this budget year that you approved for this current budget cycle is Anna. She's joined our team. She's really creative. She's made a really big impact. She's actually only been here 4 months, so she just passed her 4-month mark. And I just wanted to highlight some of the projects that she's worked on for us. Urbandale Uplift, as you know it, she provided the graphics, she created this video, she was the photographer. She's got a great skill set in photography, videography, and graphic design. You've probably seen the video, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, do you have Bob's?
The walk-up song?
Walk-up
I
stuff?
didn't put sound in the presentation, so yeah, so sorry.
That is worth,
Where can we find this?
yeah.
I've got the B-roll somewhere.
Okay, good.
so, yeah, I wouldn't.
We need to make sure that makes a reappearance.
She provided all the graphics support and communications related to our fire truck push-in event, our bond burning ceremony. So just great work by her. And that was in November. I think my presentation's frozen. 1 second here. There we go. Also, to something that we are really proud of, we worked with engineering to create the interactive CIP plan map, which was very well received. Probably one of the best communication tools that we put out this year. Residents loved it. Employees loved it. I think it really synthesized down the CIP in a way that residents finally could understand, okay, this is how this works. Anna created all of the graphics and supporting material and collateral to help push that message out and make sure that it was successful.
Have the last postcard that got sent out, I don't think it had a link to this printed up on it. I was looking for that. Maybe it did, but
I thought it should have.
It should
I can
have,
double
okay.
check.
Yeah, I probably missed
No.
it. Well, it might be good to, even if you did, just kind of keep doing it for a while so people really get in the habit of it, because it's so
Absolutely.
cool.
Thank you, absolutely. And of course, she's worked on countless community feedback projects that we've had from the listening session. I think one of the, my favorite pieces that she created was the Complete Streets Aurora project. It was a meeting, and this hopefully helped people be a little more informed about the project. With that, I'll be happy to answer any I should probably go through the budget.
There was a graph.
That quickly disappeared.
Oh,
There
sorry,
it
yes. This is basically just a breakdown of time where we spend with departments. City manager communication about 30%, economic development 26, Parks and Rec 23, if you looked at it kind of as a pie. That doesn't surprise me. These are very forward-facing departments that do a lot of communication, so. If you flip to your budget page, GG 37, I'll call out just some of the larger items, and then if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Outreach initiatives in 21, that is basically our funding for printing the council recap in Urbandale Living. We have a lot of residents who read Urbandale Living, and so if they're not online or whatever reason, this is a good way to keep them informed of what the mayor and city council is doing from the dais. Our e-newsletter service is $11,000. You may have noticed in this year, in the last 3 months, we've upgraded and increased our newsletter, the way it looks, the way it feels. It's actually based off Axios. So if you know Axios, then you probably see our newsletter and you're like, okay, this is something that looks familiar. We've had tremendous response, excellent positive response for switching into this new one. So it's been very successful. Website annual hosting, the website that we just talked about only cost us $13,000 a year. So if we did want to look at something more robust, this is where we would do that. And the postcards are probably one of the most expensive pieces that we do, but it's pretty valuable to be able to get into people's physical mailboxes every other month about the things that we're doing here at the city. I did want to touch on one last thing real quickly. I almost forgot. Anna brings a skill set as well in, Anna also brings us a skill set in design. And so for the Sue app, when we're talking about bringing all of those separated resources, stormwater grant, NFC fund, that sort of thing, we're trying out that on a separate site that's still urbandale.org to see what a more robust, creative platform could look like. And so this is not even close to being done yet. We're still working on it. But I just wanted to give you a little sneak peek at what we could do with a more robust platform. And so this is how we're kind of starting out to launch the stormwater grant, how we can get there, how we can start to collate all these resources together in a way that people like, rather than,
So this isn't live?
This isn't live. It is live, but no one knows that it exists yet.
Okay.
So
But you go to our website and you'll be able to get to this?
Yes,
But
yes.
it's separate?
correct, exactly.
Okay.
IT set that up on the background, so I don't know how the IP addresses shift and go.
I have no idea what those words mean.
But they'll go to urbandale.org.
We love subdomains.
Yep.
This looks really,
Just go to green.urbandale.org.
Yep, you could see it now if you wanted to. So.
I got it right here.
On your
I
cell
want to see what it
phone.
looks like on the mobile.
Yeah, it's
It
not,
looks
it's not gonna be
fantastic.
very scalable.
It's still in production, so just.
All right,
So-
so I'm not seeing there it is. Oh, wow.
So when you're talking about, when you talked about the annual hosting of if we want to move in a direction of making the website more mobile-friendly and scalable in that regard, is that a conversation of switching hosting providers away from who we currently have? Or is that a matter of re-engineering the whole website but keeping the same provider?
There's two components. One, I think the reason why the Civic platform works well for us right now is we don't have a dedicated web designer, you know? And so departments are responsible for updating their content on their pages. We've got almost 1,000 pages. And so Civic Plus is successful because you don't have to know anything about coding a website or building a website. You know, Sally in finance can just do it herself, and not a real employee. And you know, it's very simple. And so there's that balance. Yes, you can absolutely go more robust like this, but you would need the skill set for it.
Yeah.
So.
And we would we lose some of the ability to integrate as we currently have it in terms of like council agendas, minutes?
So the council agenda and portal, because we've got that civic web system separate, it could integrate into something like this without issue. But we would have to move all of our boards, agendas, and commissions into that system, which isn't a problem. It's easy to do. It would just have to say, okay, now's the time. We got to do it. So.
But meanwhile, we can go do something like green.urbandale.org and have a hot link to it from our basic website.
Absolutely. And that's
or
what
you can get to it directly.
Absolutely. So that's what we're planning to do. So when this site launches, you'll go to urbandale.org/green, and it'll bring you it'll redirect you automatically to this spot. So there are certain initiatives that we can launch with a more robust piece, but we figured we'd try it out with this. We want this to be successful. And if it works well, then it's something that we can implement across other initiatives as well.
This is, like, I just want to say how great this is and what a great use this is of Anna's time. That was sort of the intent, was to help promote this kind of thing. I'll shut up now.
Well, I think exactly. I mean, we asked for this, demanded it, and
you received.
I think what we're getting back in return is very worth it. And I mean, so is this? I'm assuming this is pretty time intensive.
It takes
to
quite a bit of
create
time.
this
Absolutely.
beautiful website.
Yeah, it does take time, but it's you know, the juice is worth the squeeze. So.
Once it's done, I mean, it's.
Once it's done, it's done, right.
It's
There's a
done.
lot of time on the front end, sure, building it and coding it and getting it set up, but once it's there, it's there. And, yeah.
It's very exciting.
Any other questions for marketing and communications?
Does flag purchases flow through marketing? Like, is that how that, okay.
It's just general government,
Okay.
so a specific department doesn't get allocated, the function gets allocated, so it matches up with that, but.
Gotcha.
Right now, it's just been general revenue and general fund.
Gotcha.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
That's
Thanks,
great.
Derek. All right. Jump back to community development. Christie, are you ready?
Do you still want to wait for Steve?
Or is Steve coming to you?
I'm saying Steve should be here, and I texted him.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine.
We can go just to like end your day.
No, you're not last.
Oh, we still have plenty we can get.
You want to do,
Do you want to do mayor and council and city manager and legal?
Okay.
So these will start GG3.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Moving along quickly so far. Thanks for the time and energy today. So looking at page GG5, just walking through these, we'll jump right in. You might remember from a couple cycles ago, the discussion about elected official compensation. So in odd years, we would look at this because you would consider compensation at this time for implementation on January 1 of the following year, because there would be an election this fall. So you'd say, whoever is elected to the seats, their compensation is set now for 1/1/26 is what we'd look at. So when we did this a couple years ago, the mayors, now by ordinance, we just confirmed this morning, will change to $15,000 per year on January 1 of '26. Currently, we're at, as you see, $12,750. The city council members are at $8,500 per year for each of the, for each of the 5. Yep.
The 12,750, I think, reflects a partial year of.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it
that's
changes
right.
1/1/20.
12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1/1/26, but you pay at the end of the quarter. So January 1 to March 31st will get paid in April. The next quarter will actually get paid in July. So there's
Yeah.
only 1 quarter of the hire.
There
That's
you
why
go.
the number looks funky.
Is it,
So it's 12 flat now, moves to
Correct.
15.
It's 12 moves to 15. This
Yeah.
is just 1 quarter's worth of the increase.
Good. The city council members, $8,500 each. It can stay, or this would be the time to affirm that amount going forward on 1/1/26, or if there's an adjustment. Right now, it is planned to stay at 8,500 for the next cycle. So, that's just an item out there to consider. We can come back to that. Moving through, the professional services there in 23 will deal with each of these. First of all, the Metro Coalition had been for many years a group of cities, approximately, I want to say 8 cities or so, that were about 50,000, that were 50,000 and above, joined together to have a single voice through a government relations advocate or lobbyist at the state legislature. In this cycle, the group voted to invite Urbandale into the mix, even though we're just under that 50,000 mark. And so we would have a $3,500 contribution for that effort. So in exchange for that, we get the weekly, during the session, weekly touch base on Monday, a weekly update on the bill list and legislative analysis, and then a voice at the Capitol through Cornerstone Government Affairs this year. The strategic planning process, we've reserved $25,000 there to look again at the strategic plan, starting at the top of next year or late this year, but basically looking forward into calendar 26. So reserve $25,000 there. The U.S. Postal Service lobbyist. So we've been talking a lot about zip codes, and as you know, through the process, there is somewhat of an organically formed National Zip Code Advocacy Coalition. Annika Schilke has been our main point of contact on that. It's really turned out to be a beneficial group to be a part of. There is one city employee from Eastvale, California, who's really given his time and energy to keep the group coordinated. But it's getting to the point where Representative Boebert actually joined the call last time. So it's a recognized group that is having some influence. And as David reported in the weekly update yesterday, we met with Senator Ernst's office. So that effort continues. How it relates to the budget is there has been discussion among the Zip Code Advocacy Coalition. Do we need somebody working for us in Washington as legislation moves through this session of Congress this year? And so the $25,000 would be a not to exceed amount. It was suggested based on the actual experience of when the coalition was lesser in number in previous sessions. They looked at the total amount that it cost for the lobbyist and then divided it among the number of member cities. And so the suggestion was, well, based on our experience last time and given a number of cities participating, we'd suggest Urbandale that you plan on 25,000. But that will really depend on the number of cities that become a part of this. As you remember, just before Christmas last year, when we need to make some decisions on that Senate bill, there were just over 50 cities as a part of it, and there could be more. Right now, the text of the bill has a limited number of cities, but as interest grows, as people become aware of a potential path to resolve these zip code issues, more could get there. So this 25,000 would be a not to exceed number, but seems like a reasonable number to put into the budget.
But do we need that lobbyist before July 1st?
Possibly so, but since the sessions of Congress aren't bound like ours are, that end by the late spring and go over the course of the year, the thought is we would have enough, that should work this year. Should something come up and we need to make decisions earlier, number one, we'd come to the council for an okay to participate in the effort at all, and then we'd just look at where we were at budget-wise by then.
Is every city paying 25,000?
No, I wish I knew the number that they used the last time, but take the total number for the lobbyists, divided by the number they had the last time. Say there were 15 cities or 10 cities that participated.
It wasn't like 50, it was,
No.
I thought it was higher though.
It was smaller. The number of cities that were involved in the bill at the end of last year had grown quite a bit.
Yeah.
From the early group that was participating on the coalition, it was much smaller. But
Okay.
as word has gotten out through city management networks that, oh my gosh, there's a place of peers that we can go to help resolve these issues, more interest has
I
grown.
think I half listened improperly, sorry.
No, not at all, not at all.
As I was
But-
doing the math on this, I'm going, that's $1.25 million.
Oh,
This
gosh,
could-
yeah, no. And that
That's
would.
a lot of lobbying for a
For sure.
zip code.
For sure. We just needed a place to start.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so that seemed reasonable.
I want to say it was like 12 cities.
Was it 12 cities?
It wasn't very many.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
There
it's a
you go.
Placeholder, yeah.
Yes,
got it.
exactly. And
Thank
it
you.
would definitely, it would be a not to exceed, for
Got
sure.
it.
Curtis, would that money be paid directly to a lobbyist, or is there an association entity, or?
Right,
where?
it's, and that would be a little bit of the way we handle the Metro Coalition. So right now, there's a fiscal agent, and so this year, for example, it's Davenport. So they're the chair this year, so they handle paying the bill to the lobbyist. It would likely be that way. One of the members of the coalition would raise their hand to say, we'll be the fiscal agent, pay the advocate. But that would be TBD, Joe, as we came forward with an agreement. Okay, those are the professional services there.
Guess the zip code.
Under Capital Crossroads, we have been asked to look at a contribution of $5,000. This is an effort that has been underway for years here in the Metro and is being reinvigorated. One of the items that they're looking at in the near term is affordable housing. So as we look at our affordable housing strategies as well, this might be a well-timed opportunity to come back into be really having a seat at the table with Capital Crossroads being a contributing member there. So they have asked the council to consider a contribution of $5,000. So we just put that amount from their ask right into the budget there. There was a question about the Home Base Iowa incentives. So the Home Base Iowa program began with Governor Branstad. So it was 2016 that Home Base Iowa was put in place. Urbandale was one of the Iowa cities, and you see oftentimes the additional sign under the city limit sign. Many cities around the metro are participating. But we set up a local program that is, if a veteran is leaving active duty military service and moves to Urbandale, and so they're transitioning out, looking for a place to build their civilian career. If they choose Urbandale within a year of their active duty and lease a place in Urbandale, we will provide them $250 for transition expenses, and we look at it as integrating into the community, participate in Parks and Rec programs, take care of, setting up if you want a yard waste bin, things like that. And then if they purchase a home, it's a $1,000 contribution. Now, to be fair, we have only worked with 2 of those since 2016. So it doesn't get a lot of interest, so it's not a big liability for us, but it is sincerely appreciated when people are transitioning out of active service. Oftentimes what happens is it's somebody who might be a veteran, and we have to explain, you really have to be transitioning from active duty. It's not, we appreciate anybody's service, but we're really looking for that. I'm leaving military service and now looking to start a civilian career. We want to open the door to them being here. So that's Home Base Iowa.
Curtis, how do people find out about that program?
Through our website. So it's the state website lists Urbandale as one of the participating communities, so I think word gets out.
But how would that person know to even look for this program?
Because I think, anecdotally, what I understand is at first there was a big marketing effort of Home Base Iowa from the state to get out to bases or cities that had bases. So my understanding is that there's among those veteran or transition military circles, there is an awareness of this program. Probably their first stop is the state's website, which lists Urbandale as a participating community, and then they go a level deeper.
Okay.
All righty. Mayor, could you just touch briefly, while your mic is on the MAC and on the Myalog?
Right.
What the level of participation is with those?
MAC is the Metro Advisory Council, and all the communities in the metro area are members of that. We have the mayor and 1 council member from each city that participates in that. Amy's the council representative. We meet once a month and just talk about, that's where we have the venue to talk about items of common interest. So that's, it's been going on since about 2000 was when it was created. It's been I think it's valuable at least to have the monthly gathering and it's obviously very cost effective, not very much just the city of Des Moines, the staff hosts that and manages that, and so we, there's a very small cost for organization and that type of thing, so.
And then Myalog?
And then Myalog is the organization for area mayors. We meet once a month as well. Either we'll meet just as mayors and talk about issues, or we have speakers come in. I think I've invited, some of the staff and some of the council members from time to time, depending on what our agenda is, to those meetings as well.
Great.
Is that the same membership of both of those organizations, or is Myalog broader?
I think Myalog is a little broader. We could reach out to as far as, they don't all come. Some have participated or not participated, but I think technically we have the mayors of Newton, John Halo from Ames comes to Myalog, Perry, so I think Myalog is a little bit broader that we get the participation from, so.
Great, thank you for that. Then just wanted to touch on the Urbandale Chamber of Commerce contribution is at $7,500. There was a question, so last year we also had in a contribution of $10,000 for the Urbandale Leadership Institute, but that was a one-time startup cost. So we've made our contribution there. The program is off to a great start. We have 4 city employees participating, Derek being one of them. So that, I think the city's contribution put the Leadership Institute into a good spot to restart. It should be self-sustaining from here. And then, let's see, wanted to touch base on of course, the Greater Des Moines Partnership Annual Dinner. Urbandale shows up to these regional events. We're well represented again, and Joe came on just in time, so he was able to join us as well. So we always plan to have a table there. And then on the Greater Des Moines Partnership trip, heard a little discussion about who's in or who's out this year, but we reserve spots for all 6, basically. And so Then between the city manager's office and economic development, we just see how staffing works out each year. Typically take turns on that. But it's reserved for everyone to be able to go. And I know there's already been information going back and forth about reserving on your calendar and how to make reservations and all those types of things. So Nikki and Nicole will be happy to help with any questions that come up on all of that travel. And then the community event supplies, just make a note. We know even though our attendance wasn't impressive at last fall's listening session, we got head nods that we want to continue that, and we'll really work to keep on getting the word out, trying different locations, trying different methods to encourage people to attend. But Derek just put a meeting on our calendars to talk internally about the spring session, so we'll get that underway.
Are we trying to have like a spring and fall?
Spring and fall, yep. Spring east, fall west, and just keep alternating that way.
Make sure Tim is invited to this
Something,
next one.
Bob, something to think about was Courtney Clark's request for MAC.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that falls yet in this budget. I mean, I'm assuming it's still in our current budget, but I'm wondering if it would be wise.
Put a placeholder in.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that gets rolled into this lobbyist, USPS lobbyist.
The markings,
Divide
do we have
that
a placeholder for that, Curtis? I know you've been talking to some of the West Side cities too.
What are we talking about?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Just some joint marketing as far as,
Just communication strategies.
yeah.
Around what
Right now,
cities
it's more
do.
about what's currently going on in the legislature, but.
Sure. Right, if we needed to, if there were professional services to help get the word out.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can I think between the conversations that you have all had and the conversations among the communications people, I think we can work to find spot to make sure
We're not
that
talking a
that's
huge
covered.
amount, I think maybe a couple thousand times.
Right.
That's what I was thinking too.
Okay.
Just a couple grand.
I got a
can
couple
reach
quick
out to-
questions.
reach
Who's
out to Brad.
representing us from Crossroads?
We don't have a current rep on.
Cornerstone, I mean.
Oh, who's
David
representing?
Yeah, who's representing us?
I am and David.
No, I meant from Cornerstone.
Oh,
For the
Edelman,
lobby.
David
Lobbyists.
Edelman.
Okay.
Primarily David, yeah.
Okay. And then, since when Blake and I walked in the door, we were pretty much in the middle of a strategic planning process, right? Is it something that we do every 2 years? Is that
Yes.
what- Okay.
Yeah.
Typically. Mhm.
And that's typically what we spend for that, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I was underpaid back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can say that the product that we are working with now is really vastly superior to, I mean, the processes have been good, but I think the product is a much more workable product and something that we can be actively working on and very proud of. The boldness of the plan.
Yeah, we were told it was bold.
Yes.
We were told it was bold.
That one in particular.
We've heard that
Yes.
before.
Okay, so it sounds like for follow-up on this, we will, between now and, say, Tuesday, get a better spot where we can make sure that we can be a part of these regional efforts with regard to communication.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on mayor and council?
That was part of that discussion at lunch,
Okay. If you're ready, then we can flip the page to GG9 and talk through the city manager budget. So in the city manager's office is David, John Conyer, myself, and then the to-be-filled management analyst position. David and I have been spending a lot of time together in the last couple of weeks looking at, what's the best alignment of the office. David, if you want to, not to put you on the spot, but if you just want to look out a few months and a timeline for bringing this into focus.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timeline for the figuring out what that position looks like and what it's titled and all of that, we'll figure out in the next 90 days for sure. And I'll keep the council informed of if any changes are necessary. But first 2 weeks have been pretty packed with meetings, so there'll be more bandwidth coming, I promise.
Right, for sure. We look forward to it.
You hope. Do you have a goal, like a goal for like having somebody hired, like date or?
Yeah, to me, the next step is really to make sure that the manager's office and the policymakers are aligned on what are the most critical priorities and the time frame. That'll really drive the position and the skill sets of the position that I'm looking for. It's a broad set of skills. It won't be that vastly different if you wanted to, take on sustainability urgently, and then maybe one or two other things could be done more slowly. But at the same time, that's going to be an important part of the conversation. But sooner rather than later, to get somebody on board, and that'll drive what changes occur in some of the other functional areas, who's doing what, so that we can really get an accountable process identified for how we're going to get results on the ground. So three months is what I'm hoping, but I think there's more conversation between me and all of you that needs to occur first.
Thanks.
The rest of the budget, not real substantial changes other than to reflect a fully staffed office of 4 with the requisite professional development. We want to stay engaged. We want to stay up on current practices. We want to know what our peers are doing in all the areas that are important to you. I can say in the time that I've been able to spend with David the last couple weeks and hearing his questions, we understand that this is where the implementation of your vision and the strategic plans, this is where it comes together. So I can say from where I sit, certainly take that seriously. I know that that's shared across the office. So this budget supports a professional team that can work to get that done. I won't belabor it. Are there any questions? Again, not a lot of change in terms of what we've been participating in from previous years.
The recruitment, that would be for the TBD
Correct.
person?
Yep, that's right. And that covers any marketing that we'd have to buy, say, to get onto a list or a platform. And then, of course, just the onboarding things, the background checks and things like that.
With the increase in training and development, do we have identified opportunities for that, or is that just kind of like we have a broad idea?
Right, so a big part of that is, so then if you look, 46 is really the training and development. So I'm on GG9.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be that, again, with David on board and interested in professional development as well, making sure, for example, that the ICMA annual conference, there's an opportunity for 2 members of the office to go. So it's building out a full office with plans to be more engaged in professional development is where that comes from. So the items would be there. And then, of course, John Conyer oversees our safety and risk management as well. And so he's got his professional development and associations in there too. Speaking of John, you'll see at the bottom the 2 line items for the safety program expenses and enterprise risk management system implementation. John, John, he's here. Do you want to just touch on briefly what those 2 programs are?
Thank you, Kurt.
Of course.
Mayor, members of the council, here you'll see under, it is on, I'm not sure. Here you will see under here the citywide safety. That is for safety training. That's to do with OSHA training and also does special things like our anti-slip footwear. So every year before the snow flies and falls, we reach out to staff and ask them, do you want anti-slip footwear, yak tracks, things of that nature. Purchase that. That has reduced our slips, trips, and falls by over 80%. So it's a program that came from IMWCA, and it's worked really well for us to stop people from slipping in the parking lots going to and from work and back again. So that's been a great impact, as well as this has in-person training. So Public Works, if you work Public Works in the street crew, you take roughly about 70 hours of training a year that's required by OSHA. So some of it is awareness, where you would watch a video. Others of it, we actually bring in a trainer. So matter of fact, next week coming up, they're going to take skid loader training. So we're going to set up a course, and they're going to actually do skid loader training. They just did backhoe a couple weeks ago, and they did confined space, lockout, tagout in the last 2 quarters. So that's in this piece here. We are at the size, too, where we need an enterprise risk management system. So everything currently today is done on spreadsheets and Word documents. And so that is really rough when it comes time to, I process anywhere between 5 to 10 property claims a month and anywhere between 1 to 2 workers' comp claims a month. So to keep track of all of that on a spreadsheet or on a Word document and then try to pair that up with what the other side knows is really difficult. And when I first started this, it was maybe 20 claims a year, and now, you know, we're pushing 100 plus claims a year. So something needs to come into place. So I'm happy to see that this is here, that we can help make that move forward. Happy to answer any other questions on risk or safety.
Jess, can you tell us where to get that footwear? I just did one on the trail just the other day. I'd love to get something anti-slip.
I'm more than willing to pass,
Yeah.
pass it on to you, Pat. Sure. Nope. Thanks, Chris. That's you.
Thank you, John. Any other questions on the city manager then?
Oh, what's a remarkable tablet?
Oh, sure. Those are, Kristen's gone. Basically, it's
Bob has one, don't
it's
you?
in place of a notebook. You've got a digital pad. It's like an iPad, but
Okay.
This is a remarkable tablet.
yep,
Okay.
They are
functions
remarkable.
more like your spiral bound notebook.
Yep.
Okay.
But it
The place it
automatically
really embraced them
loads.
too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But what?
It automatically loads to wherever you want it to go. Or can push.
I'm not remarkable enough to understand.
People noted that I had my black notebook everywhere we went, and somebody suggested, Curtis, why don't you transition to something more digital? So, anyway, added that in there as well for efficiency's sake. Flipping forward then to,
GG 27.
there you are, GG 29, legal services. So this budget is really a status quo budget from last year. I'm looking at the side by side. From this current fiscal year, we did increase the base city attorney budget 4%, same as we looked at with general wage increases. And then our electric and gas utility franchise agreements, as we've been working on, that's going to cross the fiscal years, and we're just beginning here. So we preserved that option to keep the 60,000 in there. It turns out now that we will be looking at the franchise fee as part of the franchise agreement, so that's bound together there. The legal services for contract negotiations, I touched base with Aaron Freeman about this. So while we don't anticipate actually needing to negotiate contracts in this fiscal year, and so we could correct that line item a bit, as Aaron mentioned earlier when she was here, contract-related legal continues throughout the fiscal year. So we wanted to keep that amount in there to be able to call in legal advice when we need on different items that come up with the contracts, grievances, side letters, things like that. And then outside council and miscellaneous expenses, things come up that require specialized legal services. It could be annexation as we used last year, though that service is available internally at Allers now. But this just holds that option for when we encounter the issue that we need specialized legal on, that we have the ability to take care of that. And then the prosecution legal services, again, that is handled within Allers, but a separate discipline within. We just hold it out there as a separate line item just to track those things. Now, to be fair, we are only months into transitioning to a new firm after literally decades with Bob Layden. So finance and clerk and all of us are watching how the bills and utilization go. We made our best estimate here on where we're at, and we'll just have to look at it as we go quarter by quarter. If we find that we're significantly under budget for what we're actually utilizing, then we'll just have to look at an amendment if necessary. But I think coming into when we're a year from now, when we're preparing the FY27 budget, we'll have much better history to look at in terms of legal utilization, and can really get this legal services line item where it needs to be to reflect our usage. But in all of these things, we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish with regard to legal services. So, so far so good with the new arrangement. It is great to have access to a wide range of disciplines within the firm.
So is the difference from what's on GG 27, the FY 23, 24 actual, that big jump to the next adopted, is that the difference between going from Bob Layden to Maria, or what?
No, it's not. The actual column, so this is the scenario that we do plan for the worst, and sometimes it is. So if we're not going through a contract negotiation, sometimes those years are a little bit lighter. So that did reflect just the retainer from Bob, but we didn't have this. It's so high now because the contract negotiations for the franchise fee negotiation pieces, that was $80,000 in there.
Okay.
So there's that huge switch. So it's not necessarily the base cost related to Maria versus Bob.
Okay.
It's the other stuff. So
Okay.
those 4 items that he just talked about, the franchise agreement, the franchise fee negotiation, contract negotiations, if it's a full contract year, that's a $30,000 number.
Okay.
Outside counsel has always been in there for various things, and then prosecution services, those were separate under Bob. So it is, but it isn't. The majority of it is these outside things that we're dealing with, and the crossover that he just mentioned, because those are in this year as well. So the numbers are pretty close to the same from fiscal 25 that we're in now versus what we're planning for in 26.
Okay, thanks.
Curtis, I'm just curious, what we prosecute locally, is that mostly traffic offenses or what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we get our money back on that?
They pay their fines
Occasionally.
occasionally.
We don't collect on anything on that, though.
We get court fines if they go
Get the
through.
fines?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions on legal services? Okay. Those were the items I had, and all of community development's here now. Are we at that point?
Yeah.
Should just rotate in? Okay.
So, thanks, Curtis.
You bet. Thank you.
Wanna take-
break or something?
Sure.
Just a stretch, quick.
Resume at 2:20. All right. We are resuming.
Better not say anything bad about Larry.
We'll go back to community development, so.
Okay.
Steve, you're up.
I'm ready. Unlike Nikki, who just shoved a cookie in her mouth, I didn't, so I can talk. With me today are Christy Bales, Assistant Director, Roger Schemmel, Building Official. So they are here. Pretty standard, unremarkable budget on our part. I think used to what you've been seeing from us in recent years. No known deviations that I'm aware of for the current budget. Unless if I'm wrong, Nikki, but I'm not aware of anything. I think we pretty much track pretty consistently. No new staffing positions this year. Thank you for the new building inspector last year. We did get that position filled July 1. We got on that right away. And it was a good thing because 2024, some of you may have seen this, our building permit totals went up 16% compared to 23, and our number of inspections went up 7% compared to 23. So
Is that the number of permits that went up 16% or
yes,
the value?
the number of permits. The valuation always fluctuates because it just depends on what those different projects are. Years in like 23, I think, where we had a couple of big warehouses, that number was a little higher. It tends to fluctuate, but it's kind of amazing if you look at the number. You know, generally 250 is the number you use when you subtract out Saturdays and Sundays for a typical year. We average issuing about 19, 20 permits a day over the course of a year, and we average doing about 73 inspections a day. So the guys are out there and they're busy all day long doing inspections, trying to keep up with it. So nothing really remarkable in our budget that I would highlight. You would notice, I think you'll notice if you look at the contractual and supply services in all those categories, almost all of those went down, in part to, you know, Nikki was really active this year going back and looking at those categories where we just historically don't spend the money that we have in there. So why do we need to have that much in there? So there were several of those that we did lower to try to make them a little bit more consistent with what we think we will do. One of those categories that went down is the 46, the training. You'll see we do still have a pretty good list there on CED 9 and 10. You know, and part of that is because we take our training very seriously. I mean, we got, you know, I'm a landscape architect licensed in 3 states. 2 of our planners are certified planners. We send the inspectors to all these different places because it's critical that they be up to speed for what the building code shows and that they maintain those ICC certificates. We do cross-train all of our inspectors. So unlike some other jurisdictions, any of them can go out and do any inspection. Some of us are more skilled in other areas, like a couple of our guys, they are actually electricians too. But, you know, we try to cross-train across the whole board so that when there's an inspection that somebody needs to do, anybody can go out and do that. And that gives us the flexibility to keep things going and help with those 73 inspections a day that we're doing. The new vehicle for the new inspector was a hybrid vehicle, the Toyota RAV4, and those seem to be working perfectly fine that I'm aware of. Roger, nothing right that's good. So we had been using the Jeep Cherokees. You know, a lot of times for inspections, we can park on the street, but sometimes we got to get back in there in the site, and those all-wheel drive vehicles, particularly in the winter, do come in handy sometimes. So, but that vehicle seems to be working just fine, so that's all good. Like I said, nothing really that I can think of that I would highlight to you. Would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thanks, Steve.
All right, very good.
Questions?
Thank you all.
That was easy. Thanks,
We'll
Steve.
just keep on doing our thing. Thanks.
All right. So city clerk next, Nicole.
Good afternoon. We are on GG 2324. Not a high amount of changes in the small budget. Notable change would be in the staffing that we moved, instead of that shared expense of the deputy city clerk, we moved it fully to the city clerk's office. just to facilitate a little bit easier management of the position. With that update, we also changed kind of our arrangement of how the city clerk's office is supporting mayor and council, and then also the city manager's office. So we look forward to exploring that a little bit more to help with communications and those types of things. We do have a potential retirement. Jamie will hit, I believe, 25 years of service at our front desk. And so looking at potentially during the next fiscal year. So we have some planned recruitment in there. It'll also give us an opportunity to look at how we've arranged what duties go where, but still looking at having a good presence there for the front desk and welcoming the visitors. There's a requested increase in data processing. That really just reflects primarily the normal increases in our software as service platforms. So we're looking in this budget is the time clocks, the agenda management, and the DocuSign platforms. So I know we had a question about records management, so that ties into that a little bit. Laserfiche is our program for our permanent retention or our primary document management. And that licensing is in the technology bucket. We do in the current budget year, so the one we're in right now, we're currently working with our vendor on a project. We still haven't gotten a full scope of work, but the funds in this current year would help us with build out some automation and some workflow. So with that, we get some integration with iCompass so that things can go straight, that need to go straight from iCompass to Laserfiche, that can happen more automatically. Also our DocuSign integration into Laserfiche, so that happens more automatically versus a download and an upload. The program, the Laserfiche platform can really do some cool things when you get those workflows built. You can drag and drop a file in there. It names it based on your naming convention, stores it in the year based on what you've built out, all of those steps that we're just doing manually right now. So should be pretty exciting. So in this budget has just a little bit additional funding, a much smaller amount than the current one. So for next year's budget, just to provide some service hours in case we need them. Let's see. And tying that into our records retention and our open records policies, both of those were last reviewed in 2015. So they are due for some love and attention. So that where you see that in the future considerations, that could touch actually multiple budgets, just, you know, the legal review of the policy, that shouldn't be too substantial for those. But then we do have, sadly, still 100+ boxes in storage for the clerk's office, between CIP project files, payroll files, all of those things. So that project will be, you know, policy and then review and retention schedule, applying all of that, hopefully being able to tap into the power of the integration first. So that's why we want to get that piece in first so that we can tap into the power of that and really automate that process versus where we're at now.
Where do we store all of that?
National Records Management, so offsite. We have, over time, brought in a box or two here and there, and oftentimes, when I bring in a box, I just remove it from storage completely. And so having Angie has just been an absolute blessing to really start to dive in on evaluating those records, seeing what we have out there. There's probably a lot in that storage that can just go away.
Yeah.
Right? We had a practice as a cost-saving measure back in the day where we'd fill a box. So the box might contain sidewalk project files, but then also the city manager's files, but then also old programs, training things. There's a picture of the Pope's visit from the 70s in there.
Probably some gems and
so there are, and that makes it tough, right? Because then we're not able to just say, oh, these are all capital projects that are well past their retention schedule. That whole box can go, right? We're gonna have to sift through and touch a lot of things, which is okay. It's interesting. Sad that I said that probably out loud, but it also, you know, it just takes time.
Do we have, like, I don't know, when you bring up the Pope visit, like an archive section at the library or any, or I don't know if that's the right word, but where we would keep things or, you know, interesting documents, or I don't know if the library would be the right
The
place.
Historical
The
Society probably has
Historical Society,
more. They have a
Urbandale
treasure
Historical
trove of stuff there.
They do. Also, right now, our archive is just Nicole's office and her fireproof filing cabinets. I'm trying not to be a hoarder, but as other departments have gone through the process of digitizing their records, I said, hey, if you have something you question, or whether we should keep, or you feel like, okay, I don't have to retain it, but it's kind of cool for our history, like, I'll just take it for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important,
Once
but
it's gone, it's just gone
Right,
forever.
right, exactly.
So, I'm very excited about the project, which again, is probably a weird thing to say, but a good thing to feel as a city clerk. Yeah, and so that scope, you know, the question also asked about outlining costs. As we get that scope of work identified, and as we work through that first piece of that, we'll really be able to identify for the next budget cycle if there's any significant costs. There may not be. The current scanners that we use, which all my staff, a lot of staff have them throughout the city, but all of my staff already have one, but they are $800 just for the scanner. So it can add up quickly if we're adding those. I have just a few data points for you that I felt were interesting. We are using about 700 DocuSign envelopes a year between HR, the council documents. We use them for uplift, for the waivers, and so, you know, just really working towards being more paperless as we're able. When I say 700 envelopes, one packet of council documents, which might be 100 pages, counts as one envelope. We just use that because it is that's the metric, like minutes on your cell phone, that's the metric that they bill us at, or that we get an allotment of. Not in this budget, but in the general support budget, worth noting, we've had 38 calls over the last calendar year on our language line. So Spanish, Burmese, and Dari were the top 3 languages that were used for that service. Just good to see we don't have an overwhelming use of that, but it's good to see that people are accessing that, and we continue to make that known to the staff that that's something available for them.
do you know what kind of calls those were, or what sort of services?
Primarily public safety and library. Yep. Sorry, Spanish, Burmese, and Dari. Farsi, Mandarin, and Russian were the next 3. Speaking of the Laserfish, we had over 3,000 pages of just council and recorded documents that we have scanned or digitized into our permanent retention, and over 12,000 pages of financial documents that the clerk's office helps support the finance team, getting all of our checks scanned in, our bill lists and things from council. Aaron mentioned earlier today about our staffing, and just, you know, a note that flows through the payroll as well. So our payroll specialist processed 376 employment changes. So your new hires, your terms, your promotions, your rate changes, all of those things, and among all of the other pieces of that puzzle that she helps us keep. So I just like to highlight how diligent she is in her work with that. And then permitting, we've had 87 liquor licenses, 40 tobacco permits, 37 peddler permits. This is in the last full fiscal year. 270 recorded documents. And while not significant to our budget, because to be a notary is not very expensive, we have seen a very big increase in providing notary services to our residents, something we provide at no cost. And it's just something, it's a really, really great interface with our public.
You
when
do
they
that
can
at
come
the
in.
clerk's office?
We do, yep.
Okay, because they do it at the library too, don't they? Or-
They do, they do. All 4 of my staff, including myself, we're all notaries. There are several others in the building. So I know the library at times may not have a notary
Okay,
on staff. So we do always have one here.
okay.
The DOT forms that now require / strongly urge you to have a notary on those, has increased our traffic, but, you know, we've.
What DOT forms are you talking about?
Bill of sale. A sale,
okay.
like a private sale.
Just making sure I
Yeah.
wasn't missing something
No,
with
no,
my
no.
school permit.
So yes, just, you know, we look to support your strategic plan in the small ways that we have control over with our documents and the little things we can do in our day-to-day work for sustainability to support that and really model that. And also, you know, of course, always open to what you're looking for communication and how we can help support you in the city manager's office with that, so.
All right.
I talked a lot more than I thought I would.
It's good. It's all
I got
good
really
information.
excited.
Well,
It's important to be
I'm
excited
glad-
about documents.
yes.
It's important.
I have a couple of questions related to the election line item and the third bullet point under significant budget impacts. So so this is for, I guess we're approving the budget for starting July 1. So we didn't have any special elections in this the fiscal year that we're currently under, and we won't.
Correct.
Can't imagine.
So we just leave it in there as, in the event you decided there needed to be something, because it's a very pricey.
Right. And do we, so now, as of right now, we have joint city and school elections. So do we split the costs of those elections?
Yes.
Between the cities and the school districts to the county auditor?
Yes.
Okay. And then the third bullet point, the new legislative directed mailing requirements, is that the form that went out from the county last year that was so confusing? I thought the county paid for that.
They do.
They do. I
One are you talking
probably should have just removed that. I wonder if that was probably carried over from
Well,
last year.
she's referencing the special election, so if we
Well,
chose to
the
do.
whole I mean, there's 5,000.
Where are you looking at?
Well, the third bullet under significant budget and impacts talks about a special election with the new legislative direct mailing requirements, and I guess I'm just trying to understand what that means.
That does tie back to if you have a special
Yeah,
election,
so
there's a
if it
new
ended up-
process.
Right, if it ended up being a special election versus just a general election, we can only have them in November anyway. If we didn't have a special election going on, the county would pay for, we share the cost of all that. But if I'm gonna have a special election, just like that, property tax notice that you get when we set the budget,
Yeah.
you also have to send one them, and that, at that time as well. So you would have to send one in November. The county sends it, but they bill us.
So if we did a bond referendum?
Yes,
We would have to pay for a mailing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And potentially, if we were petitioned for filling a council member seat.
Yes, any
election.
type of election.
Yeah.
I don't believe you have to send the mailing for that one, right? I don't think so, because
would
there's
have
no
to look.
property tax impact. That was under a different code section, but the part about having a bond referendum, we have to send that individual mailing to every property tax owner in Urbandale. So yes, that will be a significant cost. The county, I believe, trying to remember, they threw the number out there that it was like $400,000 for them to do that mailing to everybody for Polk County.
Rouse File 718.
And it was so
I'll
clear.
do that again. But obviously it would just be for our community, so, best guess type thing. So it's not necessarily for a special election, but if an election needed to be had, this would not reflect necessarily, hopefully the cost of mailing is not terrible, but our guess was closer to the 50,000, so if we had to do a bond referendum, we're in that 45 to 50 is what our estimate is.
It's been a few weeks since I looked at the CIP. Do we anticipate a bond referendum next year?
That is something we're going to talk about during our TIF discussion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Which we're almost there.
Okay, well, I won't steal your thunder, but no, I just wanted
That's a
some
policy question for you guys.
some clarity on.
Yes.
I mean, it all is tied up with the legislature, but luckily we got a few friends up there.
Yeah, November of '26, if we were doing that, just to preview that, the police department was the first one, that if we wanted to do one for that, which we'll talk about, but November of '26 was the plan time, which would be fiscal '27. So November of '26 is gonna fall into '27. So we would not necessarily, if we were moving forward at the same timeline that we planned for, the police department, if it was gonna have a referendum, would need to go in November of '26.
So we would talk about that a year from now.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't want to miss the opportunity to just say, all of those data numbers and the data represent a lot of work and a lot of diligence on the full staff of the clerk's office. So Elisa and Angie and Jamie, they really do a diligent job of processing things through and being very detail-oriented team. So we're very grateful for the build-out of that team. It's going to result in some very cool things. So, thank you.
Good, thanks, Nicole.
The other thing that's at the end of general support, which Nicole talked about the staffing, because that's in her part. The other piece, this is on GG 33, the general support represents, we're Jamie, so the presence at the front, our admin tech that sits up there, that's Jamie. She falls in that department, but so does the insurance. So the general fund portion, so if you remember the property and casualty, workers' comp, all the general, everything except health insurance, is allocated to the 3 funds that have stuff in this category. So general fund is covered here in general support. So that percentage that's shown on there, so we have the property casualty, cyber, and the brokerage fee. The share of that is 58% that goes to general fund. The stormwater pays a share of that, and road use. So those are the 3 funds that have people or equipment that are linked to these things. So, for example, the 411 insurance, general fund is the only one that has 411 coverage because public safety, right? So general fund pays that. So that is 100% in general fund. Road use doesn't pay a share of that. But property and casualty, we go through and say, how many vehicles does the road use function cover? So they're gonna cover the cost of those types of things. So we allocate it based on what types of things they've got in there. So to give you a reference though, so those numbers did go up. 485 is the property casualty and cyber. Workers' comp and 411 is 79% of those. But the total cost, just because it's spread out amongst all of them, is 1.2 million is what we're paying for all of those types of coverages combined. So that's what's in the budget. It's just reflected in 3 different spots, if that makes sense. Questions on that? So I keep noting the time so I can maybe plan, we're gonna update this time meeting next year. Okay, did we miss anybody other than stuff that's gonna be me?
No, I think so.
Okay.
Things down to you.
All right, so I can cover, so finance and records is my actual operational stuff. So that one is GG 11 through 13. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of changes. I am blessed with my lovely staff that is here and those that didn't have to come today. But we're finally at a really happy spot. So my life is happy because, you know, just like at home, when mama's happy, everyone's happy. So huge thanks to my staff that I could not do this without them. But we don't have a lot of actual costs other than doing the big documents that hopefully somebody reads. But we put a lot of time and effort in going through those 3 big financial documents. But past that, there's not a lot of operational stuff for us. We're mostly staff and making big documents. The one change that I will point out this year, we did have a slight increase in our training budget. Our newest member, Vivian, is going to pursue her CGFM, which is a Certified Government Financial Manager. Is it management? Yeah. So effectively, it's the CPA for those that are in government, so already in practice. So that's good. Continuing to try to pursue those. Both Addison and I will go to the GFOA this year, which is the national conference. And they have a lot of opportunity to do some things like in the sustainability and things that you can focus on. There's not a lot I can do to fulfill your goals other than paying for things.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Fulfilling your goals by paying for things. That should be your motto.
Yeah, that's what I say about robots too. All I do is pay for them. You know, that's our role, and I understand that part of it, but what we can do to help in that area is limited other than trying to make sure that we have the amount of funding set aside to make your things come to fruition. So past that, that's about the only kind of training or something I can go to, is kind of trying to just broaden our horizons and making sure that we're supporting, kind of like Nicole said, we're kind of behind the scenes supporting the things you want to do. But we didn't ask for a lot. We asked for remarkable tablets too, because we're all moving into the 21st century here to do those. So we do a lot of manual markup stuff, but then you can just upload it and not have to retype it. So that's really
Say that, I don't know what these are, but you said manual markup, so do you have a document underneath or a
So
spreadsheet in there that
it's
you can?
literally-
You can
yeah.
just write.
Well, right, but
So like we can.
do you have a finance spreadsheet or document?
It's a
that-
file, so I would open the
that
file
shows
on
up
there,
under-
and then I
on
can do
the
the
screen.
markups, and it sucks it up, and so
Okay.
there's all my markups.
It would have to be a PDF of
So like,
Marking up this binder, I could mark up a PDF of it.
yeah.
Okay.
And then it just sucks it in.
Go to my computer.
Yeah. So
That sounds
it's pretty nice.
fantastic.
We do a lot, when we write checks.
I mean, but you just literally write like this. And,
Does it switch it to text?
you can, yeah.
Yeah, if you, there's some
Beautiful.
Yeah,
training
can convert
things and yeah.
your handwriting to text.
Yeah, doesn't it train itself and?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing notes, like physically doing the notes like that, it'll convert it to text, but if it's on a document, it's more like a PDF. What Vivian was saying is, every time we write checks every week for the city, and we get the big bill list of, here's everything that was entered, we're checking that the vendor's right, that the address is right, the amount is right, does it match the invoice, all those things. And if there's changes, you circle it and whatever, and so right now we have to print it in paper and then hand that off, so this would eliminate killing the trees for printing that stuff. So we're excited to try it, they convinced me to go to an online system for our audit, and successfully, I can say that they won me over, and we did not print, well, I did print a few, but my 4 big binders of audit work papers is all electronic now.
We didn't get electronic for our budget by next year then?
If you would like them, I have that already, but if you want to be able to write in see, maybe we all need remarkable tablets.
Well, that's,
This budget session brought to you by Remarkable.
seriously, I would.
I mean, you guys have the iPads. I don't know if there's functionality like that you could just
You
actually
can
go
swap pages in and out.
through it there. So,
iPad pen or
so
whatever.
there's
Well,
places to go.
we're
can.
having a little aside here on this, but like my family got me a pen when I got on the council to go with the iPad. And like, so last night when we had the council letter, like I was trying to not print it out, which is what I wanted to do, but trying to make notes on it, and I couldn't figure out.
There's an app for that.
Do we have? James is stingy with giving us the apps on the iPad, so.
It's not currently on our council iPads, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Maybe you
but
could
there's an
ask
app
James
for that.
about it.
Can we
'cause-
bring James back?
Here's stat, Bridget wants something.
Say James is home.
I think it's functionality between the program that you're able to load the stuff into and the writing utensil, because the Remarkable tablets are that way too. There's a pen that can, put on and erase and whatever, but then there's like a base level one that's just for blah, blah, blah. So the police department has had these this is the 3rd year that they have them, and they're adding a few more into their next division, and they've loved them. So I'm like, okay, if police can do it, surely we can do it. We can do it. So that's the only new thing in there, but we're still effectively neutral other than staffing, so. Okay, any finance? Okay. All right, so the other pieces that we can talk about from my side, so culture and convention, so the hotel motel fund. So that is, the detail is at the end of culture and rec, the very last page. CR starts at 31. So this is the hotel motel applications that we all lovingly call them. All of the applicants submitted in November. They presented to you in December. The subcommittee met and went through all of the requests. Page 33 is the one place you can see everything that applied and was given. It just might not land in this budget. So if you all remember, hotel motel, we have a policy that identifies what category they fall into. So if it's focused on the core use of hotel motel, it is paid out of hotel motel, out of that separate fund. So that's the top section. So Bravo, CVB, and then you can see all the applicants that had pieces that are eligible to pay out of hotel motel. versus being shifted over to the general fund budget. And the bottom part shows what department those land in and the amounts, what they were given for. So I don't know if you guys want to talk through each of those, or if you have had a chance to review the items that were on there. Blake and Amy were on that committee with the mayor and I. AJ and Curtis all sat in on that. So
I guess if you could obviously I sat through those requests. Are there any that we're not funding, or are there any that that asked for? And I guess we can talk about UCAN probably later, but of the ones in the hotel motel fund that we are funding dramatically less than they asked for.
Okay, so if you compare, if you do a little bend here and back in the green section, budget summary 5 is the hotel motel fund that has the requested column in it. So you can see the biggest, we did not fund anyone. So they're all in there at some level, but we did fund at significantly different levels for several of them. So you can see the difference between that 26 requested and the 26 recommended. But those bottom where it says move to community services, it can't show here because I'm not paying it out of that fund. That's why I'm pointing you to that.
What budget summary page are you?
5. So the biggest ones that UCAN and Food Pantry both asked for $100,000, and we're giving them 50. There was a lot of discussion about both of those items, given the various transitions for both groups, and what those are going to land on. Those two actually land in community services, which is our Health and Human Social Services tab, which is the one right before that. That's where those two land. And you can kind of see those pieces that fall under that. So UCAN was 24, what we're calling rent, because potentially they're still gonna be in that facility for a bit. We're not positive what the timing of that will be. Hopefully, maybe not. So those potentially will be restructured and sent to some other allocation. And then the operational stuff. So I think we ended up actually settling on any facility-related costs, utilities, so effectively the rent type thing, but nothing for direct buying product. So that's direct operational stuff. So it's all related to the facility. And that is, oh, sorry, I was reading the one off of UCAN. I'm like, I swear I updated that. So facility-related costs and improvements, because I believe the intention is April that their move-in date.
Yeah.
Anybody else remembering that, April?
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be completely out of that the old facility, and they won't have any of that. So we're working towards the improvements of the existing new facility that we bought them. And then the UCAN one, the same thing. They asked for 100, we gave them 50, and theirs is the one that we split, 24 to rent and 26 for operational. There was a long list of things that we have requested from them. That will be part of their 2080, just like it was this year. They did the strategic plan. Now we want to see, okay, so what's your fundraising plan? What are you doing to wean yourself off effectively, we're almost 100% of the support for their staffing.
What have we paid out? I mean, are we still in last year's money with UCAN?
Yes, so they're in the 26 budget. They have $60,000 this year, the current year that we're in. And it's $30,000 for rent.
Have they drawn down any of that?
I've paid them their rent through December.
Okay.
Because that's when their lease was through. So they provide me a copy of their lease so I can confirm, but their rent is currently at $30,000 is what they need for rent. So we're trying to filter a little bit of trying to encourage them to find other sources for some of these things and work through that plan. So that'll all be communicated through their 2080. She does send me quarterly updates. I'm working pretty closely with both her and the current president is Betty Devine to work through a little more sensible way to present their financials, because it's not capturing what we're trying to move them towards, of really focusing on what operationally makes sense and what doesn't. So we're just trying to push them along. If you did this plan, but what do you doing to get there? So those were the main discussion points around folks that turn stuff in. Waukee Christian Services also falls under the community services one. That one was specifically for a security system upgrade. And UGRA was the other big one that asked 75,000, and we only gave them 25, and that one is field lights,
Yeah.
right? So this is
So,
the,
yeah.
It was the
It was like
50% match for
yeah.
the field
yeah,
lighting.
50%, let's see.
Mhm.
Yeah, UGRA is 50%, their 5,000 other parking lot payment, and then 50% for field lighting and bathroom renovations.
Up
Every
to 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we broke it apart. Their 2080, I've limited space on here, but their 2080 has all of the restrictions. So we gave them specific dollar amounts up to 50%, up to this dollar amount for each of the things that they listed. So, because any type of capital things, we do kind of want them to have some skin in the game. So we usually ask for matches on all of those. And then the special events sponsorship was the other thing in there. 10,000 of that is already committed for the Living History Farms. Their first payment was this year, so that would be year 2 of that, but there's still the full 50 in there if something else came in under that policy that council would like to support, so it's in there as a placeholder for something that may come forward. The one thing you won't see in there is that we are finally done with the Iowa Event Center payments. This year's last year. So we finally satisfied that, but unfortunately that just all rolls back to Bravo. So it's still the same dollars amount, it just goes back to Bravo.
So Living History Farms is $10,000 for how
Yep.
many years?
5 years, right?
I think they asked for 50.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so
That's-
it's 5 years, because
And this
there's
is the-
4 left.
The fiscal year that we're in right now is the first
We
payment.
paid the first payment, yeah, Curtis, did we pay it this fiscal? Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like we paid it in July because it was that next, yes, it was in this budget. So, multiple budget years rolling around in my head, sorry. So this fiscal 26 is year 2 of 5.
And so I'm probably just being slow on the uptake here. So I'm not fully understanding the reasons, and I'm not asking this in a remotely challenging way, just trying to understand why, the 75 went to 25, the 100 went to 50, versus Bravo and Convention Bureau, 642 and holding.
Those are 2080 agreements we have. So
Okay.
we're-
Yeah, so
So
we
that's
have, if
2080,
they have
so
an
we're-
established 2080 that we're,
Obligated.
correct,
That's what I thought, there was a
yeah. So-
18-month notice or something to make it
Yeah.
change.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, there is discussion. I mean,
Yes.
we're still waiting on language. We've got language drafted on everything other than the growth component on the 2080s for CVB and Bravo. And we're waiting on final language on that would change those two agreements from 2/7, which is 28.6%, down to 25%. There's a lot of, I would say, city manager agreement and coalescing around that. But of course, as the council knows, there are a lot of communities kind of going off on their own, and some are canceling those agreements. But the idea behind that was to try to get something that the supermajority of the participants could live with, keep the organizations viable and vibrant, but also frankly claw back a small amount of that money for local use. And so
Say that again, so going from 27 and
28.6,
2/7.
2/7, yep, which is what each of the 2080 agreements, with one or two exceptions, Waukee, for example, but most of the metro, we're all at 2/7 of our hotel motel receipts
To Bravo and CVB.
each. So 4/7 of hotel motel goes away,
Oh.
essentially out the door contractually. And Urbandale's not alone. That's almost all the cities. The idea is, and this is at the management level at this point, they're, obviously subject to all these policy decisions, would be to dial that back to 25% for each of those two organizations, but then also limit the growth moving forward, cap the growth moving forward to a smaller amount, because right now they move in lockstep. So if you open 2 brand new hotels and your revenue goes up, dramatically, then 2/7 of all of that new revenue goes to those two organizations, kind of irrespective of their operating needs. So that's the game plan. We're hoping to get language in place so that that can come forward to the council for a more robust discussion and particularly a decision. But all of this, many of the cities are having this discussion because they are struggling to find the funds to do lots of different things, and hotel motel is a logical way to fund a lot of these things. And so that's kind of how the conversation started. But the idea is not to destroy these organizations. It's to just trim it, take a haircut, similar to what we're doing. You know, the cities are all taking a haircut on the property tax side, but then also making sure that particularly for cities like Urbandale and others that have a lot of new growth, and for cities that are just getting started in their hotel development side, think Waukee, for example. They're not in CVB right now, but maybe they could be, but probably would be dependent on how much of that revenue they might get to keep for their own amenities and their own, kind of softer investments in their community. So we should have language by now. We don't. That's my honest response, and we're working on it, trying to get that nailed down.
Who's doing that work?
Well, it started with me, and we got the legal language drafted on the main change to the 2080s. Now it's being tweaked for the growth factor, and so there's a group of folks that have met a number of times, and I was in transition for the last meeting, but Curtis filled in for that. So, but there's really no reason why we can't get that language kind of nailed down and brought forward. Because my concern is obviously the more communities that just go off in their own direction, either canceling or trying to do something, I don't want to use the word draconian, but just more drastic, then it could potentially collapse. And there was a pretty large group of us at city manager level that didn't want to see that happen.
So you can, in the food pantry, half of their requests, and the other half's not someplace else, right?
Correct.
And so what was the rationale there?
So as the committee met to talk through all of those, so a lot of it is looking at, for reference, they always ask for 100, and we don't typically ever give them that. We've never given them that amount. So we go through and look at what their trend has been, what are they asking for in use. So I think a lot of it is just trying to start weaning some of that back to actually being the facility cost. So it's a little bit easier with food pantry. We just bought them a $400,000 building. 400 plus $1,000 building. We gave them a contribution to buy the building. I should rephrase that. We did not buy the building. We contributed to help them get into a new facility, which was the long-term goal, right? So now they don't have rent, so we've alleviated that piece of it. So we're just kind of trying to wrap our hands around what that transition year is going to be. UCAN is more in the same boat of, okay, we were supposed to, we started at 50 years ago and it was supposed to be weaning off, and that discussion continues to be had about what their strategic plan is, how they're going to keep operating. What does that look like? Because we are the majority of their funding right now, and trying to get them a chance to transition and figure out what exactly their role is. And then while we're doing the social services plan, as a city, where do they fit into the puzzle, and how do we go about that? So we're just kind of, honestly, it's the discretion of the committee for what they're comfortable with and recommending. So that's what these numbers reflect.
I think specifically with, like, when we were talking about rent with UCAN, it's not, what number did we land on?
We ended up
24?
at 24. Their actual rent is 30. So there was a little discussion of having the programming that's happening within the church, that should maybe not all fall to us, or that's an automatic. They know that's the rent that they can get because that's what we're funding. So we had discussion about that. Ultimately it's council's discretion of what you want that to be, but this is how the committee landed. With all that, and all of that documentation is still out there on that OneDrive, share drive that you guys, OneDrive, yeah, that's where it's at.
So really our recommendation, but it's subject to any tweaks by the.
I mean, I
here
just,
today.
you know, we've played, or not played, but, I mean, we've asked for specific benchmarks and them to meet goals over the last number of years, and I think the progress has been incredibly slow. So I'm still, I mean, I think paying rent is probably what we can justify, but I still feel like we need to ask more of them. I mean, I've been told that they really are expecting space in the food pantry, and that's not my vision for that space at all. So, I don't know, I think we need to continue to do what we can positively to encourage them to get, you know, back to the basics or whatever terminology we want to use. I think they're can be a very vital organization to our community, and we just need to help figure out what that looks like. I want to keep funding them because I think they can do and should do more, but I'm still not content with what they're doing.
So where we are on the Human Services Strategic Plan, right now we have UCAN representation in the ELL space and in the transportation space. We just aren't there yet. And so being able to define what that looks like, I know they're relying on the Human Services Strat Plan to help define some of their work. So more to come. It's just, we didn't feel like we should be punishing them for decisions that are still coming. So.
But there's fundraising is still.
Yeah,
they're,
absolutely.
You know,
I don't
is
think they have
independent of.
I don't think they have a professional fundraiser. They don't have anyone who's used to doing fundraising on a regular basis, and that is a skill set that they would be, wise to invest in, but.
Thanks.
And I think that was kind of why we decided to like from a fundraising perspective, that's why we made the decision to go at the rate we did. Because I think one of the asks that we have as part of providing them funding is there needs to be more major players in their fundraising plan in terms of, yes, Urbandale is part of your fundraising plan, but there also needs to be multiple other entities or portions of your fundraising that come in to actually meet your revenue expectations. It can't just be us being a vast majority of the revenue expectations.
And to clarify, so the two pieces are dealt with separately. So the rental piece, they provide me a lease and I can pay that through the months covered that are under the existing lease. So for example, the last year when we were contingent on give me your strategic plan and I'm not paying you until you do that. So that's the whole other half of it. That 30, we didn't pay it till the very, very end when they did their presentation to council of this is the plan that we've got. And they were imminent. I believe they presented to us like in August maybe at that lunch and learn. So we knew that they were making progress, but that's kind of how we had the stick to get that done. So the committee's recommendation is so we have the 24 for rent. So as long as they give me a valid lease, I'll be able to pay those pieces out. But the other pieces are contingent on showing a fundraising plan of how you're going to deal with that and what the implementation timeline. There was a third thing that I wrote down that we wanted to include in there.
Wanted to see progress on like what the 2024 items on the strat plan, I think.
There you go. So that they had identified a whole bunch of stuff in that strat plan, but we haven't actually had an update for that. So we're trying to use that to our advantage to try to get them to force some accountability under that and not necessarily tied directly to the Health and Human Services Plan because we're kind of in the driver's seat for that. And if they're going to be a part of it, we're going to tell them to be a part of that. But the pieces that we could try to help, if you want me to release the money, so granting it to them does not mean I'm paying it to them until they hit those criteria. So that's how we control that. The 2080 is written in that way, so that's how we do that. So the only piece that you're committing to probably walking out the door is the $24,000 for rent.
So in other words, we've tied this to a set of outcomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that's true for all of these entities. We do a real brief 2080 that you're used to seeing. It comes in on consent agenda. That allows us to document public purpose for purposes of auditor requirements of, you can't just give people funds. It's community, it has to be a community-based need or show the public purpose of spending public dollars. So all of these that came to present all have a 2080 in place.
Well, thank you. That was beneficial for me to get to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Beneficial to me. Maybe not to anyone else.
No, it was.
Nikki, have you heard anything from the Lions about their tent? I
No.
might have heard about they maybe need, like, depending on, like, because I see tent repair in here, so it might be worth talking to them just to see if there was a change in direction of what they needed to do, whether it was a repair or a new tent.
Oh, okay.
I would just reach out and check.
So as soon as the budget, just so you are all aware, once the budget funding is set, which is obviously a little bit later, April 15th will be our budget public hearing. Once that's set, I send them the information about, here's your 2080, here's what it's gonna be. Once the budget is set and the funding has been awarded, they can go ahead and do whatever it is. They just can't get the money until July 1. So we've definitely had organizations of, like, if they need the ready for the 4th, like, they probably aren't waiting until July 1 to have that repaired. So those kind of things. So if it's something like that they're needing to move forward, but I can follow up with them.
Yeah,
when we-
and just drafting, like, the 28, like, if we draft the 2080 to say it's a tent repair,
Yeah,
and that's it, and then they say, well, we actually needed the new tent instead.
yeah.
I
And they
just wanted
have,
to
I
make
do
sure.
send the draft to them, so if they have any, like, is your point of contact different or anything like that? So we have the ability to make edits to it if the document needs to be fixed in
Got
some
it.
way. So-
Okay.
So I start reaching out from them as soon as the budget's done, we have it ready to go. And they start coming to you guys anywhere from June through September, depends on when they meet and sign it, send it back to me. Okay, so that is the things that are in the hotel motel. Any other discussion on any of those items? You'll notice the VFW is in 2 different places because the piece related to their food service trailer and generator is based on that culture piece of the 4th of July stuff that they do, but their normal stuff, this essay contest and teacher of the year, that stuff actually flows through to mayor and council's budget. Okay, so that was the only other thing in there. Next is the community services, which is what we kind of started just hitting on. That is in HSS 5 is the notes for that one. The grants that we just talked about, so those are all in there. Anna's not here anymore, but the Neighborhood Finance Corp, that loan program, this is a continuation of that program. I can't remember what year this is.
No, it started when I
Feels like a
joined the
long time.
council.
Well, there was the initial one, but then now this is the renewal. I don't know. Anyway, it's been going on for a while, continuing on. John Kay can answer questions on that, but it's the same program we've had in place for several years. And the new one, though, is the Dallas County Housing Trust. This one is, it's a small dollar amount. This is a per capita basis, yes. And they have asked us for a contribution for multiple years, but we've never had any Urbandale residents actually getting service through them. So we just got the invoice actually for this fiscal year and asked again, is there anybody getting vouchers? And we do have 2 this year. So our recommendation from staff would be to go ahead and, even though it's not budgeted, if council is okay with going ahead and paying that out of the discretionary stuff this year, out of your budget, to pay that if you would like. But going forward, now that we know Dallas County residents of Urbandale are using the program, that we would consider supporting them.
And that is owner-occupied repairs?
Sorry. We
The-
moved to Dallas County.
The Dallas County
Dallas County.
Housing Trust Fund.
That's Section 8 voucher management.
So it's just not Polk.
Okay.
Because we do, you'll see the next one is Section 8 housing for City of Des Moines is who we pay. That does the Polk County side. So this is the Dallas County side of that same thing.
So it says program support, but it's actually Section 8.
Well, I mean, yes, that's what the program is doing,
Okay.
but we don't directly pay about, like, that's just how we word it. Helps them operate. But they hadn't been operating we did not have any Urbandale residents participating in the program in Dallas County.
Well, I think it would make sense to word it the same for Polk County and Dallas County. I mean, to show that it's
The
Section 8
housing. Yep,
vouchers,
We can do that.
you know, Section 8 Housing Program Support / Dallas County Housing Trust Fund.
Yep, we can do that.
Because I thought what they did was owner-occupied repair or something. I don't know. We're gonna have a meeting.
No, that is what they do, but they also manage the Section 8 vouchers as well. It's both.
We're gonna have a meeting.
Yeah, well, Amy and I were gonna meet with that guy, learn about it.
Colleen? Andrew, thank you.
Is that the Metro Home Program?
Yeah.
MIPA's taking over the Metro Home Program. That was administered by the city of West Des Moines for about 2 decades,
Yeah.
but that changed recently.
Yeah.
And the council should have approved a new agreement.
Presented
Yep.
to you guys and kind of walked through all of that stuff, so it feels like they do a lot, but under this umbrella, this is my understanding, this specifically is for the Section 8 housing piece, so we'll
The Met-
update the wording to match that.
Yeah, the Metro Home Improvement Program is funded
Yeah.
with local dollars plus Polk
Yes.
County Housing Trust Fund dollars.
Yeah, that's the next one, which is in there at 29,000. That's a continuation. We've been supporting that for a long time.
Can you remind me how many Section 8 vouchers are operating in Urbandale?
I'm going from memory, but I think it's approximately 40-ish.
That's where I was thinking it was too. Okay. I just can't remember the actual number, and I think I gave it to you, but I'm.
Yeah, let me go fishing.
The other pieces that are in this budget are the relatively small dollars, but Civil Rights Commission, that operates out of here with that board. Not a ton of activity, but it remains in this item. The other two items that are on there, so just to back up one step for newbies here, this whole function stems off of 10% of the local option sales tax for Polk County capital projects. So there's two pieces of Polk County, 50% was property tax relief and 50% for capital projects and another long list of things, any legal purpose. So, so effectively 5% of Polk County. That amount, 375,000 was this year, based on my estimates of local option coming in. So that money comes in here to this community services function. So the top part is all the things that we've got a name for. I know that you're gonna make these contributions and I know it's gonna come out this year. So the big number that you see down there is 179,306. So what we started doing after that first year, because the timing does not match up always for the things you guys wanna do, or what, there was a subcommittee that was gonna kinda get through that. That was during deployment and all this stuff when Matt Blake was here. Trying to figure out what those look like, and this is a lot of where that Health and Human Services plan comes in. What does that look like? What are we wanting to do with that? So for my sanity's sake, I budget that to just, if you don't have a name on it of something you know you want me to write a check for this year, we move it out to a capital projects fund, just like we just talked about with the ARPA stuff. So it's in a fund.
How much is in that fund?
Well, we just bought a building
Okay.
for them out of it, so not much left anymore.
But
there's like
didn't we use
45,000.
ARPA funds to, I mean,
A small portion of it. So remember, each year, the last several, you've put $75,000 away for facilities, providing the facility to figure out UCAN and food pantry.
yeah.
So I used that. So,
Okay.
so it's down to like 45,000, so it's not a ton, but the amount that we transfer in there is anything you haven't spent here, because directive was that those lost funds should be set aside for community service type things.
So we do not have the 600,000 or whatever still remaining in that. That's what Strat Plan, Human Services Committee thinks they have about 600 grand to work with.
Yeah, I heard that AJ said that number, and he did not get that from me, but, yeah. So that's the 157 that's in there this year. So yeah, so there was 32,000 coming years in this year. So now we've got this year's allocation, which is 157. So there's 190,000 in there right now. and you'll have plus another 179,000.
This is, I mean, I guess I'm with Amy
But-
maybe in the quizzical look. This isn't jiving with my memory of how this was supposed to.
I thought it was coming out ARPA.
Okay,
Yeah.
but, I was gonna say, but see, there's the ARPA funding that was set aside for housing and community services, here, in the CIP. So there's a couple pools. This is the piece that's specifically lost. Lost money, not it's lost. Sales tax related, and, let's see.
Page 60 in the CIP.
I was gonna say, ooh, it's not even in streets, what is that?
Because it's with Douglas.
Oh, it's,
45 units was
45.
section A. Or, yes, through the 20.
Thank you. That's right, 47 total. Yeah.
oh, this is still the draft, my page number is not. Sorry. What's the number? Douglas, there we go. So we have community service, so there's $250,000 for community social service assessment and the facilities. So whatever we've not paid Baton Global, the rest of that is in there. We have $150,000 for the affordable housing study, that's also part of that piece, is what I understood that to be. And then the $100,000 that we have not committed for the project manager for logistics stuff. So I think that that's where he came up with that number. But that was before we bought the food pantries building, because those pieces had been set aside, 75,000
But that was from year one of this fund, wasn't it?
in each of the 3 years that we've had it.
So that's 75 times 3.
Just, that's gonna be, that needs to be a conversation with that committee, because I literally just had a conversation with them on Thursday where it was you know, we have 600,000, let's make sure that we're intentional and, you know, in their recommendations, and their recommendations that they're making are based on the idea that they have 600K to kind of budget and work through. So,
I mean, if they need 600, that's your prerogative. If you tell me that they need 600 put back in there, then we can transfer interest into that. It's not a huge issue, but it was the directive I got for food pantry purchase, was to use those previously set aside funds for
we were using
facilities.
ARPA for
But we have the ARPA money too.
okay.
I have a couple of other related questions. I know it's been since my time on the council that we've kind of consolidated some of these things that were in other budgets, like the Metro Home Improvement Program was in community development and civil rights was somewhere else. Are the fundings, it was my understanding that the funding sources for, that went with those things were gonna come with them into this. Does that still happen? So,
Because if you look at the total on HSS4, the total for the department is $447,000, but 375 of that is lost money coming in.
Okay.
So the rest is still funded the way it used to be.
Okay.
We're just consolidating all of your social service type things, activities are on this page, but
Okay.
yes, that is still true. And then based on actual true up from lost from the previous year, then I transfer the rest of that in, which you can see in the beginning, back in your green section in budget summaries. On budget summary 9, for local option sales tax. So if you look in that fiscal, so 25 revised that we're in, so based on the anticipated 2.6 million, we had 355,000, and then the number below that, so we go back and look at fiscal 24, how much money did I actually collect in that 5% of Polk County, and true it up. So we're actually paying in the 355 plus 35,000. And the budget that we're setting now, I have 375 and $49,000 for my estimate for what last year is gonna be to clean it up. So we're making sure that it's, the full 5% is going in there.
so under, on HSS3, it says 10%, and then in the,
It's
main
10% of
pages
the,
is it says 5%.
yeah, so if
So-
it's whether or not you're doing all of Polk County, it's 5%. It's 10% of the piece that I legally can do, which is only the 50% that was any lawful purpose. So if you're looking at Polk County total, it's 5% because you've got 50% here and 50% here. I only get to take 10% of this 50%.
So is it consistent to have 10% on this page and 5% in the communication, the David's letter in the front?
If we make it consistent to be the 50% of the 50%, it was just where the wording is different. We can make it the same, yeah.
So what is the best way to describe? Would you rather say it's 5% of the Polk County lost?
It's more
revenue?
accurate to say 10% of the 50% because I am not legally able to use the other 50%. I
Okay.
can't touch that. That's not what that purpose was. So I should say 10% of the available 50%. So,
Okay.
but that wording
The
is
math-
terrible,
but
right?
the math is that it's 5.
It's 5%.
I mean,
Yes, so
colloquially, it's 5% of the money that's coming
Yes,
in from the
that's
Polk County
more simplistic,
local option sales
absolutely,
tax.
but-
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is confusing to have it referred two ways, so we'll figure that out.
Does that confuse things or add to?
I'm always confused about this budget because I take a lot of ownership in it and still always get confused. The first bullet under future budget considerations, isn't that the Human Services Strategic Plan? It says we're currently undergoing a community needs survey.
Yeah, we got the wording corrected on that. I'm not part of that plan, so I
Okay.
hadn't gotten the bullet point
Okay.
back yet, so, I know Vivian got it from
Okay.
John Conyer of, I think
Okay.
it says this piece was completed and here's the status of the rest of it, so that has been updated.
Okay.
And then that 35,000 is the only confirmation, that you've been contributing to the MAC program to fund that, second location piece. Is that still, I left it in there because you chose to keep that transfer to 35,000 to the MAC program in there under community services. I assume that that's still, okay.
Joe, do you want to know what the MAC program is? Okay, great. It's one of those uniquely Urbandale things.
It's a Metro Advisory Council camp program.
Oh, that would be so much fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I
We
don't
make a
know.
connection at MAC too.
There you go. You could make a connection at MAC.
We could.
Okay, anything else on community services? That's the only thing in that function, so that's why we do the transfer, because it has to support itself, so if it's gone, it would roll back to general fund, because you've put it in there. That's why we do that transfer out to capital, so that it remains intact for you to do what you want to do with it.
If we were to make that back to the 600K, where would those funds come from?
Capital projects interest, because that's
where we pulled it from.
Because effectively, if the purchase of the land was not supposed to be out there, or if that's not what was communicated, we would effectively move it back, and I would pay for the building out of that instead.
I would argue we need to do that. Otherwise, we're gonna have 20 really pissed off people who's sitting around a committee saying, why are we here? Because we
What-
have limited funds to work with.
What's the so we're sitting with how much shortfall from that 600 number?
190?
So we have 190 in there, and we'll have another 179 with this, and we have 250, so we're not very far off.
Yeah.
It's just that the ARPA money is still sitting there in that separate, because you identified that through the ARPA.
That's actually more than 600. if
But we
it's the
spent some of
250.
it on Baton Global. I do not remember what that contract cost was.
So
670.
the risk of losing some of the time that we gained this
Yeah, I
morning.
know.
I just had a quick question. So the function of the Human Services Strategic Planning Committee that's meeting is to, one of the outcomes of that is to make recommendations on spending whatever amount of money it is, maybe it's 600,000, maybe it's some other number. Is that a one-time thing, or is that the expectation that that's going to be recurring annual $600,000 a year, or just the
No.
first amount was 600,000?
How it was
'Cause I'm-
framed was, it has been accumulating, there's 600,000 now in there, but there is an accumulated amount
Okay.
that gets contributed into the human services budget annually.
But the first recommendations would be one time, like
That's kind of-
to launch the program or whatever.
Not really
launch-
to launch it, but like, when we were talking about strategies, people are like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking like we got 50,000 to work with? Are we what's our size and scope when we think about strategies? And so the number that they were given was 600,000. They said, oh, okay, well, that's actually a sizable chunk that we can make some impact with. Not necessarily spend it all at one time by any stretch, but just to give them a size and scope of what type of strategies do we want them to investigate. So we don't want people to come back with recommendations for 150, 200 grand when, oh, sorry, like, that's just not realistic.
I'm just trying to ascertain whether we're talking about one time, or
Yep.
if we're talking, some of these strategies might be people or
Likely
ongoing operating expenses.
more of it's more alignment and more
Okay.
coordination and more, not necessarily ongoing, but TBD, right? I mean.
I'll be
So-
attending the next
And I
meeting.
think we can leave it, we meet next week. We leave it, I think we could leave it here for now, but just know that we might have to make some decisions down the road, if that doesn't completely screw you up.
No, I mean, this
Whatever's gonna be most
function is
helpful.
out there with that caveat is at some point, you're gonna have to figure out what permanent funding looks like for this, because I don't know if 5% of Dallas, or Polk County I don't know what your plan is to do it, so I have no idea what I need to fund.
Yeah.
So we will figure out how to do that once we know a plan for it. Or if the timing doesn't work, it might not matter. Because if you don't need all 600 up front,
Right.
the money that's in this year will be
And
fine.
it may not even happen this, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so.
You mentioned $150,000 of ARPA money was earmarked for an affordable housing study. Is that something that we're looking at doing, or you look like you have something you want to say, Curtis?
Well, it's between David and I, but the thought was on Capital Crossroads, if we're going to actively lean into that this year, there may be a lot of efficiencies that, I mean, truth be told, we are engaged right now in affordable housing. It came to us and we're doing it. And so can we take the things that we're doing and then utilize some of our regional partners to help form up the policy and strategy for the long term? I think that's where our heads are.
Well, and at least open-minded at the front end, and then we'll see, but, being around the table with other communities too is I think really helpful. Now, if they head off in, directions that don't align, we can pivot off of that. But the idea was, because that was the topic they chose, we didn't choose it, they chose to really get into. And I think a piece of that, they really want to spend a lot of time on workforce housing, was to attend that, get involved in that, see what that was, see if that satisfied what we're trying to do, align with our goals. And if it does, we'll stick with it. If not, we'll come up with something to complement that.
And I will say, a housing committee is diving into that right now. I have 52 pages of data related to housing in my bag, and I'm happy if you want to make a
From the
copy of it.
Human Services Committee?
Housing committee. I think the exact words were, I can do a housing study for you. You don't need to pay for that.
Says Matt Hauge.
I didn't say names.
I mean, I think we've asked Polk County for help, or the trust fund for help before, and not been given it.
So I'm happy to share some data.
Okay, so the last sections here are mostly all going to be in special revenue, other than TIF, but let's just flip to that tab just to walk through those couple of things. I know.
What page?
I'm sorry, SR1, back to
Okay.
the special revenue fund tab. These are all the new green ones. Contingency didn't change, but we did renumbering, so that's why you got a whole new section. For those, Joe is new, and for David to know as well, the contingency, this is $25,000 per function that we add in as a contingency fund this is a lemon year, or I have a huge snowstorm, or I have something that needs to have some budget float, I guess. This is pure cushion, this is not slush in any way, because it rolls back to the general fund. So it's in all of the general fund functions. So this is $100,000 cumulative that is there for a just in case, and it only needs to last from the last time I do an amendment, so for 30 days of the fiscal year. This is your get out of jail free card, but it has to have council approval. So this is not money that I can just use to balance something or other. It would have to come for formal council approval to say, this is why we need to do it. I don't legally have time to amend the budget, so I'm gonna use these funds. Otherwise, this rolls back into the general fund every year. So there is no accumulation, there's no slush. That's what contingency is. Jumping into the next page is debt service. We already talked about the $1.44, so this is down 5 cents. Thank you to all of our thank you for bearing with me for all of these years. We're finally there. 25 is the last year. We will have retired all of our debt that was outstanding when we passed local option sales tax. So this is my transition year. So 26, this is the last year that we'll probably issue the big dollars. Some of it will be able to be bought down. So if you remember way back when, so for those of you that weren't here at that time, local option sales tax was used to call and pay off debt as fast as we could. So everything that was outstanding from 2017 forward is now gone. The last one will be done here in June. So those last 2 bonds will pay off. So that's allowed us to reduce our debt service levy. It was $2.05 when we started, and it's now $1.49. This is the last step at $1.44. So what the transition there was to try to get us so that we could use the local option sales tax to effectively cash flow our capital projects program. So everything except TIF. We will still probably sell TIF bonds. They're gonna be super short, but you have to have that bond issuance in order to accept a contract. So there's a timing issue there. That's the only reason we'd have to go and still sell bonds, but it'll probably be 2-year debt in and out. And we'll evaluate that. We're working with Piper Sandler to work through all of that. But the debt service for this year, it's still 1 more year of planning that out, and then we'll continue to pay off those bonds that over the last 6 years we've been still issuing debt, because we still have to fund our capital project, but yet I'm calling off everything behind it. So now we just finished paying out the bonds that we had. Those were 10-year bonds. So as soon as those are available for call, we'll go ahead and do that, but they're pretty short. So we'll effectively transition to a full cash flow of our projects, which is pretty awesome. So that's where we're at. Anticipated for this year's bond issuance is going to be April 15th as well as my sale date. We anticipate 13.2 million. And then we just kind of talk about all of the activity that we've had. The bonds that will be paid off this spring is the last 2. That was the one left over from the year we punted because interest rates were so bad. So that there's 2 actual bonds, 17 and 19A, will go away this year. Other than that, debt service should then continue to come down. Our plateau will be about $1.10 to finish the payout of the ones that we've continued to issue. So it's pretty exciting actually to be in this position, but it's taken fortitude to hold the line and do that. So I appreciate that. The detail of where all that stuff comes from is in the notes to that, if you care. How much of those are paid from our bond? So we have $18 million in debt service for the year, but $5 million of that is calling and paying off TIF bonds. We will continue to pay off TIF. I only have 1 more year of that because we're issuing those for only 5 years now. So it's super short, so there's really no call date because you can't really sell it much less than 5 with a call date. But 5 million of that will come off for TIF. So we continue to aggressively pay off our TIF bonds as well. Debt service, all right. Any questions on that? Y'all have been through the CIP.
Yeah, but this all really changes if the legislature passes.
It potentially does.
Okay.
But we always have the availability of a debt service levy, and we made a difference while we could. So.
Yeah, well, that's awesome.
Employee benefits levy, so this is one of the special levies that we choose to access. This takes effectively the shift from when the consolidated general fund levy, David mentioned that at the beginning, that so we're going down to the 778. So the shift that comes out of debt service just slides over to this levy. So effectively, there's no net difference, but this one looks like it goes up, it went up from 7.5 cents to 14.3 cents. So that effectively buys down how much we charge each department for employee benefits. So this is all of our health insurances, medical, life, those kind of things. And that is all paid out of an internal service fund. So every department pays in based on the number of employees they have, and this helps offset the general fund. So it's relief to the general fund for every cent of levy we have here. It's direct off the general fund. Does that make sense? And all of these special revenue funds also have a cash flow statement at the beginning. Okay, local option is the next page. So we just kind of talked about that, the pieces that we've already gone through and paid for retiring the debt. This also does talk about the 10% of the lost available for projects. So I agree your wording, we can clean that up to make it consistent. So, but the available for projects piece is the part that's that 50%. So that amounts to $375,000, which is what I've allocated for 26. And those then go, the detail of how we use those funds is then on SR 13. So this is what I was talking about with the transition year. So some of this is, we still have to use 50% of each, Dallas and Polk have a 50% piece that I have to use that for property tax relief. So we've been using that to call and pay off bonds. So that's direct off our debt service. This is now, we're starting to shift those to capital projects to start buying down. Here's my 5 cents. So we're leaving that a little bit this year, but you have to have a year to accumulate a balance, right? I have to have cash to do a CIP. So I can't not kind of, I'm stockpiling a little bit, sitting, not slush, not slush, sitting it into the capital projects so that when we get ready for next year's CIP, we know what all of our projects are, whatever, $15 million, and I'm gonna take $10 million off the top, and I'll issue what's net of that. So that's how we'll show debt relief, right? This is levy relief, because this is what I had eligible to issue debt for, and I'm not. I'm reducing it by that amount. So that's it's the same idea as paying off the bonds. This is what my debt is. Now I'm not doing that. So that's just a little bit more transparent way to show that we're providing that tax relief, is these were all eligible versus showing it, oh no, I'm paying this with lost. That gets lost, literally. Ooh, that was a pun for the end of the day.
So Nikki, we had been paying for the fire station out of the Dallas County Lost Funds, and we paid that off
in June of 24.
So where is that money? Is that what's going to the employee benefits levy?
So flip now, that's the last of that page anyway, so go up to the front part, back to page budget summary S, budget summary 9. So you'll see in that first column, so that's the fiscal 24 actual, so that was the last year we paid off the 500,000. And then all of those, they're kind of a greenish highlight on this page. Those are the shaded amounts are what was sent over to debt service to pay off bonds. So now then this current fiscal year, so that 500 is now switching to help pay this year's call and pay off bonds. So those greenish ones are still adding up, the 600,000, $1.7 million, 300, and then 2.9 million. That'll pay off our bonds this year.
Okay.
So it's still calling bonds right now. So that just shifted down to that. So.
But it's not like a specific project?
No, that was the only one that we had I want to pay off that one.
Right.
And so we did that. But that would continue to have serviced it, but you'll see all of those green highlights to pay off that fire station bond. I had to use some from Polk. We'd been servicing it purely with the Dallas, and that would have paid me for the full 15 years of it, but in order to call it at year 7, we used all of it.
Okay.
So now it continues to shift over. This is the last year that we'll do for calling bonds. Then we start switching to capital. So that's what the blue highlights are indicating, the amount that we're gonna start shifting over to capitals to hold and accumulate to fund CIP.
Oh.
But the piece this year, I noticed that this blue highlight is on the wrong line. That 355 should be on the 1.581 million right there in the fiscal 25 revised. Sorry about that. That 355 is the community services number. So that 1.5 million, right now, it doesn't have a specific name on it of what's going into capital projects, but it's sitting there. So this is where we talked about, yes, I have money moving for whatever you decide to do in solar or sustainability or whatever. I don't have a name for it yet. This is the beginning of this is my excess. I'm burning off the excess that is eligible for capital projects to move it there and sit it for whatever comes up. Either it's gonna buy down next year's CIP, or if we've got things coming up. The one thing we do know is fire station is coming up to buy the land. That's pretty darn close to, that would all more than cover it, I believe. But then I also have that 506,000 that's up above that is out of the Dallas County piece that's also going there with no name on it right now. So we've got some funding sources set, because I wasn't sure how fast these plans were gonna move effectively. But I know there needs to be some funding sitting there for it. So that is partially true for the fiscal 26, those 3 blue categories. Those are also gonna move to capital, but I am hoping we'll be able to buy down some of that unless we've suddenly come up with all these projects that need to be done in next year's CIP that are related to some of these projects. So we've got a lot of flexibility. 27 should be the first full year that all I'm issuing is TIF. We should have cash on hand to fund the whole CIP.
Is that when we're looking at that $1.10 or whatever you said? For the debt
We should be
service
pretty
levy?
close by 27, 28 for sure. It depends upon how the rates are this year, how much we have to backload the debt service payments. But yes, that's the intent, is as soon as we're done issuing GO, we should be able to drop it down.
Is this a pretty good story to tell our legislators that we're doing this?
One would think if they would understand that piece of how it's being used, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not super glamorous or sexy about, yay, I paid off debt, but
But
it's awesome.
property tax relief.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just not we're not lowering a levy, I'm forgoing levies,
Right.
Well, I am lowering the levy this year, but yay for us.
The question is, how will they interpret that, which I don't know we can ever control.
It's a good story to tell.
Yeah.
The mayor and I actually told a piece of that story last week
Yep.
in a roundabout way, so.
How did
That's a
they
good point.
respond?
What's that?
How'd it go over?
Reasonably well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
reasonably
they-
well.
and
No.
No, it was.
It was a constructive dialogue.
Good.
Okay, so I think that, the only other pieces that we have not, so I'll touch on TIF here, but the capital projects that directly relates to what we were just talking about on budget summary 12. So CIP is its own animal, right? You approve that plan separately, so that's why you get this one much later. I would have to wait for the CIP to approve, and then we structure all of the debt. So the capital project summary based on the revenue side is what always kind of comes last. This reflects what you asked for in CIP. So those amounts are in there, and then the partial buy down, you can see on the bond proceed number. See how that number is only 6 million, but I'm funding $12 million in projects. That's local option is planning to buy that down. So our CIP document will always show this is GOB eligible, because that happens before our budget process. But when we get back down to the budget, then we know what our numbers are gonna look like and we can choose to buy it down. So that's how we're reflecting you'll see the transfers in is $12 million. Yeah, that's local option coming in.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Now you're gonna tell me all this again when we meet in March, right?
That's fine. We just tell the story over and over. The last one we'll talk about is TIF. We kind of indicated that earlier. The actual detail of that is the cash flows budget summary 10, but the detail of what we pay those things for is the very last page of the community and economic development, CED 13. A lot of these are rebates. So So of the line items that are in there, effectively, all I can do in TIF is pay rebates or pay for debt. But I can't pay directly for the debt, I have to transfer it out to debt service and pay it there. That's the law. So most of what we have in there is transfers out. So we collect those bonds, the money to pay the bonds that we issue. Effectively, we can retire those as soon as we can. So we're continuing to shorten up those debt service. It used to be 10 years, we're down to 5 years. And once we're done with our regular GO, we'll be able to shorten them way down. It just makes the issuance weird because we merge them together. So he's recommending that we would potentially be able to move down to 2 or 3 year bonds, depending upon the types of projects coming through those. The rebates are always in there with a generous cushion because we don't want to ever not be able to pay a rebate if an amazing business comes in and we can actually get it from dirt to inhabited in a year. It doesn't happen that often, but about 2.5 million of that is known. I have DAs approved by you that are already in place that we're planning to pay, and then we give about a $750,000 cushion just in case. Or if valuations come in super high, and it's higher. So the reason I bring up TIF earlier is because the police station, which is in the capital projects plan, is in a TIF district. So for those of you that were around when we did the public works building, it's in a TIF district. It's also in a blight district, which is what we bought that land for the police station. If you choose to, TIF can pay for that. We do not have to have a bond referendum because it's in a blighted TIF district. And we bought it with blight remediation specifically listed as its use. So that is an operational question. Previous councils have been very in favor of doing a bond referendum to get the public vote no matter what. There's a risk of that, and there is a huge cost to that now by doing special elections, as well as you can only do it once a year, so you get one shot and then you'd be a whole nother year. So the question, I guess, from an operational perspective that we've got as well, there's a ton of capacity in the Northwest Market, TIF district, which is where this sits. Whether or not you're comfortable moving forward, assuming we don't have to have a bond referendum and funding that building, or some portion of it, the whole building, I mean, it's whatever the estimate will come in at. That's probably more than I can issue in a year, but you could buy that down significantly by just using the TIF funding. It would be probably a 2 year, but we can also use local option for those things too. So building a building, local option is an option to do that too, and you wouldn't have to referendum for that. It's not gonna bring in 53 million, but it would probably pay for a fire station. So you've got a lot of flexibility. That's a really nice thing about that. But the TIF district piece specifically for this discussion is because that's in a district, you could choose to not have a public referendum if you didn't want to.
Is the fire station in a TIF
No.
district? Okay.
It is not. So you could use local option sales tax to purchase and or pay for that construction, for sure the
And-
land, construction too.
And you can issue, the fire, Nikki and I haven't even had a chance to talk much about this, but, on the fire station, my thoughts are very different than the police station. I think the fire station, given the price of it, I don't know what that number will be. You can borrow, is it 910,000 for general corporate purpose? So you can borrow 910,000 without a referendum. I think for later discussion to get, to facilitate a decision, I would certainly be in favor of trying to move forward on cobbling together the funding through sales tax to do the fire station without a referendum, and just lots of communication to the public about what you're doing, where it's going, what it's going to look like, but not spending all the money to do it for what $7-8 million project. For a police headquarters, that's a much bigger number. That's probably north of 50 million, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And, tiffing that, it's in the eye of the beholder. I would want to have lots and lots of discussion about the pros and cons of that, I think, before we headed down that path. I think having a referendum showing the public what you're doing, getting the high level of engagement on that particular project, given the number, and I'm just going to say it, you get attention when you TIF a public facility of that size. I mean, you bring a certain level of attention from folks about the use of TIF and is is that the best use? Now, other cities have done it, other cities have used it for part, and they've cobbled together different funding sources to do it. So, well, I know that's like brand new, sorry, that, kind of dropping the bomb, but I just would say, I do think they're separate issues, given the size and the scope. Fire station, I think you could communicate the daylights out of that, show people what you're doing, put big signs up, renderings up. People expect you to build a fire station, relocate. You're relocating a fire. It's not even a new fire station. You're relocating a fire station. I think that's one thing. I think building a $50+ million police headquarters, there might need to be some consideration to a referendum for that. Just food for thought. But ultimately, the council can make that decision, and we could put together a number of different plans, a couple of different ways to do it. But there will be, I think it's fair to say there will be conversations with a TIF approach on a public project that size that you wouldn't necessarily get with a smaller project.
I'm hearing it could be mixed, right? You could TIF part of it?
Yeah.
I'm just really hesitant and gun shy about a bond referendum of anything based on the just nastiness that came out in our community during the UPLEX. And, I live with a gentleman that happens to be very smart aleck with his comments. And, he says to me, well, why would I want to pay for a police station that's, 6 miles from my house? And so I just feel like we're going to dig into some of the same issues. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I know there was some pushback with the city paying for the public works facility, I think, Bob.
Yeah.
But that was before all of our time, except for you, with TIF funds. But I think we just learned a lot from the UPLEX, and probably a police station would be maybe an easier sell. I mean, my husband's just such a smart ass about these sorts of things, though. And it drives me crazy, but I think he would vote for it, or at least tell me that he would. But I just think we need to be, really good at communicating the benefits and costs and why. I mean, I think the story is there for the police station and the fire station, but I just, we're so separate right now in the community. I don't know. I just feel like we have to be really careful on a bond referendum. Yes, that's my 2 cents, but I'm open to seeing a mixed approach, or, I mean, if we were to fund a fire station and not do a bond referendum, do we get to do it sooner? I don't know.
I don't think there's any physical timeline that can move it much faster. We're still trying to procure the land. So as we know from the last one, it's about a 3-year cycle from the time you got the land in hand. Now we got to design it and do the whole thing, get it constructed and in the door. So I think we're on the most aggressive path for getting it constructed. If you look at the CIP, that's about as quick as it can move. But yes, the funding could be set aside in enough time. Our last one, 43, was 6.5 million-ish, but that included a fueling station too. So I would guess that that's pretty close, 7-ish million, 8 maybe. I don't
think
know.
the station that's going up in Ankeny was 8, but it's a little bigger.
Yeah, so doable, and we have flexibility to be able to do it, but it is not in a TIF district, so you do not have that option.
Is the north, I mean, I agree we should have a conversation. So if we want to keep moving topic-wise, we can use that.
This is a
another
bigger
time.
conversation
Yeah.
than what we're gonna do today.
Okay, well, that was the last of the actual sections. You asked about the fund balance percentage
Yeah.
thing specifically. Did you have a specific question on that, or just?
Yeah,
walking through?
I was, so something that I was thinking about when I looked at this, and I was reflecting back on some of the
Talking about this one.
conversations that we had had. so I'm looking at this, and I kind of wanted to understand, like, general fund reserve percent. Like, this document specifically was prepared, I'm assuming to facilitate some conversation, specifically because there's a summary of other cities and their percentages. And
Yes.
ours goes down each year
Correct.
on this document. So that tells me, I guess, from what I'm reading here is we're going down about 5% or 6% or something each year in terms of fund reserve balance. I'm reading that doesn't mean good things. So I guess I wanted to understand kind of this document and what it's trying to tell us.
So the trend that was put on there is mostly to give you assurance that 47% is not ungodly. Every city has a different type of reserve policy and how they fund things. So a lot of it is timing, obviously, but there's always discussion on that of how much is too much, you know, where are we at? Moody's would love us to be above 50%, but how comfortable you guys are is what is important. So I did that survey to make sure we're not out of the realm. Everybody, so keep in mind, when you actually set these budgets, this is worst case if every single dollar gets spent, which we never do. So there's always some flux in there. I do think the revised number, we probably will be around $2 million of fund balance usage this year, but we budgeted for 2.6. So there's a significant swing. I know you have to leave. Do you want to log in?
My apologies, I'm gonna have to exit.
Yep,
Okay.
we're through the.
We're effectively through
You're
it,
good.
yeah.
All right, drive safely.
Yeah, drive safely.
This is,
Where did you put them in your book?
I
I'm really
just-
concerned
They were
about
just
that.
loose on the front.
The front.
Supposed to go in the book?
They're punched
They're
for
punched,
your
yeah.
convenience
I
to
had stuck
shove them in.
overview.
These are all just informational. It's the
Okay.
ones I always give you.
Okay.
This
I'm
is just an
concerned that
easier
I didn't put 'em in
visual.
the right
Um,
place.
There's no right or wrong place for these items. But exactly, the general fund is what everybody kind of benchmarks off. What percentage of expenditures are you holding in reserves and how much is too much? And Moody's is very sensitive to how much we're planning to burn. So I have to provide this every time we do a rating call. What's your planned usage? What's your planned usage versus what you actually used? So we've always budgeted very conservatively, and we're conservative on revenues too. So we're almost always higher on revenues. And we don't spend every dollar, even when we ask departments to cut and trim, like what's trend really gonna spend to try to get these a little bit closer. But we're budgeted to use $1.6 million in this current document. But there's options we can use to eliminate some of those pushes on general fund, just like we've been doing. And we're trying to shore up anything that can come out of general fund, kind of needs to start moving out of general fund if we've got another funding source. So that is kind of the continued effort. The ratios below are just to give you some FYI. We're not out of norm. We're probably a little low compared to some, but you got to keep in mind size, you know. Bondurant is super, like 103%. I just got that one Friday. Wow. But she said there's timing issues. They didn't do a lot of their general fund projects, so it's just sitting there at year end. So it's a picture in time, right? So bear that in mind. But it's mostly for a comfort. It's not saying planned usage is a bad thing. Our policy is 25%. As long as we're above 25%, I'd be happier around the 30 to 35% is nice and comfortable. As long as you have a planned approach, Moody doesn't freak out too much. They just like the number to be higher because you have a lot of flexibility then. But we're have a very proven track record of being very conservative, and they're comfortable with what we put forward. But it's always a discussion, is that too much or is that too high? We're not adding to fund balance for sure, but just pointing out that's what this current document reflects.
okay. So this wasn't like a warning shot to be like, hey, we're in trouble, we're burning more than we're taking in.
No, this is,
Okay.
this is meant to be we're okay where we're at, but you guys are the ones that have to defend that to the public, and so it's also good information for you as a
Yeah.
politician receiving the calls of what the heck are you doing? We're at least lowering the rate this year, but we're not out of sync with what other communities our size are holding in reserves, and we want to be able to weather the storms. So
Well, we
that's-
also want to be mindful of when we are strategically spending fund balance, which we did in 2024 by about 400,000 on a cash basis, and then those numbers jump, that gets your attention when the budgeted numbers go up. So I think we also want to be real careful that if we're strategically spending down fund balance, that we're looking for ways to do it, where it's either transferring the money out or using it on a one-time basis rather than filling it with salaries and benefits. That's the main thing, is you don't want to be burning cash with salaries and benefits. You want to be burning cash with one-time expenditures and with transfers out to other expenditures. So, and that is one of the things that, when we talked about even the franchise tax, capital long-term, I think is fantastic, great idea. Broadest possible language even, in any lawful purpose, from a revenue purpose statement wouldn't break my heart. But in the short term, backstopping that operating fund where your core service, salaries and benefits are paid, given the fact that you are burning a little bit of cash and you're showing you're going to burn a little bit more cash, I think makes some sense to bring in, again, you're diversifying your revenues within the general fund. So I'm with Nikki. There's no warning shots, but it is important to know if somebody says, hey, you've got cash, that you're spending down that cash. And so that it has to be very careful, or else you'll get caught with a non-strategic burn of cash. That's a different story.
That's what I wanted to understand with this,
Yep.
so thank you for that.
Yep. The other ones that I handed out are the $100,000, excuse me, house. So there's residential, and the one that's orange is commercial, how the valuation at $10.03, what a $100,000 house will pay, and then we do the 150, 200, 350, 450. So I always give you this one. Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. The piece that I always try to point out there is because the rollback issue. There's not as much difference this year as there was last year, but we like to try to break down, we're going down, so their tax bill. So for example, whoops, I forgot to put 26 on that. That says 2525, sorry about that.
Did you catch that, Blake?
Yeah, I have a note right here. I was going to say something.
Hey, I self-corrected. But see, I did it on the commercial, so look at that. So
I had to
if you
double
look
check that one. Yeah.
in that column, on a $100,000 house, the taxable value, they would pay $475, which is increase of $8.63, but our share of that is actually down $237, but because of rollback alone, they're gonna pay $11 more. So the net, they're still gonna pay $8.63 more because of the rollback, not because of us. This is just information for you when taxpayers are going, well, you lowered my rate, why did my tax bill go up? Well, rollback, before any other taxing entities are brought into the picture, rollback alone, you're gonna pay more, because more of your house is taxable this year.
Can we just mail this out instead of the letter?
I would get way more questions. Now, they did, if you have not seen that the Department of Management has a mock-up of what the new letter will look like, they are at least making it a smidge better.
Oh, good.
And there's a bill
Don't
pending
get too
too,
excited.
Oh, okay.
that actually
All right.
improve it too.
Okay,
It
fine.
should continue to improve, but they changed, so it's a $100,000 house, and then it assumes a $110,000 house. So it provides some inflation on the value of the house, and it's just a little bit better worded.
We can send out our own letter too
No.
with it, can't we?
No.
We're not allowed to send
No.
out our own
No.
letter with it.
So we have a website,
Can we
on the
ever send out
website,
our own letter?
The statute was very specific in what,
yeah.
in the wording. I mean, even to the point, because a lot of cities reached out to Ted at DOM when
Yeah.
that happened and said,
Yes.
please, can we send out something? Because, most of the cities are doing something way better than that already. And Nikki and I are going to work on a taxpayer impact statement for the public hearing to really, I think will hopefully cut down on the confusion even more.
We can put something on the web, can't we? Can't we do something?
Sure,
Yeah, so
sure.
we have
Oh,
a
yeah, you can do
website,
that.
and we
yeah.
built that last year. So as soon as that letter came out, we put the FAQ of, here's a picture of what's on the back of your letter. This is what this means. This is what this means.
Ignore
this is
all
what this
that
means.
and look at this instead.
Yeah, and that's effectively, I fielded probably, oh my God, 60 calls over those couple of weeks when they came out, and literally went through, what's your address? Let's walk through it. Here's what your statement, and we calculated it for all of them. And most people were calm by the time they actually showed up for the hearing, but it is, it's super confusing, it looks terrible, it's hard to interpret, and it didn't even have all the levies on there. So that was the worst thing. And so those pieces have been improved, but I guarantee we're still gonna have a lot of confusion. I believe it's actually still on there, the website, on our website, the link for the, I don't even know what the sub thing was, but Derek we did all the FAQs, he put it out there nicely, so, hey, you got this letter, click here to understand it. And they actually have it at the bottom of the letter of, here's a page on the DOM's website to put it out there, but they didn't have that on there before. So we tried our best last year, and it'll be a smidge better, no guarantees, though. So that's for both commercial and residential. The commercial piece, again, still has that first 150,000 that's taxed at residential. So that is reflected on there as well. And then I always give you the valuation trends. So this is our taxable value, Polk, Dallas, and then the combined. This is just all my data stuff that somebody always asks for something somewhere. So percentage of residential versus commercial. The total value of TIF, what our 5-year average, our 10-year average, total valuation change. The debt service valuation, for those of you that don't remember that, you have to take your regular plus the TIF. That's why debt and regular general levy are taxed at 2 different values. So it's more, you get more gumph because debt service includes TIF. You don't get to exclude that. That's why it's a slightly different number. And then we've always been asked for what including TIF, because most of ours is commercial, what the true split is for commercial residential. So that number is on there. And then what 1 cent of levy is worth. It's $41,000 this year. So for every penny, we raise 41,000.
Wow.
Can I mic drop it now?
Yeah. Fantastic work.
What else can we answer? I don't actually have a commentary or a recap of any actual dollars changes, unless I missed something. Lots of corrections, little tweaks here. I'm 90% sure we already got all of them. But most of this is just adding some narrative and cleaning up some narrative. Oh, the joint marketing thing, that's the one thing that I do have.
I don't think we had a whole lot of them.
No. Yeah.
Well, Curtis, I guess we didn't talk about it. Curtis mentioned it, but our salaries,
Oh, yeah. You did not talk about that.
we didn't talk about it. I'm not talking about it,
I was gonna
but,
say,
is that, I think we need to say yes or no. And maybe that's a discussion for Tuesday night, I don't know.
I would adore knowing any dollar changes, because I will make any changes and bring it back to you with revised totals. I have about a week to get it ready and into the Department of Management so they can mail out this fun letter.
So, no? She got a big fat raise last year. You haven't got yours yet, though.
No. I guess my thought would be, given all the headwinds that we're facing right now, I don't think it'd be a wise decision maybe to raise it this year.
Yeah,
Okay, so leave it
I'm on
on.
board with that.
That would be my opinion, but you guys make the vote on it, so.
Okay. Any other changes that you would like to see flowed through? You're okay with the 5-cent reduction? I assume you don't want me to ignore that, right?
I guess I have a question, or if you could put together just a little chart. So we're looking at 5-cent reduction in the overall levy, and then the $2 increase in the ERU. And was there another increase somewhere in fees?
The Senior Rec Center mentioned they're
Oh.
$2 a month.
Okay, I'm not particularly worried about that.
Yeah, well, taxpayer impact statement that David referenced, so that'll lay out all of those things. I think the only pieces we didn't know is the water rate.
Yeah, the water utility in the next couple of weeks will be considering their rates. Expect some modest increases there. And then the sanitary sewer district. What I think could really be impactful, even though those are controlled by other boards and not rates controlled by, again, you can decide what you want to put on the impact statement.
But people assume it's us.
But we
so-
can show everybody, for everything you're getting, both your utility bill and your property tax, this is the year-over-year increase in the cost of all of these services. And sometimes it can be powerful, property taxes are going to be 1% to 2% higher year over year. I mean, that's aggressively managing your costs of a business, no matter what kind of business you have. So I think by the time, the stormwater might be a little bit of an outlier, but again, there's projects for that and there's reasons behind that. So we can also present that to the council, and you guys can make the call whether you think that has value. In terms of showing the public everything we're doing, we're managing the cost of the business. Because a lot of times people get sucked into these ideas that the costs are dramatically increasing year over year, and they're really not. They're really not. So we'll take a stab at it, see if everybody likes it, and you can decide.
And this would be something we've not done before, right?
Not at this level, where we're actually showing kind of in a scorecard format year over year. And then if you like it over a period of time, we'll track it every year. And there are years where they go up a little bit more than others, but at the end of the day, if you're into transparency, if you're into really letting folks know what are all these decisions costing you more year over year, I think it's a pretty effective way to do it. So
I think pairing that with something value related to kind of show, like, yes, there are cost changes associated with this, and here's a high level value of what you're getting.
Right. And I think one of the challenges in a lot of the discussions, the rates and the formulas and the rollbacks is, that's confusing to the average person that doesn't live and breathe and eat it like we do. The reality is it costs more to do business in 26 than it did to do business in 25. I mean, it just does. I don't know how too many businesses that don't run into that same challenge. So I think we transparently show the public who are paying the bills, this is what you're paying. And some people will appreciate it, other people won't. That's the nature of government work, but we'll show it to you and you guys can decide whether you think it has value.
I'd be done.
All right, well then I guess I better adjourn the meeting. We are adjourned, so. All right, we'll come back 5:30 on Tuesday though, just to kind of summarize and recap. Well, I don't think it'll take too long, but we'll.
Yeah, I mean, with those items, I don't actually have any dollars.
I think just take another look with a fresh set of eyes and.
Yeah,
go
we'll
through everything
make all the
again.
grammatical stuff. I would not necessarily, other than where we ever planned this joint marketing thing, that would be the only actual dollar change. I probably would not reprint all of your stuff for all the pages because it flows all the way through. That's the only minor change. Is that